Preface to the Letters of Mme de Sévigné to her daughter and friends. Edited by Mrs. Hale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. An honourable celebrity has been universally accorded to Mme de Sévigné. For nearly 2 centuries, her letters have been the admiration of all lovers of elegant literature. The natural grace, the curiosa felicitas of these epistles have rendered them remarkable as to style, and the artist-like pictures of manners, the lively accounts of contemporaneous incidents, give them very great value as aids to the study of history. Then they are trustworthy documents. Every word, every circumstance is read with particular satisfaction, because the character and position of the writer assure us of her perfect intent to communicate truth. Mme de Sévigné lived in what the French consider their Augustan age. Great men in arts, in arms, in literature gave glory to the most splendid monarch that ever sat on the throne of France. At the same time, the position of women was both active and brilliant. The social existence of the women of the higher classes was one that gave scope to talent and opportunity to energy. In those days, the great dame was occupied with the administration of her property and the exaltation of her family. Far from being absorbed in the narrow routine of personality, she considered the sacrifice of private feelings to family greatness a positive duty, and the sacrifice of family greatness to the king, that is, the state, a still more imperative obligation. As our views of moral responsibility extend, the intellectual horizon enlarges. The woman who is accustomed to dwell upon considerations beyond mere fireside comforts or fashionable display, who went from the individual to the family and from the family to the state, must of necessity have enlarged her understanding in proportion to the elevation and extent of her views. It is only by a just development of the intellectual faculties that the heart can be properly regulated, and nowhere is this truth more strikingly illustrated than in the life of Mme de Sévigné. Her passionate love for her daughter was always made to yield to the dictates of a wise prudence and just propriety. Though born with excessive sensibility, great vivacity, amiable instincts and warm imagination, that is to say, with the qualities and feelings most likely to lead their possessor astray or into indiscretions, yet this youthful widow managed her estate and her children with admirable wisdom, and so regulated her own conduct as to be above the slightest censure in a court of relaxed morals and of many temptations. This was accomplished because her brilliant qualities rested on the solid basis of serious and valuable acquirements, a practical knowledge of business, and a trusting and sincere piety. To make the example of this excellent woman more widely and familiarly known in America is the main object of this volume. As a model in private life, her conduct and character deserve to be studied. Her letters are referred to by the best authorities as the most charming specimens of epistolary art extant, yet no edition has ever been issued in this country, nor would one be profitable, because the complete work is too large. Still, it is desirable to have access to this treasury of beautiful sentiments and entertaining sketches, and we have here selected such portions of her correspondence as will make her virtues known and give those lessons of practical goodness her life so happily illustrated. In order to do this, we have arranged the correspondence on a new plan. Hitherto, the letters have been thrown together according to date, and the reader was compelled to change from one correspondent to another, even on the same page, often finding similar details in several consecutive epistles. In this volume, each person addressed has his or her own department. Thus, the letters to Mme. de Grignan, the soul of the correspondence, form one unbroken series. Much care has been taken to keep the fine and often sparkling threads of narrative inwoven in the letters continuous, and errors in the only English translation we have seen, published in London in 1811, have been corrected by comparing it with the best French editions of the letters. And now we will endeavour to sketch the life of this lovely and lovable woman, though the events are in no wise remarkable, and the truest portrait of her character and genius must be sought in her letters. Marie de Rabutin-Chantal was born February the 5th, 1627, in the ancestral chateau of Beaubilly, between Semur and Epoisses. Her father was Celspenine de Rabutin, Baron of Chantal. Her mother, Marie de Coulanges, was daughter of a Secretary of State, and belonged to a family celebrated for wit and generally remarkable for integrity. The Baron was slain during the siege of Rochelle, fighting against the English in their descent on the island of Ré, and it was thought he was killed by the hand of Cromwell. The little Marie was then but 18 months old, and soon afterward was, by the death of her mother, left an orphan indeed. The Baroness de Chantal, her grandmother, seemed the person naturally destined to have the guardianship of the child, but that lady was occupied in religious duties. She was afterward a canonized saint and known as the Blessed Mother of Chantal, and seems to have deserved the distinction according to the feeling of those days, as she founded 87 religious houses, and therefore permitted her granddaughter to pass into the hands of her mother's relations. She was first taken by her grandfather, Monsieur de Coulanges. When he died shortly afterward, the orphan, then about 9 years of age, passed into the family of her uncle, Christophe de Coulanges, Abbé de Livry. This was a fortunate event for the young girl. She was brought up and educated with her cousin, Philippe Emmanuel de Coulanges, enjoying the advantages of the most intellectual society of the age. Her learned uncle was her companion and encouraged her to cultivate her talents. This last advantage can hardly be estimated now, when feminine education is common and popular, but then the instruction of young ladies was usually limited to the accomplishments of reading, writing, dancing and embroidery. Marie de Rabutin had the entrée to her uncle's library and his encouragement, if not personal instruction, in her literary pursuits. She was taught Latin, Italian and Spanish. Her instructors were Ménage and Chapelain and other professors of polite literature. The result is before the world, that the woman's mind is as susceptible of cultivation as that of the man's, and that she is made happier, better, more lovely, and more capable of doing good by a liberal and careful cultivation of her intellectual powers. In person and manners, Mademoiselle de Rabutin is represented as very attractive, if not positively beautiful. Monsieur Philippe Gruville, her French biographer, thus describes her, quote, "An exact portrait of her person would savour of romance and would be out of place. We may, however, represent the young Rabutin to our imagination as a truly handsome woman, with more character of countenance than beauty, with features more expressive than commanding, an easy figure, a stature rather tall than short, a redundancy of fine light hair, excellent health, a fine colour, a brilliant complexion, eyes the vivacity of which gave additional animation to her language and agility to her movements, a pleasing voice, as much knowledge of music as existed in those days, and of dancing, in which she excelled for the times. This was the idea that her portraits, her friends or herself give of her, and certainly her nose, tending a little toward the square, which she herself ridicules, could not spoil her whole appearance, as much as the age of 18 embellished it, when, in 1644, she married Henry, Marquis de Sévigné, of an ancient family of Brittany. To this appanage of merit and charms she added a dower of 100,000 crowns, which at that period were not of less value than 700,000 francs. End quote. The Marquis de Sévigné was also rich. Moreover, he was young and handsome and gay. Her good uncle doubtless believed he had secured the happiness of his niece by this connection, but the sequel proved otherwise. The Marquis soon showed himself to be weak, vain, extravagant, and finally a profligate. Though he always admitted the charms and merits of his wife, yet after a year or two he began to neglect her for unworthy associates. The siren of that age, Ninon de l'Enclos, drew him to her side, and for that wanton the happiness of his home was sacrificed. Bussy de Rabutin, cousin of Mme de Sévigné's father, an unprincipled man but distinguished for wit and talent, had always admired and loved, or pretended to be in love with, his fascinating cousin, and she had always laughed at his flattery and rejected his suit. He took advantage of her husband's infidelity to offer an insulting proposal that she should take her revenge. He was reproved in such terms of cold and calm severity as put a final repulse to his gallantry toward her. Though their intercourse continued friendly through life, yet, judging from the tone of her letters to him, always constrained and confined chiefly to his own affairs, we feel that, though she acknowledged their relationship, she never esteemed the man. Her husband was killed in a duel about 7 years after marriage, and Mme. de Sévigné, at the age of 25, was left a widow with 2 children, the eldest, her son, the youngest, that idolized daughter who made the light of her mother's life. In spite of the faults and vices of the Marquis de Sévigné, his sudden and shocking death greatly afflicted his wife. She was for a time nearly overwhelmed with sorrow, but soon found devolving upon her the hard and painful duty of endeavouring to extricate her estate from utter ruin. The follies and waste of her husband came near making her and the children penniless. She retired to the country, and, aided by the counsel and encouragement of her uncle the Abbé, entered on her new duties. We quote from one of her French biographers, who seems to have searched out her history with great care. Quote, Mme. de Sévigné's good sense, natural rectitude and laudable pride gave her a taste for economy, and the advice of her uncle taught her to understand it. Her mind, notwithstanding the habit of sacrificing to the graces, had no repugnance to business. She well knew how to sell or let estates, receive her rents, direct her workmen, etc. She did not trust to her beauty alone for gaining lawsuits. Ménage relates that one day, recommending an affair with great ease and simplicity to the Président de Bellièvre, she felt herself at last a little embarrassed with the terms to be used, when she said, "At least, sir, I know the air perfectly, but I forget the words." With regard to education, not only do the merit of her son and daughter, as well as their virtues, show the extent of her capacity in this respect, but it will be easy to extract from her letters a series of maxims upon the subject, by which it will be seen that, far from adhering to the false methods in vogue in her days, she had foretold many of the improvements of which we are justly vain in ours." End quote. Though she devoted herself sedulously to the duties of her family, yet Mme. de Sévigné did not long live a recluse. She saved her property, returned to society, and passed much of her time in Paris, where she was the idol of her circle, people of the first rank in letters and worth of character, as well as stars in the fashionable world. She was also a frequent visitor at the court, where the King, Louis XIV, always received her with respect. Mme. de Sévigné had many adorers, among whom were the Seigneur Turenne and the Prince de Conti, and her friends were most devoted. Fouquet was one of them, and she was true to him in his great misfortune, as her letters show. But she appears never to have had the least intention of a second marriage. To promote the happiness of her children and the enjoyment of her friends was the object of her life. Her son, the Marquis de Sévigné, who entered the army, was very frivolous, weak, and dissipated in his youth. His mother's watchful care and patient forbearance saved him from utter degradation. About middle age, he married an amiable wife of noble family, left the army, and cultivated a taste for literature. To effect this marriage, and thus secure the reformation of her son, Mme. de Sévigné gave up to him so large a portion of her estate that she was afterward in comparatively straitened circumstances. But the daughter, Margaret Frances, was her mother's glory, the idol that seemed to claim the worship of the mother's soul. Passion rather than affection possessed Mme. de Sévigné when writing to her of her, quote, "infinitely dear child," end quote. That the daughter did not reciprocate this love in its full flow has been urged to prove that Mme. de Grignan was cold in temperament or selfish in feeling. We do not find evidences to support this charge. The mother, ambitious for her daughter and wishing to keep her in Paris, had married her to the Count de Grignan, who was rich and of the high nobility and had a place at court. But he was also Lieutenant Governor of Provence and ordered soon after his marriage to his government. His wife had to follow him, and she seems to have loved and respected her husband, as was her duty. She had children. She was at the head of a great establishment, and she could not give the whole of her heart, thoughts, and time to her mother, as the latter did to her daughter. The separation was a terrible privation to Mme. de Sévigné, but it was the cause of her moral and literary improvement, as well as of the series of letters to Mme. de Grignan, which of their kind are unequalled in any language. The mother's genius lives in this correspondence. Her pen gives importance to the most trifling occurrences and makes hard facts as interesting as fairy stories. Among other advantages of life, Mme. de Sévigné retained her good looks, as she did her cheerful disposition to the last. Hence the name of Mère Beauté, Mother Beauty, given her by M. de Coulanges. Her constitution was good, and she managed it with great judgment. In 30 years, the only disorder she had known was rheumatism. Happy all her life by the exercise of natural affections, Mme. de Sévigné thought less of the ravages of time, and when death terminated her existence in 1696, her illness, the result of the fatigue and uneasiness she had endured for some months on her daughter's account, took her by surprise and was announced by no symptom. It was short. In her last moments she was resigned and perfectly calm. Thus died Mme. de Sévigné, aged about 70 years, and was interred in the collegiate church of Grignan, leaving to posterity, in the record of her blameless life, as in her exquisite writings, the brightest and purest model which her age affords. End of Preface. Section 1 of the Letters of Mme. de Sévigné to her daughter and friends. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Letters addressed to the Count de Bussy. Note, the Count Bussy de Rabutin, first cousin to the father of Mme. de Sévigné, was, on account of his relationship, always in terms of intimacy with her. He was a famous wit and satirist, as his letters and memoirs show, but not of principles or character to excite love or esteem in the soul of such a woman as Mme. de Sévigné. However, they were cousins, and though she refused his suit, she seems to have felt a deep interest in his welfare. She corresponded with him occasionally till her death, but her letters to him have less interest than those she wrote to others, especially to her daughter. We will give a few of her first and best letters to Count de Bussy, as preliminary to the real work of her heart and mind, her correspondence with Mme. de Grignan. Letter 1. In the Country, June the 26th, 1655. I had no doubt that you would take some opportunity of bidding me adieu, either at my own house or from the camp at Landrecies, and as I am not a woman of ceremony, I am content with the latter, and have not even thought of being angry that you failed in coming to me before you set out. I have not stirred from this desert since your departure, and to speak frankly, I am not much afflicted to find that you are with the army. I should be an unworthy cousin to so brave a cousin if I was sorry to see you during the present campaign at the head of the finest regiment in France, and in so glorious a post as the one you hold. I dare say you would disown any sentiments less worthy than these. I leave weaker and more tender feelings to the true Bunyeo gentry. Everyone loves in his own way. I profess to be heroic as well as you, and am proud to boast of these sentiments. Some women perhaps would think this a little in the old Roman style, and, quote, "But thank God they were not Romans," end quote, that they might still preserve some feelings of humanity. But on this subject I can assure you that I am not so inhuman as they suppose, and with all my heroism I wish you a safe return as passionately as they can do. I trust, my dear cousin, you will not doubt the truth of this, nor that I fervently pray your life may be spared. This is the adieu you would have received from me in person, and which I now beg you to accept from hence, as I have accepted yours from Landrecies. Letter 2, Paris, July the 14th, 1655. Will you always disgrace your relations? Will you never be weary of making yourself the subject of conversation in every campaign? Do you imagine it can give us pleasure to hear that Monsieur de Turenne has sent word to court that you have done nothing worthy of notice at Landrecies? Footnote, mere jesting. Bussy had merited and obtained the praises of Turenne. Back to main text. This is really very mortifying to us, and you may easily comprehend how deeply I feel the affronts you bring upon your family. But I know not why I thus amuse myself, for I have no leisure to carry on the jest. I must tell you, therefore, that I am delighted with the success which has attended your exploits. I wrote you a long letter from the country, which I fear you have not received. I should be sorry it were lost, for you would laugh heartily at its contents. I was yesterday at Mme. de Montglas. She had just received a letter from you, as also had Mme. de Dash. I expected one likewise, but was disappointed. I suppose you were unwilling to effect too many wonders at once. I am not sorry, however, and shall some day claim a whole cargo for myself. Adieu, my cousin. The Gazette speaks of you but slightly, which has given offence to many, and to me especially, for no one can be so much interested in your affairs as myself. Letter 3, Paris, July the 19th, 1655. This is the third time I have written to you since you left Paris, a sufficient proof that I have nothing upon my mind against you. I received your farewell letter from Landrecy while I was in the country, and answered it immediately. I see plainly that my letter has never reached you, and I am extremely vexed at it. For besides its being written with becoming affection, it was, in my opinion, a very pretty composition, and as it was destined for you only, I am wroth that another should have the pleasure of reading it. I have since written to you by the servant you dispatched hither with letters to some of your favourites. I did not amuse myself by quarrelling with you for not remembering me at the same time, but wrote you a line or two at full speed, which, however incoherent, would inform you of the pleasure I received from the success of your regiment at Landrecy. This intelligence came to us in the most acceptable manner possible by some of the court, who assured us that Cardinal Mazarin had spoken very handsomely of you to the King, who afterward joined with the whole court in extolling your conduct. You may conceive that my joy was not inconsiderable at hearing all this. But to return to my story. This was the subject of my second letter, and 5 or 6 days after I received one from you, full of complaints against me. You see, however, my poor cousin, with how little justice you complain. And hence I draw this fine moral reflection, that we should never condemn a person unheard. This is my justification. Another, perhaps, would have expressed the same thing in fewer words. You must bear with my imperfections in consideration of my friendship. Everyone has his peculiar style. Mine, as you see, is by no means laconic. Letter 4, Paris, November 25th, 1655. You affect great things, Monsieur le Comte, under the pretence that you write like a second Cicero. You think yourself entitled to ridicule people. The passage you remarked, in reality, made me laugh heartily, but I am astonished that you found no other equally ludicrous. For in the way I wrote you, it's a miracle that you comprehended my meaning, and I see plainly that either you have a greater share of wit, or that my letter is better than I imagined. I am glad, however, that you have profited by my advice. I am told that you have asked leave to stay at the frontiers. As you know, my poor Count, that mine is a blunt and honest sort of love, I am desirous your request may be granted. This is the road, it is said, to preferment, and you know how interested I am in your welfare, but I shall be pleased either way. If you remain, true friendship shall find its account. If you return, affectionate friendship shall be satisfied. Mme. de Grignan is returned so handsome that she yesterday completely challenged the Louvre. This kindled such jealousy in the beauties that were present that they have resolved, out of spite, she shall not be a party at any of the after-suppers. And do you know how gay and pleasant they are? Mme. de Grignan would have retained her there yesterday, but it was understood by the Queen's answer that her presence would be dispensed with. Adieu, my dear cousin. Believe me to be the most faithful friend you have in the world. Letter 5. Paris, May the 20th, 1667. I received a letter from you, my dear cousin, when I was in Brittany, in which you talked of our ancestors, the Rabutins, and of the beauty of Bobigny. But as I had heard from Paris that you were expected there, and as I had hoped myself to arrive much sooner, I deferred writing to you, and now I find you are not coming at all. You know that nothing is now talked of but war. The whole court is at camp, and the whole camp is at court. And every place being a desert, I prefer the desert of Livry Forest, where I shall pass the summer en attendant que nos guerriers reviennent couverts de lauriers. Footnote, waiting the return of our warriors covered with laurels. Back to main text. There are 2 lines for you, but I do not know whether I've heard them before or have just made them. As it is a matter of no great importance, I shall resume the thread of my prose. My heart has been very favourably inclined to you since I've seen so many people eager to begin, or rather revive, a business in which you acquired so much honour during the time you were able to engage in it. It is a sad thing for a man of courage to be confined at home when there are such great doings in Flanders. Footnote, Bussy was exiled to his estates. Back to main text. As you feel, no doubt, all that a man of spirit and valour can feel, it is imprudent in me to revive so painful a subject. I hope you will forgive me in consideration of the great interest I take in your affairs. It is said you have written to the King. Send me a copy of your letter and give me a little information respecting your mode of life, what sort of things amuse you, and whether the alterations you are making in your house do not contribute a good deal toward it. I have spent the winter in Brittany, where I have planted a great number of trees, and a labyrinth that will require Ariadne's clue to find the way out of it. I have also purchased some land, to which I have said, as usual, I shall convert you into a park. I have extended my walks at a trifling expense. My daughter sends you 1,000 remembrances. I beg mine to all your family. Letter 6, Paris, June the 3rd, 1668. I wrote to you the last. Why have you not answered my letter? I have been expecting to hear from you, and have at length found the Italian proverb true, Chi offende non perdona. The offender never pardons. Mme. d'Assigny has informed me that part of a cornice has fallen upon your head and hurt you considerably. If you were well, and I dared exercise a little wicked wit upon the occasion, I should tell you that they are not trifling ornaments like these that injure the heads of husbands in general, and that it would be a fortunate circumstance for them if they met with no worse evil than the fall of a cornice. But I will not talk nonsense. I will first know how you are, and assure you that the same reason which made me languid when you were bled gives me the headache from your accident. The ties of relationship cannot, I think, be carried further than this. My daughter was on the point of marriage. The affair is broken off. I hardly know why. She kisses your hand. I do the same to your whole family. Have you done anything yet with regard to the court? Pray let me know how you stand there. Letter 7, Paris, July the 26th, 1668. I begin by thanking you, my dear cousin, for your letters to the King. They would afford me pleasure even if they were written by a stranger. They have awakened in me sentiments of pity, and I should think they must produce the same effect on our sovereign. It is true he does not bear the name of Rabutin, as I do. The prettiest girl in France sends you her compliments. This title is due to her. I am, however, weary of doing the honours of it. She is more worthy than ever of your esteem and friendship. You do not know, I believe, that my son is gone to Candia with Monsieur de Rohan and the Count de Saint-Pol. He consulted with Monsieur de Turenne, Cardinal de Retz and Monsieur de Rochefoucauld upon this. Most important personages. And they all approved it so highly that it was fixed upon and rumoured abroad before I knew anything of the matter. In short, he is gone. I have wept bitterly, for it is a source of great grief to me. I shall not have a moment's rest during his voyage. I see all its dangers and terrify myself to death. But alas, I am wholly out of the question, for in things of this nature, mothers have no voice. Adieu. Letter 8, Paris, September the 4th, 1668. Rise, Count. I will not kill you while prostrate at my feet, and take your sword to resume the combat. But it is better that I should give you life, and that we should live in peace. Footnote: Bussy and his cousin had frequent quarrels. The reason before has been given. The new difference to which he alludes seems to have been a slight one. Back to main text. I exact but one condition, that you own the thing as it happened. This is a very generous proceeding on my part. You can no longer call me a little brute. Monsieur de Montpensier has just been appointed governor to the Dauphin. Je t'ai comblé de bien, je t'en peux accabler. Footnote: I have loaded thee with favours, I will add to the burden. Back to main text. Adieu, Count. Now I have conquered you, I shall everywhere proclaim that you are the bravest man in France, and wherever extraordinary duels are mentioned, I shall relate ours. My daughter sends her compliments. The idea you express of her good fortune in the late affair is some consolation to us. Letter 9, Paris, December the 4th, 1668. Have you not received the letter, sir, in which I gave you life, disdaining to kill you at my feet? I expected an answer to this noble action, but you have thought it unworthy your notice. You have contented yourself with rising from the ground and taking your sword as I commanded you. I hope you will never again employ it against me. I must tell you a piece of news that will, I'm sure, give you pleasure. It is that the prettiest girl in France is going to be married, not to the handsomest youth, but to one of the worthiest men in the kingdom, to Mme de Grignan, whom you have long known. All his wives died to give place to your cousin, and through extraordinary kindness even his father and mother died too. So that, knowing him to be richer than ever, and finding him besides by birth, situation and good qualities everything we could wish, we have not trafficked with him as is customary on the occasion, but confided in the two families that have gone before us. He seems very well pleased with the alliance, and as soon as we have heard from his uncle, the Archbishop of Arles, his other uncle, the Archbishop of Uzès, being on the spot, the business will be finished, probably before the end of the year. And as I am a lover of decorum, I could not fail asking your advice and approbation. The public seem pleased. This is a great deal, for we are such fools as to be almost always governed by its opinion. Letter 10. Paris, January the 7th, 1669. It is as true that I did not receive an answer to the letter in which I gave you life, as that I was in pain lest, with the best intention possible to pardon you, I had unintentionally killed you, being little accustomed to wield a sword. This was the only good reason I could assign to myself for your silence. In the meantime you had written, though your letter had never reached me. Allow me still to regret the circumstance. You always write pleasantly, and if I had wished to lose any portion of your correspondence, it would not have been that letter. I am glad you approve of the marriage with M. de Grignan. He is a very good man and very gentlemanly, has wealth, rank, holds a high office, and is much esteemed and respected by the world. What more is necessary? I think we are fortunate, and as you are of the same opinion, sign the deed I sent you. And be assured, my dear cousin, that if it depended on me, you should be the first at the entertainment. How admirably well you would act your part. Since you left us, I have heard no wit equal to yours, and have said to myself 1,000 times, good heavens, what a difference! War is talked of, and it is said that the King will take the field in person. End of section 1. Section 2 of the letters of Mme. de Sévigné to her daughter and friends. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Letters to Mme. de Grignan. Footnote: Margaret de Sévigné, only daughter of Mme. de Sévigné, was born in 1649, a short time before her father was killed. The education and happiness of this, quote, lovely and infinitely dear child, end quote, was the occupation, delight and anxiety of the mother's long life. For her, Mme. de Sévigné thought, read, observed and wrote. The following letters are not only charming as specimens of epistolary style, but also full of interest and instruction to those who would study the human mind in its most sacred development of maternal love. Back to main text. Letter 1. Paris, Monday, February the 9th, 1671. I receive your letters in the same way in which you received my ring. I am in tears while I read them. My heart seems ready to burst. Bystanders would think you had treated me ill in your letters, or you were sick, or that some accident had happened to you, whereas everything is the reverse. You love me, my dear child. You love me, and you tell me so in a manner that makes my tears flow in torrents. You continue your journey without any disagreeable accident. Footnote: in January 1670, this idolized daughter of Mme. de Sévigné was married to the Count de Grignan, who was Lieutenant General of the government of Provence, where he found it necessary to reside. The separation of mother and daughter, which took place early the following year, was the occasion for the world-renowned correspondence which has immortalized the genius of one and the names of both. Back to main text. You continue your journey without any disagreeable accident. To know this is the thing I could most desire, And yet am I in this deplorable condition. And do you then take a pleasure in thinking of me, in talking of me, and have more satisfaction in writing your sentiments to me than in telling them? In whatever way they come, they meet with a reception, the warmth of which can only be known to those who love as I do. In expressing yourself thus, you make me feel the greatest tenderness for you that is possible to be felt. And if you think of me, be assured that I, on my side, am continually thinking of you. Mine is what the devotees call an habitual thought. It is what we ought to have for the Divine Being, were we to do our duty. Nothing is capable of diverting me from it. I see your carriage continually driving on, never, never to come nearer to me. I fancy myself on the road, and am always in apprehension of the carriage overturning. I am almost distracted at the violent rains we've had the last 3 days, and am frightened to death at the thoughts of the Rhone. I have at this instant a map before me. I know every place you sleep at. Tonight you are at Nevers. Sunday you will be at Lyon, where you will receive this letter. I could only write to you at Moulins by Mme. de Grignan. I've had but 2 letters from you. Perhaps a third is on the road. They are my only comfort. I ask for no other. I am utterly incapable of seeing much company at a time. I may recover the feeling hereafter, but it is out of the question now. The Duchesses of Verneuil and d'Arpajon have used all their endeavours to divert me, for which I am much obliged to them. Never, surely, were there better people than in this country. I was all the day on Saturday at Mme. de Villa's, Marie de Belfond, Marchioness de Villars, mother to the late Marshal of that name, back to main text, talking of you and weeping. She takes a great share in my sorrow. Yesterday I heard Monsieur d'Argens preach, Claude Joly, a celebrated preacher, afterward Bishop of Agen, back to main text, and was at Mme. de Puisieux and Mme. du Puy-de-Fou's, who both send you 1,000 remembrances. This evening I shall sup tete-a-tete in the Faubourg, with Mme. de Lafayette, back to main text. These are my carnivals. I have a Mass said for you every day. It is no superstitious devotion. I have seen Adhémar but for a moment. Joseph Adhémar de Monteur, brother to Mme. de Grignan, back to main text. I am going to write to him and thank him for his bed, for which I am more obliged to him even than you are. If you would give me real pleasure, take care of your health. Sleep in that little snug bed, eat broth, and exert that courage which I want. Continue to write to me. The friendships you left behind you here are all increased, and I should never have done with compliments if I were to tell you how much everyone is concerned about your health. Letter 2. Paris, Wednesday, February the 11th, 1671. I have received but 3 of those delightful letters that so affect my heart. One is still on the road. If I were not so fond of them and loath to lose anything that you write me, I should not think I had lost much, for nothing can be wished for beyond what I find in those I have already received. In the first place, they are well written, and are besides so tender, so natural, that it is impossible not to believe everything contained in them. Distrust itself would here stand convinced. They wear that air of truth which, as I have always maintained, carries authority with it, while falsehood and lies skulk under a load of words without having the power of persuasion. The more they attempt to show themselves, the more they are entangled. Your expressions are sincere, and they appear so. They are used only to explain your meaning, and receive an irresistible force from their noble simplicity. Such, my dear child, do your letters appear to me. As for me, I appear to myself quite divested of everything that made me agreeable. I am ashamed to appear in society, and notwithstanding the endeavours that have been used to bring me back to it, I have latterly been like one just come out of the woods. Nor could I be otherwise. Few are worthy of understanding what I feel. I have sought those chosen few and avoided all others. I fancy you are at Moulins today. If so, you will receive one of my letters. I did not write to you at Brière. If I had, it must have been on that cruel Wednesday, the very day you set off, and I was so overwhelmed with grief that I was incapable even of tasting the consolation of writing to you. This is the third letter. My second is at Lyons. Be sure you let me know if you receive them. When at a distance, we no longer laugh at a letter beginning, I received yours, etc. The thought of your going still further and further from me, and of seeing the carriage continually driving on, is what harrows me most. You are always going on, and at last, as you say, you will find yourself at 200 leagues distance from me. Resolved, therefore, not to suffer such injustice without repaying it in my turn, I shall set myself about removing further off too, and shall do so effectually as to make it 300. A very pretty distance, you will say. And would it not be a step highly worthy of the love I have for you to undertake to traverse all France to find you out? I am delighted at the reconciliation between you and the coadjutor. You know how necessary I always thought it to the happiness of your life. Preserve this treasure with care. You own yourself charmed with his goodness. Let him see you are not ungrateful. I shall soon finish my letter. Perhaps when you get to Lyons, you will be so giddy with the honours you will receive there that you will not find time to read it. Find enough, however, I beseech you, to let me hear of you, and whether you embark upon that horrible Rhone. Wednesday night. I have this moment received yours from Nogent. It was given me by a very honest fellow whom I questioned as much as I could, but your letter is worth more than anything that could have been told me. It was but justice, my dear, that you should be the first to make me smile, after having caused me so many tears. What you tell me of Monsieur Buch is quite original. It is what may be called a genuine stroke of eloquence. I did laugh then, I own, and I should have been ashamed of it had I done anything else than cry for this week past. I met this Monsieur Buch in the street when he was bringing your horses for you to set out. I stopped him and all in tears asked his name, which he told me. Monsieur Buch, I said, sobbing all the while, I recommend my daughter to your care. Do not, dear Monsieur Buch, do not overturn her. And when you have taken her safely to Lyons, if you will call upon me with the agreeable news, I will give you something to drink. I shall therefore certainly do so. What you say of him has greatly added to the respect I had for him before. Letter 3. Paris, Thursday, February the 12th, 1671. This is only a line precursory, for I shall not write to you till tomorrow, but I wish you to know what I have just heard. Yesterday the President, Amelot, after having made a great number of visits, toward night found himself a good deal out of order, and was soon afterward seized with a violent apoplectic fit, of which he died about 8 o'clock this morning. I would have you write to his wife. The whole family are in the greatest affliction. The Duchess de la Vallière sent a letter to the King, the contents of which have not transpired, and then a message by the Marshal de Bellefonds to say, quote, that she would have quitted the court after having lost the honour of his good opinion, had she been able to prevail with herself to see him no more, but that her weakness on that head had been so great that she was scarcely capable even now of making a sacrifice of it to her God. She was resolved, however, that the remains of the passion she had felt for him should constitute part of her penance, and as she had devoted her youth to him, it could not be thought much if the rest of her life was spent in cares for her own salvation." End quote. The King wept bitterly and sent Monsieur Colbert to Chaillot to beg her to come directly to Versailles that he might speak to her once more. Monsieur Colbert accordingly conducted her thither. The King had a whole hour's conversation with her and wept a great deal. Mme. de Montespan ran with open arms and tears in her eyes to receive her. We do not rightly understand all this. Some say she will remain at Versailles and continue about the court. Others that she will return to Chaillot. We shall see. Letter 4. Paris, Tuesday, March the 3rd, 1671. If you were here, my dear child, you would certainly laugh at me. I am set down to write beforehand, but from a very different reason to that which I once gave you for writing to a person 2 days before I could send my letter. It was a matter of indifference to me when I wrote, as I knew I should have no more to say to him at the end of 2 days than I had then. But here the case is otherwise. I do it now from the regard I have for you, and to satisfy the pleasure I take in writing to you every moment, which is the sole comfort I have now left. Today I am shut up by myself in my room through excess of ill humour. I am weary of everything. I took a pleasure in dining here, and a still greater one in writing to you out of season. Alas, you have none of these leisure moments. I write quite at my ease, but can hardly suppose you will be able to read what I write in the same manner. I do not see how it is possible for you to be a minute by yourself. On one side I behold a husband who adores you, who is never tired of being with you, and who scarcely knows the end of his happiness. And on the other side, harangues, compliments, visits and honours paid you without end. All this must be answered. Indeed, you have enough upon your hands. I could not bear it myself in my little circle. But what became of your favourite indolence amid all this noise and bustle? It suffers now. It retires into a corner, just dead with apprehension of losing its place in your heart for ever. It seeks some vacant moment to put you in remembrance, and just drop a word to you by the by. Alas, it says, and have you then forgotten me? Remember, I am your oldest acquaintance, the friend that has never abandoned you, the faithful companion of your happy hours, who made you amends for the want of every pleasure, and for whose sake you have sometimes hated them. It was I that prevented your dying of the vapours while you were in Brittany. Sometimes, indeed, your mother would break in upon our joys, but then I knew where to find you again. Now I know not what will become of me. These shows, all this pageantry will be my death, unless you take some care of me." End quote. Methinks I hear you speak a kind word to it as you go by. You give it some hopes of possessing you when you were at Grignan, but you are gone in an instant and cannot find time to say more. Duty and reason are with you and allow you not a moment's repose. I, who have always so highly honoured these personages, am now quite out with them, and they with me. How will they permit you to waste your time in reading such trifles as these? I assure you, my dear child, I am continually thinking of you, and I experience every day the truth of what you once told me, that there are certain thoughts which are not to be dwelt upon, but passed over as lightly as possible, unless we should be forever in tears. This is my case, for there is not a place in the house which does not give a stab to my heart when I see it. But your room especially deals a deadly blow from every part of it. I have placed a screen in the middle of it, that I may at least take something from the prospect. As for the window from which I saw you get into Duckville's coach and then called you back again, I shudder every time I think how near I was to throwing myself out of it after you, and was likely enough to have done it, for at times I am not in my senses. The closet where I held you last in my arms without knowing what I did, the Capuchins where I used to go to Mass, the tears that fell so fast from my eyes that they wetted the ground as if water had been thrown on it, St. Mary's, Mme. de Lafayette, my return to the house, your room, that night, the next morning, your first letter and everyone since, and still every day and every conversation of those who feel with me, are so many remembrances of my loss. Poor Duckville holds the first rank. I shall never forget the compassion he showed me. These are the thoughts incessantly uppermost, yet these are to be passed over, it seems. We are not to abandon ourselves to the thoughts and emotions of our heart. I had rather, however, continue my reveries on the kind of life you are leading. It occasions a sort of diversion, without making me abandon my principal, my beloved object. I do then think of you. I am always wishing for letters from you. One wish of this nature, when gratified, is followed by another continually. I am in this state of expectation now, and shall go on with my letter when I have received one from you. Letter 5. Paris, Wednesday, March the 18th, 1671. I have received 2 packets at once, which have been delayed for a considerable time. By these I am at length informed from yourself of your entry into Aix, but you do not mention whether your husband was with you, or in what manner Vard honoured your triumph. But you describe the triumph itself very humorously, as well as the embarrassment you were under, and your many misplaced civilities. I wish that I had been with you, not that I should have done better than yourself, for I have not so good a gift of fixing names upon faces. On the contrary, I daily commit 1,000 blunders in that way, but I think I could have been of some assistance to you. At least, I should have made curtsies enough. It is true that such a multiplicity of ceremonies and attentions is very tiresome. You should nevertheless endeavour not to be deficient in any of these points, but accommodate yourself as much as possible to the customs and manners of those among whom you are to live. An event has just taken place which engrosses the whole conversation of Paris. The King has ordered Monsieur de S to resign his post and to quit Paris immediately. Can you guess the reason? For having cheated at play and won upward of 500,000 crowns with false cards. The man who made these cards was examined by the King himself. He denied the fact at first, but upon His Majesty's promising him a pardon, he confessed that he had followed the trade for a long time. It is said that the affair will not stop here, but that there are several houses which are used to furnish with these cards. It was some time before the King could prevail upon himself to disgrace a man of Monsieur de S.'s quality, but as for several months past everybody that had played with him had been in a manner ruined, he thought he could not in conscience do less than bring such a scene of villainy to light. S. was so perfectly master of his adversary's game that he always made set à lever upon the Queen of Spades, because he knew the spades lay all in the other packs. The King as constantly lost 31 upon clubs, and used to say, "Clubs never win against spades in this country." This man had given 30 pistoles to Mme de Grignan, valet de chambre, to throw all the cards they had in the house into the river, in the pretence that they were not good, and had introduced his own card maker. He was first led into this fine way of life by one Pradier, who has since disappeared. Had S. known himself innocent, he would immediately have delivered himself up and insisted upon taking his trial. But instead of this, he took the road to Languedoc as the surest way of the two. Many, however, advised him to take a journey to La Trappe after such a misfortune. Footnote: La Trappe is a society of religious monks remarkable for the austerity of their lives and the severe discipline practised among them. Back to main text. Madame Dumière has charged me with 1,000 good wishes for you. She is going to Lille, where she will receive as many honours as you did at Aix. Marshal Bellefonds, through a pure motive of piety, has settled with his creditors. He has given up to them the principal part of his property, besides half the profits of his post, to complete the payment of the arrears. Footnote: post of chief maître d'hôtel, or master of the household of the King. Back to main text. This is a noble action, and shows that his visits to La Trappe have not been without effect. I went the other day to see the Duchess of Ventadour. She was as handsome as an angel. The Duchess of Nevers came in with her head dressed very ridiculously. You may believe me, for you know I am an admirer of fashion. Martin had cropped her to the very extremity of the mode. Your brother is at Saint-Germain. He divides his time with Ninon, a young actress, footnote, called La Champellet, back to main text, and to crown the whole, Despreaux. We lead him a sad life. End of section 2. Section 3 of the Letters of Mme. de Sévigné to her daughter and friends. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Letter 6. Paris, Friday, April 1st, 1671. I returned yesterday from Saint-Germain with Mme. d'Arpajon. Everyone at court inquired after you. Among the rest, it will not be amiss, I think, to distinguish the Queen, who accosted me and asked how my daughter was after her affair upon the Rhone. I returned Her Majesty thanks for the honour she did in remembering you. She then desired me to tell her in what manner you had like to have been lost. I accordingly gave her an account of your crossing the river in a storm of wind, and that a sudden gust had thrown you under an arch within an inch of one of the piles, which, if you had once touched, all the world could not have saved you. But, says the Queen, was her husband with her? Yes, madam, and the coadjutor too. Really, said she, they were greatly to blame. She gave 2 or 3 alasses while I was talking to her, and said many obliging things of you. Afterward a number of ladies came in, and among the rest the young Duchess of Ventadour, very fine and very handsome. It was some time before they brought her the divine tabouret, footnote, the tabouret is a stool to sit on in the presence of the Queen, a privilege never enjoyed but by ladies of the first quality, back to main text. Ah, said I, turning to the Grand Master, footnote, the Count de Lude, Grand Master of the Artillery, back to main text, why do they not give it to her? She has purchased it dearly enough. Footnote, Monsieur de Ventadour was not only very ugly and deformed, but at the same time a great debauchee, back to main text. He was of my opinion. In the midst of a silence in the circle, the Queen turned to me and asked me who my granddaughter was like. Monsieur de Grignan, madame, replied I, upon which Her Majesty exclaimed, indeed, I am sorry for it, and added in a low tone of voice, she had better have resembled her mother or her grandmother. So you see how much I am indebted to you in making my court. Marshal Bellefonds made me promise to distinguish him from the crowd. I made your compliments to Monsieur and Madame Duras, and to Mrs. de Charot and Montazier and tutti quanti, not to forget the Dauphin and Mademoiselle, who both talked a great deal to me about you. I likewise saw Madame de Loudre. She accosted me with an excess of civility and kindness that surprised me, and talked in the most affectionate manner of you. When all of a sudden, as I was going to make her a suitable answer, I found she was not attending to me, and saw her fine eyes wandering round the room. I presently perceived it, and those who saw I took notice of it were pleased with me and could not help laughing. I have been extremely diverted with our hurly-burly headdresses. Some of them looked as if you could have blown them off their shoulders. Ninon, footnote, Ninon de L'Enclos, famous for her wit and free thinking, back to main text, said that La Choiseule was as like the flaunting hostess of an inn as one drop of water to another. A most excellent simile. But that Ninon is a dangerous creature. If you only knew how she argues upon religion, it would make you shudder. Her zeal to pervert the minds of young people is much the same as that of a certain Monsieur de Saint-Germain that we saw once at Livry. She says your brother, quote, has all the simplicity of the dove, that he is just like his mother, but that Mme. de Grignan has all the fire of the family and has more sense than to be so docile. A certain person would have taken your part and put her out of conceit with you on that head, but she bid him hold his tongue and told him that she knew more of the matter than he did. What a depravity of taste! Because she knows you to be handsome and witty, she must needs saddle you with the other qualification, without which, according to her rule, there is no being perfect. I am greatly concerned for the harm she does my son in this point, but do not take any notice of it to him. Madame de Lafayette and I use all our endeavours to disengage him from so dangerous an attachment. Besides her, he has a little actress, footnote, La Champellet, back to main text, and all the players of the town upon his hands, to whom he gives suppers. In short, he is perfectly infatuated. You know what a joke he makes of Mascaron. I fancy your minim, footnote the priest who preached at Grignan, back to main text, would suit him. I never read anything more diverting than what you wrote to me about that man. I read it to Monsieur de la Rochefoucauld, who laughed heartily at it. He desires me to tell you that there is a certain apostle who was running up and down after his rib, which he would fain appropriate to himself as part of his goods and chattels, but unluckily for him, he is not clever at enterprise. I fancy Melusina has fallen into some pit. We do not hear a single word about her. Monsieur de la Rochefoucauld says besides that if he was only 30 years younger, he should certainly have a great inclination for Monsieur de Grignan's third rib. Footnote, that is, to Mme de Grignan, who is Monsieur de Grignan's third wife. Back to main text. That part of your letter where you say he has already had 2 of his ribs broken made him laugh heartily. We always wish for some oddity or other to divert you, but we very much doubt whether this has not turned out rather more to your satisfaction than ours. After all, we pity you extremely in not having the word of God preached in a suitable manner. Ah, that Bourdaloue! His sermon on the Passion was, they say, the most perfect thing of its kind that can be imagined. It was the same he preached last year, but revised and altered with the assistance of some of his friends, that it might be wholly inimitable. How can one love God if one never hears him properly spoken of? You must really possess a greater portion of grace than others. We went the other day to hear the Abbé Montmort, footnote, afterward Bishop of Bayonne, back to main text. I never heard a prettier sermon for so young a beginner. I wish you had such a one in the room of your minim. He made the sign of the cross and gave out his text. He did not anathematize his audience. He did not load us with abuse. He told us not to be under any apprehensions concerning death, since it was the only passage we had to a glorious resurrection with Jesus Christ. We agreed with him in this, and everyone went away contented. He has nothing offensive in his manner. He imitates Monsieur d'Argens without copying him. He has a modest confidence, is learned and pious. In short, I was highly pleased with him. Letter 7. Paris, Friday, April the 10th, 1671. I wrote to you on Wednesday by the post, yesterday by Magalotti, and today again by the post. But last night I lost a charming opportunity. I went to walk at Vincennes on Troche, footnote, with her friend Mme de la Troche, back to main text, and by the way met with a string of galley slaves. They were going to Marseille and will be there in about a month. Nothing could have been surer than this mode of conveyance, but another thought came into my head, which was to go with them myself. There was one Duval among them who appeared to be a conversable man. You will see them when they come in, and I suppose you would have been agreeably surprised to have seen me in the midst of the crowd of women that accompany them. I wish you knew of what importance the words Provence, Marseille, Aix are become to me. Even the Rhone, that devilish Rhone, and Lyon are something to me. Brittany and Burgundy appear like places under the pole in which I take no sort of interest. I may say with Coulanges, or the surprising power of my Auvietron. Really, my child, it was admirable in you to desire the Abbé, footnote, the Abbé de Coulanges, who lived with his niece, Mme de Sévigné, back to main text, to prevent my sending you any more presents. What nonsense! Do I, in reality, make you any? You call the newspapers I send you by that name. You never can divest me of the desire of thus giving. It is the most sensible pleasure I can enjoy. You should rather rejoice with me if I indulged myself more frequently in it. The method you took of thanking me was highly pleasing to me. Your letters are excellent. One might venture to say they were not dictated by the good ladies of the country where you reside. I find that Mme. de Grignan, to his other connections with you, adds that of being your companion. He seems to me the only one who understands you. Be careful to preserve the happiness of his heart by the tenderness of yours, and consider that if you do not both love me, each according to your proper degree of estimation, you'll be the most ungrateful of beings. The new opinion that there is no such thing as ingratitude in the world appears to me, for the reasons which we have so frequently discussed, like the philosophy of Descartes, and the contrary one like that of Aristotle. You know the deference I always paid to the authority of the latter. It is the same with respect to my opinion of ingratitude. I should pronounce you then, my child, to be a little ungrateful wretch. But happily, and the idea constitutes all my comfort, I know you to be incapable of such conduct, and I therefore yield without reserve to the feelings of my heart. Adieu, my dearest love. I am going to close this letter. I shall write you another tonight, in which I shall give you an account of the occurrences of the day. We are every day in hopes of letting your house. You may suppose I can forget nothing that relates to you. I am as interested in your affairs as the most selfish being ever was in his own. Letter 8. Friday night, April the 10th, 1671. I make up my packet at Monsieur La Rochefoucauld's, who embraces you very heartily. He is delighted with your answer about the canons and Father Desmar. There is some pleasure in sending you these trifles. You answer them so prettily. He begs you to be assured that you still live strongly in his remembrance, and that if he hears anything worth your notice, he will certainly communicate it to you. He is at his Hôtel de Rochefoucauld, having no longer any hopes of recovering the use of his feet. He talks of going to the waters. I am for sending him to Digne, others to Bourbon. I dined en bavardin, that is, at Mme. de Lavardin's, who is extremely fond of news. Back to main text. And in so complete a style that I thought we should have died. We did not talk merely, as we used to. We did nothing but chatter. Brancard was overturned the other day into a ditch, where he found himself so much at his ease that he asked those who came to help him out if they had any occasion for his services. His glasses were all broken, and his head would have been so too, if he had not been more lucky than wise. But all this did not seem to have destroyed his reverie in the least. I wrote this morning to let him know he had been overturned and was very near breaking his neck, as I supposed he was the only person in Paris who was ignorant of it, and that I took the opportunity of expressing the concern it gave me. I expect his answer. Letter 9 from Monsieur La Rochefoucauld's, Friday evening, April the 24th, 1671. Here, then, I make up my packet. I had intended to tell you that the King arrived yesterday evening at Chantilly. He hunted a stag by moonlight, the lamps did wonders, the fireworks were a little eclipsed by the brightness of our serene friend the moon, but the evening, the supper and the entertainment went off admirably well. The weather we had yesterday gave us hopes of an end worthy of so fine a beginning.
But what do you think I learned when I came here? I'm not yet recovered and hardly know what I write. Vatel, the great Vatel, late maître d'hôtel de Monsieur Fouquet, and in that capacity with the Prince, a man so eminently distinguished for taste and whose abilities were equal to the government of a state, this man whom I knew so well, finding at 8 o'clock this morning that the fish he had sent for did not come at the time he expected it, and unable to bear the disgrace that he thought would inevitably attach to him, ran himself through with his own sword. Guess what confusion so shocking an accident must have occasioned. I think, too, that perhaps the fish might have come in just as he was expiring. I know no more of the affair at present, and I suppose you think this enough. I make no doubt the consternation was general. It must be very disagreeable to have so fatal an event break in upon an entertainment that cost 50,000 crowns. Monsieur de Menard is to be married to Mademoiselle de la Grangeneuve, but I do not know how I can have the heart to speak to you about anything but Vatel. Letter 10. Paris, Sunday, April the 26th, 1671. This is Sunday, April the 26th, and this letter will not go out till Wednesday. But it is not so much a letter as a narrative that I have just learned from Moreau of what passed at Chantilly with regard to poor Vatel. I wrote to you last Friday that he had stabbed himself. These are the particulars of the affair. The King arrived there on Thursday night. The walk and the collation, which was served in a plate set apart for the purpose and strewed with jonquils, were just as they should be. Supper was served, but there was no roast meat at one or two of the tables, on account of Vatel's having been obliged to provide several dinners more than were expected. This affected his spirits, and he was heard to say several times, "I have lost my honour. I cannot bear this disgrace." "My head is quite bewildered," said he to Gourville. "I have not had a wink of sleep these 12 nights. I wish you would assist me in giving orders." Gourville did all he could do to comfort and assist him, but the failure of the roast meat, which, however, did not happen at the King's table, but at some of the other 25, was always uppermost with him. Gourville mentioned it to the Prince, who went directly to Vatel's apartment and said to him, "Everything is extremely well conducted, Vatel. Nothing could be more admirable than His Majesty's supper." "Your Highness's goodness," replied he, "overwhelms me. I am sensible that there was a deficiency of roast meat at 2 tables. "Not at all," said the Prince. "Do not perplex yourself, and all will go well." Midnight came. The fireworks did not succeed. They were covered with a thick cloud. They cost 16,000 francs. At 4 o'clock in the morning, Vatel went round and found everybody asleep. He met one of the under-purveyors, who had just come in with only 2 loads of fish. "What," said he, "is this all?" "Yes, sir," said the man, not knowing that Vatel had dispatched other people to all the seaports around. Vatel waited for some time. The other purveyors did not arrive. His head grew distracted. He thought there was no more fish to be had. He flew to Gourville. "Sir," said he, "I cannot outlive this disgrace." Gourville laughed at him. Vatel, however, went to his apartment, and setting the hilt of his sword against the door, after 2 ineffectual attempts, succeeded in the 3rd in forcing his sword through his heart. At that instant the carriers arrived with the fish. Vatel was inquired after to distribute it. They ran to his apartment, knocked at the door, but received no answer, upon which they broke it open and found him weltering in his blood. A messenger was immediately dispatched to acquaint the Prince with what had happened. He was like a man in despair. The Duke wept, for his Burgundy journey depended upon Vatel. The Prince related the whole affair to His Majesty with an expression of great concern. It was considered as a consequence of too nice a sense of honour. Some blamed, others praised him for his courage. The King said he had put off this excursion for more than 5 years because he was aware that it would be attended with infinite trouble, and told the Prince that he ought to have had but 2 tables and not have been at the expense of so many, and declared he would never suffer him to do so again. But all this was too late for poor Vatel. However, Gourville attempted to supply the loss of Vatel, which he did in great measure. The dinner was elegant, the collation was the same. They supped, they walked, they hunted. All was perfumed with jonquils, all was enchantment. Yesterday, which was Saturday, the same entertainments were renewed, and in the evening the King set out for Liancourt, where he had ordered a medianoche. Medianoche is a flesh meal just after midnight among the Roman Catholics. Back to main text. He is to stay there 3 days. This is what Moreau has told me, hoping I should acquaint you with it. I wash my hands of the rest, for I know nothing about it. Monsieur Duckville, who was present at the scene, will no doubt give you a faithful account of all that has passed, but because his handwriting is not quite so legible as mine, I write too. If I am circumstantial, it is because on such an occasion I should like circumstantiality myself. End of section 3. Section 4 of the Letters of Mme. de Sévigné to her daughter and friends. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Letter 11. Monday, May 18, 1671. Just going to set out. At last, my dear child, I'm just ready to step into my carriage. There, I am in. Adieu. I shall never use that word to you without real grief. I am now on my way for Brittany. Is it possible that anything can increase the distance between us when we are already separated from each other by more than 200 leagues? But so it is. I have found a way to complete it. And as you thought your town of X not quite far enough from me, I also look upon Paris as too much in your neighbourhood. You went to Marseille to fly me, and I, to pay you in your own coin, am going to Vitré. But to be serious, my dear, our correspondence will suffer by this. It used to be a great source of consolation and amusement to me. Alas, what shall I have to say to you from the midst of my woods? I shall have nothing to entertain you with but accounts of Mademoiselle du Plessis and Jacquine, a pretty servant girl of Mme. de Sévigné's at her house in Brittany. Back to main text. Charming subjects, these. I'm very happy with what you tell me of your health, but in the name of God, if you have any love for me, take care of yourself. Do not dance, do not fall. Take a good deal of rest. And above all things, arrange your plans so as to lie in at X, where you may have the best and the most timely assistance.
You know how expeditious you are on these occasions. Be sure to have everything ready rather too soon than too late. Good heavens, what shall I not suffer at that period? You relate the dispute you had with your friend Vivonne very agreeably. I think the fault lies entirely on his side. You laid a famous trap in which you caught him completely. His confusion made me sweat for him, but he did so himself, I dare say, and in the end you made it up and embraced him. A great undertaking that for one in your situation. Footnote, Monsieur de Vivonne was remarkable for his great bulk. Back to main text. If your quarrels must end thus, you ought to have no quarrels nor enemies upon your hands. Letter 12, from the Rocks. Footnote, the name of Mme de Sévigné's estate in Brittany. Back to main text. Sunday, May 31st, 1671. At last, my child, I am at the Rocks. Can I behold these walks? Can I view these ornaments, this little closet, these books, these rooms, and not die with grief? Some recollections are agreeable, but there are others again so lively and so tender that they are hardly supportable. Such are mine with respect to you, and you may easily guess the effect this is likely to produce in a heart like mine. If you continue pretty well, my dear child, I believe I shall not come to you till next year. Brittany and Provence are not very compatible. Long journeys are strange things. If we were always to continue in the same mind we are in at the end of a journey, we should never stir from the place we were then in. But Providence, in kindness to us, causes us to forget it. It is much the same with lying in women. Heaven permits this forgetfulness that the world may be peopled, and that folks may make journeys to Provence. Mine, therefore, will afford me the greatest joy I ever received in my life. But how cruel a thought is it to see no end to your stay there. I more and more admire and applaud your prudence, though, to tell you the truth, I am greatly affected by this impossibility, but I hope time will make us see things in a different light. We must always live in hope. Without that consolation there would be no living. I sometimes pass such melancholy moments in the woods that I return as changed as one just out of a fever. I fancy you pass your time pretty well at Marseille. Do not fail to tell me how you were received at Grignan. The people here had designed to make a kind of triumphal entry for my son. Vaillant had drawn out near 1,500 men under arms, very well dressed, with new ribbons round their necks, and marched them within a league of the Rocks. But guess what happened? Our Abbé had written word that we should be there on Tuesday, and afterward forgot to mention it to us. Accordingly, these poor people were waiting under arms the whole day till 10 o'clock at night, and they returned home very much chagrined at their disappointment. And behold, the next day, which was Wednesday, we came in as quiet and peaceable as lambs, without dreaming that a little army had been drawn out to receive us. We were a good deal vexed at this mistake, but there was no remedy. So much for our first setting out. Mademoiselle du Plessis is just as you left her. She has formed a new acquaintance of Vitré that she plumes herself mightily upon, because she has a great genius, has read all the romances, and more than that, has had 2 letters from the Princess de Tarente. I was wicked enough to set Vaillant upon telling her that I was jealous of this new friend of hers, and that when I heard of their intimacy it had given me the greatest uneasiness, though I had taken no notice of it to her. It requires the pen of a Molière to describe all she says upon the occasion, and it is highly amusing to see how artfully she manages me, and with what care she avoids speaking of my supposed rival before my face. I, too, play my part very well. My little trees are grown surprisingly. Pirouat, footnote, the gardener at the rocks, back to main text, is raising their stately heads to the clouds. In short, nothing can be more beautiful than these walks which you first saw planted. You may remember I once gave you a little device which was thought very suitable. Here is a motto I wrote the other day upon a tree, which I intend for my son, who is just returned from Candia. Vago di fama, footnote, anxious for fame, back to main text. Is it not pretty, notwithstanding its conciseness? Yesterday I had another inscribed in honour of the idlers. Bella cosa fare niente. Footnote, what a fine thing it is to do nothing. Back to main text. Ah, my dear child, what a wild or romantic air my letters have. What has become of the time when I used to talk of Paris like other people? Now you will hear of nothing but myself, and to show you what confidence I have in your affection, I am persuaded this will be the most agreeable intelligence I can give you. I am highly pleased with my company here. Our Abbé is at all times an excellent companion. Lamousse and my son are satisfied with me, and I with them. We always seek one another, and if business at any time takes me from them, they are at their wits' end and think it very odd of me to prefer a farmer's account to a tale of La Fontaine. They are all passionately in love with you. I fancy you will hear from them soon. I choose, however, to be beforehand with them, for I do not love talking to you in a crowd. My dearest child, will you always love me? My life depends upon your affection. That, as I told you the other day, constitutes all my joy and all my sorrow. Letter 13, The Rocks, Wednesday, June the 10th, 1671. I'm going to entertain you today, my dear child, with what is called rain and fine weather. I had not your letters till Friday, and I answered them the Sunday following. I begin then with the rain, for fair weather is out of the question. For this week past it has rained incessantly. I say incessantly, for the rain has only been interrupted by storms. I cannot stir abroad, my workmen are all dispersed, and I am devoured with melancholy. La Mousse, too, is very low-spirited. We read, indeed, and that just keeps us alive. My son is gone to Rennes, whither we thought it necessary to send him, to pay a visit to the first President and several other friends I have there. If he has time, I shall prevail on him to go and see Monsieur de Grignan. He is old enough now for these things. There was a ball at Vitré again on Sunday. I very much fear that my son will become too fond of the company of 10 or a dozen men that supped with him the other night at the castle of Sévigné. They may be borne with, but he should be very cautious of forming too great an intimacy with them. A dispute arose between two of the party about some trifle or other. The lie was given. To it they went. The company endeavoured to part them. There was a great deal of talk and very little sense. However, Monsieur le Marquis, footnote, meaning her son, the Marquis of Sévigné, back to main text, had the honour of making up the difference and afterward set out for Rennes. There have been great cabals at Vitré. Mademoiselle de Quauquesson complains that at a ball the other day, Mademoiselle du Cerny did not offer her part of some oranges she had. We must hear what Mademoiselle du Plessis and de Launay have to say on this subject, as they know all the circumstances relating to it. As to Mademoiselle du Plessis, she lets all her affairs at Vitré run to ruin because she will not stir in them from the fear of making me jealous on account of her new friend. And it was but the other day that, to make me quite easy, she said as many ill-natured things of her as she could. When it is fine weather, this nonsense makes me laugh. But when it is bad and gloomy, I could give her a box on the ear, as you once did. Mme de Coulanges writes me word that she has heard nothing of Brancard except that out of his 6 coach horses he has only 1 left, and that he was the last person to discover it. I hear no news. Our little Allègre is at her mother's, and it is thought that Monsieur de Seignelay is to be married to her. I suppose you are in want of persons to furnish you with intelligence. For my part, I despise trivial occurrences. I am only for those that surprise and astonish. Such a one I met with this very morning, while the Abbé and I were in his study together. We found, in reckoning with those counters of his which are so good, that with all that has fallen to me, I ought to be worth 530,000 livres, footnote, upward of £20,000 sterling, reckoning a livre at 10 halfpenny, back to main text. Do you know that what our dear Abbé has left me will not amount to less than 80,000 francs? And you think I am not impatient to be in possession? And 100,000 francs from Burgundy. This has come since you were married. The rest, namely 100,000 crowns by my marriage, 100,000 crowns since by Monsieur de Chalon, and 20,000 francs in little legacies from 1 or 2 of my uncles. But do you not wonder whither my pen is running with me? I should do much better to tell you what I suffer every day when I reflect in what places Providence has destined us to pass our lives. This is a continual source of uneasiness to me, but that it not be so to you, you have not the same reason. You are with a husband that adores you, and in the midst of honours and splendour. But endeavour, if possible, to work some miracle in your affairs, so that your return to Paris may be retarded only by the duties of your post, and not from necessity. It is very easy to talk thus. I wish it were as easily carried into execution, and wishes are not forbidden us. They write me word that Mme. de Villeroy is at Paris, and that she is forever talking of your beauty, politeness, wit, talents, and, in short, of the new headdress you have invented, which it seems you have executed in as good a style as if you had been in the midst of the court. Madame de la Troche and I have at least the honour of having described it so well as to put you in the way of performing these wonders. She is at Paris still, that La Troche. She's going to her own house about the latter end of this month. As for me, I do not know what the States intend doing, but I fancy I shall run away for fear of being ruined. It is a mighty pretty thing to put myself to the expense of near 1,000 crowns in dinners and suppers, and all for the honour of keeping a summer house for Monsieur and Madame de Chaulnes, Madame de Rohan, Monsieur de Lavardin, and half Brittany, who, without knowing anything of me, will, to be in the fashion, honour me with their company. Well, we shall see how it turns out. I shall only regret leaving Monsieur d'Arrouy in this house before I've half finished my business. But, my dear child, the greatest inclination I have at present is to be a little religious. I plague Lamousse about it every day. I belong neither to God nor to the devil. I'm quite weary of such a situation, though between you and me, I look upon it as the most natural one in the world. I'm not the devil's because I fear God and have at bottom a principle of religion. Then, on the other hand, I am not properly God's because his law appears hard and irksome to me, and I cannot bring myself to acts of self-denial. So that altogether I am one of those called lukewarm Christians, the great number of which does not in the least surprise me, for I perfectly understand their sentiments and the reasons that influence them. However, we are told that this is a state highly displeasing to God. If so, we must get out of it. Alas, this is the difficulty. Was there ever anything so mad as I am to be thus eternally pestering you with my rhapsodies? My dear child, I ask excuse, as they say here. But I must chat with you. It is so truly delightful to me. Be sure, however, not to return me an answer. Only let me hear of your health, with a little spice of your sentiments, that I may see that you are happy and that you like Grignan. That is all. Love me. Though we have turned the world into ridicule, it is natural. It is good. End of section 4. Section 5 of the Letters of Mme. de Sévigné to her daughter and friends. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Letter 14, The Rocks, Sunday, June the 28th, 1671. You have amply made up to me my late losses. I have received 2 letters from you which have filled me with transports of joy. The pleasure I take in reading them is beyond all imagination. If I have in any way contributed to the improvement of your style, I did it in the thought I was labouring for the pleasure of others, not for my own. But Providence, who has seen fit to separate us so often and to place us at such immense distances from each other, has repaid me a little for the privations in the charms of your correspondence, and still more in the satisfaction you express in your situation and the beauty of your castle. You represent it to me with an air of grandeur and magnificence that enchants me. I once saw a similar account of it by the first Mme. de Grignan, but I little thought at that time that all these beauties were one day to be at your command. I am very much obliged to you for having given me so particular an account of it. If I could be tired in reading your letters, it would not only betray a very bad taste in me, but would likewise show that I could have very little love or friendship for you. Divest yourself of the dislike you have taken to circumstantial details. I have often told you, and you ought yourself to feel the truth of this remark, that they are as dear to us from those we love as they are tedious and disagreeable from others. If they are displeasing to us, it is only from the indifference we feel for those who write them. Admitting this observation to be true, I leave you to judge what pleasure yours afford me. It is a fine thing, truly, to play the great lady as you do at present. I perfectly comprehend Monsieur de Grignan's feelings in seeing you so much admire his castle. Had you appeared insensible or even indifferent on the occasion, it would have given him a chagrin that I can conceive better perhaps than any other, and I share in the pleasure he has in seeing you pleased. There are some hearts which sympathise for each other so truly that they judge by themselves what others feel. You do not mention Vades often enough to me, nor poor Corbinelli. Footnote: the Marquis de Vade was banished to Provence in 1665 for having been concerned in some court intrigue, and remained in exile till the year 1682. He was a man of amiable manners. Back to main text. Was it not very agreeable to you to be able to speak their language? How goes on Vade's love for the fair tea? Tell me whether he is much hurt by the infinite length of his banishment, or whether his philosophy and a little dash of misanthropy can support his heart against these vicissitudes of love and fortune. The books you read are well chosen. Petrarch must certainly give you a good deal of pleasure, especially with the notes you have. Those of Mademoiselle de Scudéry on some of his sonnets rendered them very agreeable. As for Tacitus, you know how much I was charmed with it when we read it together here, and how often I used to interrupt you to make you observe the periods where I thought the harmony particularly striking. But if you stop halfway, I shall scold you. It will be doing great injustice to the dignity of the subject. And I shall say to you, as a certain prelate did to the Queen Mother, this is history. You know what stories are already. A reluctance in this respect is only pardonable in romances, which I know you do not like. We read Tasso with pleasure, and I am a pretty good proficient in the language from the excellent masters I've had. My son makes Lamousse read Cleopatra. Footnote: a famous romance of La Coprenède's. Back to main text. And I listen to him, whether I will or not, and am amused. My son is going to Lorraine. We shall be very dull in his absence. You know how it vexes me to see the breaking up of an agreeable party, and how transported I am when I see a train of carriages driving off that have wearied me to death for a whole day. Upon which we made this just observation, that bad company is more desirable than good. I recollect all the old things we used to say when you were here, and all you said yourself and all you did. Your idea never leaves me. And then again, on a sudden, I think where you are. My imagination represents to me an immense space and a great distance. On a sudden, your castle bounds the prospect, and I am displeased at the walls that enclose your mall. Ours is surprisingly beautiful, and the young nursery is delightful. I take pleasure in rearing their little heads to the clouds, and frequently, without considering consequences or my own interest, cut down large trees because their shade incommodes my young ones. My son views all these proceedings, but I do not allow him to interfere. Pillois continues to be a very great favourite with me, and I prefer his conversation to that of many who have the title of Chevalier in the Parliament of Rennes. I am grown rather more negligent than you, for the other day I let a coachful of the Fournel family go home through a tremendous rain for want of pressing them with a good grace to stay. But I could not get the compliment to pass my lips. It was not the two young women, but the mother and an old woman from Rennes and the two sons. Mademoiselle du Plessis is exactly as you represent her, only, if possible, more impertinent. What she says and does every day to keep me from being jealous is perfectly original, and I'm quite provoked sometimes that I have nobody to laugh at it with me. Her sister-in-law is very pretty without being ridiculous, and speaks Gascon in the midst of Brittany. I think you were very happy in having Mme. de Grignan with you, Madeleine Hay du Châtelet, wife to Charles Louis, Marquis de Grignan. She was afterward mother-in-law to Mme. de Grignan, back to main text. She has a fund of knowledge that will relieve you from all kinds of restraint. This is a great deal. You'll have, too, a very agreeable companion in her. I now return to you, that is, to the divine fountain of Vaucluse. How beautiful! Well might Petrarch make such frequent mention of it. But remember, I shall some day see all these wonders with my own eyes. I, who have such a veneration for antiquities. I shall certainly be transported by them and the magnificence of Grignan. The Abbé will find employment enough there. After the Doric orders and the splendid titles of your house, nothing is wanting but the order you are going to establish there. For let me tell you, without something substantial at the bottom, all is bitterness and anxiety. I have great pity for those who ruin themselves. It is the only affliction in life that is felt alike by all, and which is increased instead of being diminished by time. I have frequent conversations on this subject with a certain friend of ours. If he has a mind to benefit by them, he has had opportunity enough to lay in a good stock, and of such a nature he need not forget them. I am glad that you are to have 2 of your brothers-in-law with you this autumn. I think you have planned your journey well. We can travel a great way without being fatigued, provided we have something to amuse us by the way, and do not lose our courage. The return of fine weather has brought all my workmen back again, which is a great amusement to me. When I have company, I work at that fine altarpiece you saw me drawing when you were at Paris. When I'm alone, I read, I write, or am with the Abbé in his closet upon business. I wish him with you sometimes, but it is for 2 or 3 days only. I consent to the commerce of wit which you propose. The other day I made a maxim offhand, without once thinking of it, and I liked it so well that I fancied I had taken it out of Monsieur de la Rochefoucauld's. Pray tell me whether it is so or not, for in that case my memory is more to be praised than my judgment. I said with all the ease in the world that ingratitude begets reproach, as acknowledgment begets new favours. Pray, where did this come from? Have I read it? Did I dream it? Is it my own idea? Nothing can be truer than the thing itself, nor that I am totally ignorant how I came by it. I found it properly arranged in my brain and at the end of my tongue. As for that sentence, bella cosa fare niente, you will not think it so dull when I tell you it is intended for your brother. Remember last winter's disaster. Adieu, my dearest child. Take care of yourself. Continue handsome, dress well, amuse yourself, and take proper exercise. I have just been writing to Vivonne, General of the Galleys, back to main text, about a captain of a troop of Bohemians, Gypsies, back to main text, whose confinement I have begged him to render as easy as possible without detriment to the King's service. You must know that there was among the troop of Bohemians that I was mentioning to you the other day a young girl who danced extremely well and put me very much in mind of your manner. I was pleased with her. She begged me to write to Provence in favour of her grandfather. "Where is he?" said I. "He's at Marseille," said she, with as much composure and unconcern as if she had said, "He's at Vincennes." He was a man of singular merit, it seems, in his way, and had been condemned to the galleys for having distinguished himself rather too much in his Bohemian faculty. Back to main text. In short, I promised to write about him. I immediately thought of Vivonne. I send you my letter. If you are not sufficiently upon terms with him to allow of my jesting with him, you may burn it. If it is an ill-written letter, you may burn it. But if you are friendly with his corpulency, and my letter will save you the trouble of writing one, seal it and send it to him. I could not refuse this request to the poor girl, and to the best dance minuet that I've seen since the days of Mlle. de Sévigné. She had just your air, was about your height, has good teeth and fine eyes. Here is a letter of so enormous a length that I can easily forgive your not reading it through. Mme. de Grignan cannot conceive how I can possibly read such long letters. But in good earnest, can you read them in a day? Letter 15, The Rocks, Sunday, July the 5th, 1671. It is a great proof of your love, my dear child, that you can bear with all the nonsense I send you from hence. You defend Mlle. de Coquesson extremely well. In return, I assure you there is not a single word in your letters that is not dear to me. I am afraid to read them for fear of ending them. If it were not for the consolation that I can read them over as often as I please, I should make them last much longer. But then, on the other hand, my impatience makes me ready to devour them. What should I do if your writing was as illegible as D'Arquevil's? Would the greatness of my affection help me to decipher it? Really, I'm afraid not. But I've heard of such instances. In short, I greatly esteem D'Arqueville, and yet I cannot accustom myself to his handwriting. I never can read his letters. I hunt out word by word. I puzzle myself with guessing at them. I say one word for another, and at last, when I can make neither head nor tail of it, away I fling the letter in a rage. But I tell you this is a secret, for I would not have him know that his letters give me all this trouble. He thinks, poor man, his hand is like print. But you, who know the contrary, tell me how you manage. My son set out yesterday, greatly concerned at parting with us. I endeavoured to inspire him with every good, just and noble sentiment that I was mistress of, and to confirm all the good qualities I had remarked in him. He received my advice with all imaginable sweetness and marks of approbation, but you know the weakness of human nature. I leave him therefore in the hands of Providence, reserving to myself the comfort of having nothing to reproach myself with in regard to him. He has a fund of wit and humour, and we shall necessarily miss him extremely. We are going to begin a moral treatise of Nicole. If I were at Paris, I would send it to you. I'm also sure you would admire it. We continue to read Tasso with pleasure. I'm almost afraid to tell you that I'm returned to Cleopatra, and by good fortune the short memory I have makes it still pleasing to me. I have a bad taste, you will say, but you know I cannot affect a prudery which is not natural to me. and as I am not yet arrived at a time of life that forbids the reading of such works, I suffer myself to be amused with them under the pretence that my son brought me into it. He used to read us some chapters too out of Rabelais, which were enough to make us die with laughing. In return, he seemed to take a good deal of pleasure in talking with me, and if he is to be believed, he will remember what I have said to him. I know him well, and can often discern good sentiments through all the levity of his conversation. If he is dismissed this autumn, we shall have him again. I have mentioned Launay to you. She was bedaubed the other day like a 12th day taper. We thought she resembled the second volume of a Sorry Romance, or the Romance of the Rose, exactly. Mademoiselle du Plessis is always at my elbow. When I read the kind things you say of her, I'm as red as fire. The other day, La Biglesse played Tartuffe to the life. Being at table, she happened to tell a fib about some trifle or other which I noticed and told her of it. She cast her eyes to the ground and with a very demure air said, "Yes, indeed, madam, I am the greatest liar in the world. I am very much obliged to you for telling me of it." We all burst out laughing, for it was exactly the tone of Tartuffe. "Yes, brother, I am a wretch, a vessel of iniquity." She attempts sometimes to be sententious and gives herself airs of understanding which sit still worse upon her than her own natural way. There. I think you know everything about the rocks. End of section 5. Section 6 of the Letters of Mme. de Sévigné to her daughter and friends. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Letter 16. The Rocks, Sunday, July the 12th, 1671. I have received but one letter from you, my dear child, which vexes me. I used generally to have 2. It is a bad thing to use oneself to such dear and tender cares as yours. There's no being happy without them. If M. de Grignan's brothers come to you this summer, they will be good company for you. The coadjutor has been a little indisposed, but is now perfectly recovered. He is incredibly lazy, and is the more to blame as he can write extremely well when he sets about it. He has a great regard for you and intends visiting you about the middle of August. He cannot before. He protests, but I believe it is false, that he has no branch to rest upon, which hinders him from writing and makes his eyes ache. This is all I know about Seigneur Corbeau. How odd it is of me to tell you all this, when I do not know myself how I stand with him. If you should know anything of the matter, inform me. I reflect every hour of the day upon the times when I used to see you always about me, and am perpetually regretting the loss of those happy moments. Not that I can reproach my heart with having been insensible of the pleasure of your company, for I solemnly protest to you, I never looked upon you with the indifference or coolness that grows upon long acquaintance. No, I cannot reproach myself with that. What I regret is that I did not see you so constantly as I could now wish I had, but suffered cruel business sometimes to tear me from you. It would be a fine thing to fill my letters with what fills my heart. Alas, as you say, we should glide over many thoughts without seeming to regard them. Here then I rest, and conjure you, if I am at all dear to you, to be particularly careful of your health. Amuse yourself. Do not study too much. Carry yourself safely through your pregnancy. After that, if M. de Grignan really loves you and is resolved not to kill you outright, I know what he will do, or rather what he will not do. Have you cruelty enough not to finish Tacitus? Can you leave Germanicus in the midst of his conquests? If you really intend to serve him so paltry a trick, let me know where you leave off, and I will finish for you, which is all I can do to serve you at present. We have gone through Tasso, and with a great deal of pleasure. We found beauties in him that are unknown to those who are only half read in the language. We have begun our morality. Footnote, Monsieur Nicole's Moral Essays, back to main text. It is of much the same nature as Pascal's. Talking of Pascal, I have taken it into my head to almost adore those gentlemen, the postilions, who are incessantly carrying our letters backward and forward. There is not a day in the week but they bring one either to you or to me. There is one every day and every hour of the day upon the road. Kind-hearted people, how obliging it is of them. What a charming invention is the post, and what a happy effect of Providence is the desire of gain. I sometimes think of writing to them to show my gratitude, and I believe I should have done it before had I not remembered that chapter in Pascal and been afraid that they might perhaps have thought it proper to thank me for writing to them as I thanked them for carrying my letters. Here is a fine digression for you. But to return to our reading. It was without prejudice to Cleopatra that I laid a wager I would read it through. You know how I support my wagers. I often wonder how I could like such ridiculous stuff. I can hardly comprehend it. You may perhaps remember enough of me to know how much a bad style displeases me, that I have some taste for a good one, and that no person is more sensible to the charms of eloquence. I well know how wretched La Caprenede's style is in many places, on account of its long-winded periods and bad choice of words. I wrote a letter to your brother in that style the other day, which was pleasant enough. However, though I find such glaring faults in Caprenede, though I know how detestable that way of writing is, yet I cannot leave it. The beauty of the sentiments, the violence of the passions, and the miraculous success of their redoubtable swords entices me away like a child. I become a party in all their designs, and if I had not the example of Messrs. de la Rochefoucauld and d'Arqueville to comfort me, I should be ready to hang myself for being guilty of such a weakness. You appear before me and cry, shame, yet still I go on. I shall have great honour in being entrusted by you with the care of preserving you in the Abbé's friendship. He loves you tenderly. You are often the subject of our conversation, with your state, your grandeur, and so forth. You would not willingly die without having first taken a trip to Provence and rendered you some service. I am told that poor Mme. de Montluet is on the point of losing her senses. She has been raving hitherto without once shedding a tear, but now she has a violent fever and begins to cry. She says she will be damned, since her dear husband is inevitably so. We go on with our travel. The weather is very hot, but the mornings and evenings are delightful in the woods and under the shade of the trees before the house. My apartment is extremely cool. I'm afraid you suffer from the heat in Provence. Letter 17, The Rocks, Wednesday, August the 19th, 1771. You describe very humorously the disorder my perfumed paper occasioned you. Those who saw you read my letters must have thought I was dead, and could never imagine that they contained nothing but chit-chat. I am very far from correcting myself in the way you imagined. I shall always run into extremes in what is for your good, if it depends on me. I already began to think that my paper might do you harm, but I did not intend to change it till about November. However, I begin from this day. For the future, you will have nothing to guard against but the smell. You have a tolerable number of the Grignons with you. The Lord deliver you from the aunt, footnote, Anne d'Ornano, Comtesse d'Harcourt, aunt of Monsieur de Grignan, back to main text. I feel her troublesome even here. The Chevalier's sleeves must have had a curious effect at table, but though they draw everything along with them, I much question whether they would draw me. Fond as I am of fashion, I have a great aversion to slovenliness. Vitré would be a famous place for him, I think. I never saw such profusion before. There's not a table at court that can come up to the meanest of the 12 or 15 that are constantly kept up here. And indeed there is occasion for all this, for there are no less than 300 people to be provided for who have nowhere else to eat. I left this good town last Monday after having made your compliments to Mme. de Grignan and Mme. de Michele. Nothing could be more cordially received or more warmly returned. All Brittany was drunk on that day. We dined apart. 40 gentlemen dined in a lower room, each of whom drank 40 toasts. The King's was the first, and then the glasses were broken. All this was done under pretence of extreme joy and gratitude for 100,000 crowns which His Majesty had remitted out of the free gift the province had made him, as a recompense for their having so cheerfully complied with his request. So now there is only 2,200,000 livres instead of 500,000. The King, too, has written a letter with his own hand, full of the kindest expressions to his good province of Brittany. And this letter the Governor read to the States assembled, and a copy of it was registered. Upon this they shouted "Vive le Roi!" and immediately fell to drinking. And drink they did, God knows. Monsieur de Champs did not forget the gouvernante of Provence, and a Breton gentleman, going to toast you by your name, and not well remembering it, got up and in a loud voice exclaimed, "Here is to Mme. de Grignan." This ridiculous mistake made Monsieur de Champs laugh till the tears came into his eyes. The Bretons drank it, thinking it was right, and for a week to come you will be nothing but Mme. de Grignan. Some call you the Countess of Grignan. This was the state of things when I left them. I have shown Pominard what you say of him. He is highly delighted with it. But I assure you he is so hardened and impudent that once or twice in a day he makes the first President leave the room, to whom he is a mortal enemy, as well as to the Procurator General. Mme. de Grignan had just received the news of the death of her little girl and fainted away. She is in great affliction and says she'll never have so pretty a one. Her husband is quite inconsolable. He has just returned from Paris after having made matters up with Le Bordage. This was a most extraordinary affair. He has transferred all his resentments to Monsieur de Turenne. Footnote, glory, which is the last passion of the sage, was not the only passion of Turenne, for at the age of 60 he was in love with Mme. de Grignan. Back to main text. I suppose you know nothing of this.
but it fell unintentionally from my pen. There was a pretty ball on Sunday. We saw a girl of Lower Brittany who, they said, bore away the palm. She was the most ridiculous creature I ever saw, and threw herself into such attitudes as made us die with laughing. But there were other dancers, both men and women, who were really admirable. If you ask me how I like my rocks after all this hurry, I shall tell you that I am delighted to be here again. I shall stay for a week or 10 days at least, in spite of their endeavours to get me back. I want rest more than I can describe to you. I want to sleep. I want to eat, for I am starved at these fêtes. I want the fresh air. I want silence, for I was attacked on all sides, and my lungs were almost worn out with talking. In short, my dear, I found our Abbé, La Mousse, my dog, my mole, Villeroy, and my masons, all as I left them. And they are the only things that can do me any good in my present condition. Letter 18, The Rocks, Sunday, August the 23rd, 1671. You were with the President of Champs, lady, then when you wrote to me. Her husband was the intimate friend of Monsieur Fouquet. Am I right in this? In short, my dear, you were not alone, and Monsieur de Grignan acted wisely in making you leave your closet to entertain your company. He might, however, have spared his Capuchin's beard, although he did not appear much the worse for it in your eyes, for when he was at Livry with his bushy tuft, quote, sa touffe ébouriffée, part of a bout rimé, filled up by Mme de Grignan, end quote, you thought him handsomer than Adonis. I often repeat these 4 verses with admiration. It is surprising what an impression the remembrance of any particular time makes upon the mind, whether good or bad. Sometimes I think of that delicious autumn, and then again, when I reflect on the latter part of it, I sweat with horror. Footnote, on account of a miscarriage that Mme de Grignan had at Livry, the 4th of November, 1669, back to main text. Yet we ought to be thankful to Providence, who delivered you out of the danger you were in. Your reflections upon the death of Monsieur de Guise are admirable. You have made me plough up my moor with my eyes, for it is there I meditate with most pleasure. Poor La Mousse has been afflicted with the toothache, so that for a long time I have walked alone till night and thought of God knows what I have not thought of. Do not be under apprehensions of my growing weary of solitude. Set aside the ills that arise from my own heart, and against which I have not strength to struggle. I am not to be pitied in any respect. I am of a happy temper. I can accommodate myself to and be pleased with anything. I prefer my retirement here to all the noise and pageantry of Vitré. I have been here a week, and the tranquillity I have enjoyed has cured me of a dreadful cold. I have drank nothing but water, have talked very little, have left off suppers, and by this method, without having shortened my walks, I am quite well again. Mme de Grignan, Mme de Murenet, Mme Fourchet, and a very fine girl from Nantes came here last Thursday. Mme de Grignan told me, as she came into my room, that she could exist no longer without seeing me, that she had the weight of all Brittany upon her shoulders, and should die with fatigue. She then flung herself upon my bed. We sat round her, and she was fast asleep in a minute from mere fatigue, though we continued talking. At last she awoke, highly charmed with the ease and freedom we enjoy at the rocks. We then took a walk. Afterwards she and I sat down to rest ourselves in the centre of the wood, and while the rest were diverting themselves at maul, I made her tell me how she came to marry Monsieur de Charne, for I always loved to fish out something by way of amusement. But in the midst of our entertainment there came on so treacherous a shower, like the one you may remember at Livry, that we were nearly drowned. The water ran from our clothes in streams. It came through the trees in a moment, and we were instantly wet to the skin. We ran as fast as we could, some screaming, others sliding, others falling. At last we got in. A roaring fire was made. We changed our dress from head to foot, I furnishing the whole wardrobe. We dried our shoes, and were ready to die with laughing all the while. In this manner was the gouvernante of Brittany treated in her own government. After this we had a slight repast, and then the poor woman left us, more vexed, I dare say, at the part she had to play when she got home than at the affront she had received here. She made me promise to relate this adventure to you, to come and assist her tomorrow in entertaining the States, which will break up in about a week. I engaged to do both. Of the one I now acquit myself, and of the other I shall acquit myself tomorrow, as I cannot help showing her this civility. End of section 6. Section 7 of the Letters of Mme. de Sévigné to her daughter and friends. This is a LibriVox recording, or LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Letter 19. The Rocks, Wednesday, September the 16th, 1671. I am wicked today, my child. I am just in the same humour as when you used to say, "You are wicked." I am very dull and spiritless. I have not heard from you. Warm affections are never tranquil. A maxim. It rains. We are quite alone. In short, I wish you a pleasanter day than I am likely to have. What greatly perplexes the Abbé Lamousse and the rest of my party is that there is no remedy for the evil. I want it to be Friday, that I may have a letter from you, and it is but Wednesday. This puzzles them. They do not know what to do for me in this case, for if, in the excess of their friendship, they were to assure me it was Friday, that would be still worse, for if I had not had a letter from you then, I should be lost to all reason. I am obliged to have patience, though patience, you know, is a virtue that I am not much in the habit of practising. But I shall be easy before 3 days have passed. I am very anxious to know how you are after your alarm. These alarms are my aversion, for though I am not with child myself, they make me become so. That is, they put me in a condition that entirely destroys my health. However, my uneasiness does not at present reach so far, for I am persuaded you have been prudent enough to keep your bed, and that you will have set all matters right again. Do not tell me that you will not let me know anything about your health. That would make me desperate. And having no longer any confidence in what you say, I should be always in the way I am at present. We are, it must be owned, at a fine distance from each other, and if either of us had anything upon the mind that required immediate relief, we should have plenty of time to hang ourselves in. I thought it necessary yesterday to take a small dose of morality, and I found myself a great deal the better for it, and still more so for a little criticism on the Berenice of Racine, which I thought very diverting and ingenious. It is by the author of The Sylphs, Gnomes and Salamanders, footnote, the Abbé Villard, author of the Count de Bussy, back to main text. There are a few words which are not quite so good as they should be, and even unbecoming in a man who knows the world. These grate the ear. But as they occur only here and there, they ought not to prejudice us against the whole, which I assure you upon examination I found a very well-written critique. As I fancied this trifle would have diverted you, I heartily wished for you by my side in the closet, provided you could return again to your magnificent castle as soon as you had read it. And yet I own I should have felt some pain in letting you go so soon. I know too well what the last parting cost me. It would partake of the humour I've just been complaining of. I cannot think of it even now without shuddering. But you are safe from this inconvenience. I hope this letter will find you cheerful. If so, I beg you will burn it directly, for it would be very extraordinary if it should be agreeable to you, considering the horrid humour I write it in. It is very happy for the coadjutor that I do not answer his letter today. I have a great inclination to ask you 1,000 questions by way of finishing this performance worthily. Have you many grapes? You tell me only of figs. Is the weather very hot? You do not say a word about it. Have you such charming cattle as we have at Paris? Has your Aunt d'Harcourt been with you long? You see that, having lost so many of your letters, I'm quite ignorant how matters stand, and have entirely lost the thread of your discourse. Oh, how I long to beat somebody, and how much I should be obliged to any Breton that would come and say something very silly to put me in a passion. You told me the other day that you were glad I was returned to my solitude, that I might think of you. Very pretty, that. As if I did not think sufficiently of you in every other place. Farewell, my dear. This is the best part of my letter. I finish because I think I talk foolishly, and I must preserve my credit. Letter 20, The Rocks, Wednesday, September the 30th, 1671. I believe the Laonic opinion is now the most ascertained. He understands the subject completely, can tell whether matter reasons or not, what kind of intelligence God has given to the brute creation, with other subjects that occupied his thoughts. You may perceive by this that I suppose him in heaven. Oh, que spero, footnote. Oh, how I wish it. Back to main text. He died on Monday morning. I was then at Vitré and saw him, but I wish I had not seen him. His brother seems inconsolable. I invited him to my woods that he might weep at liberty, but he told me he was too deeply afflicted to seek consolation. The poor bishop was only 35 years of age. He was well provided for and had an admirable taste for science. This was in fact the cause of his death, as it was of Pascal's. He wore himself out with study. You are not much interested in this detail, but it is the news of the place, and you must therefore bear with it. Death, in my opinion, is the concern of everyone, and its consequences strike home to our bosoms. I read Monsieur Nicole with a degree of pleasure that lifts me above the earth. I am particularly charmed with his third treatise on the means of preserving peace and harmony among mankind. Read it, I beseech you, and with attention. You will see how clearly he develops the intricacies of the human heart, in which every sect alike is included: philosophers, Jansenists, Molinists, in short, all mankind. This may truly be called searching to the bottom of the heart with the lantern. He discovers to us sensations that we feel daily, but which we have neither the wit to comprehend nor the sincerity to acknowledge. In a word, I never read anything like it except Pascal. Were it not for the amusement of our books, we should be moped to death for want of employment. It rains incessantly. I need say no more to make you conceive how dull our situation is, but you, who enjoy a sunshine which is so much the object of my envy, how do I pity you, to be torn from Grignan, while the weather is delightful in the middle of autumn, and from an agreeable society, and all this to be shut up in a dirty little town. I cannot bear the idea. Could not M. de Grignan have put off the assembly a little longer? Is he not master in this respect? And poor Coulanges, what will become of him? Our recluse mode of life has so turned our brains that we make matters of consequence of everything. Receiving and answering letters takes up some of our time, indeed, but we always have enough left upon our hands. You make our Abbé proud by the kind things you say of him in your letters. I am satisfied with him on your account. As for Lamousse, he catechizes Sundays and holidays. He is resolved to go to heaven. I tell him it is only out of curiosity to see whether the sun is a heap of dust continually in motion or a globe of fire. The other day he assembled all the children of the village about him and was catechizing them. But after several questions, they had so confounded things that when he asked them who the Blessed Virgin was, they all with one accord answered, "The Creator of heaven and earth." His faith was not shaken by the children, but finding the men and women, and even the old people, all in the same story, he began to doubt, and at length joined in the opinion. In short, he did not know what he was about, and if I had not luckily come to his aid, he would never have got out of the scrape. This new opinion would certainly have been productive of more mischief than that of the motion of atoms. Farewell, my dear child. You see, we tickle ourselves in order to laugh. To so low an ebb are we reduced. Letter 21. The Rocks, Wednesday, October the 7th, 1671. You know I am always carried away by what I read, so that it is for the interest of those I converse with that I should read none but the best books. I can think of nothing at present but M. Nicole's Moral Reflections. His treatise on the means of preserving peace among men delights me. I never met with anything so truly practical, yet so full of fire and imagination. If you have not yet read it, I beg you will. If you have read it again with additional attention. For my part, I think all mankind are included in it. I am persuaded it was made for me, and hope to profit by it. At least I shall endeavour to do so. You know, I could never bear the old saying, "I am too old to mend." I could much sooner pardon the young for saying, "I am too young." Youth is in itself so amiable that were the soul as perfect as the body, we could not forbear adoring it. But when youth is past, it is then we ought to think of improvements and endeavour to supply the loss of personal charms by the graces and perfections of the mind. I have long made this the subject of meditation, and am determined to work every day at my mind, my soul, my heart, and my sentiments. I am full of this at present, and therefore fill my letter with it, having besides nothing of greater consequence to tell you. I suppose you are at Lambesc, but I cannot see you clearly from hence. There is a mist about my imagination that conceals you from my sight. I had formed an idea of Grignan. I saw your apartment, used to walk upon your terrace, and went to mass at your beautiful church, but now am quite at a loss. I wait with great impatience for intelligence from your new quarters. I will write no more today, though I have a great deal of time upon my hands, for I have nothing but trifles to tell you, which would be an affront to the Lady Lieutenant of a province who is holding the States, and consequently has weighty affairs upon her hands. It may do well enough when you are in your little Palace of Apollo. Our Abbé and La Mousse are very much yours, and I, my dear child, need I tell you what I am, or what you are to me? Letter 22, The Rocks, Wednesday, November the 4th, 1671. Let us talk of Monsieur Nicole. It is a long time since we have said a word about him. There is a great deal of justice in your observation respecting the indifference he requires us to show to the opinion of the world. I think with you that philosophy will hardly be found sufficient of itself without the assistance of grace. He lays so great a stress on preserving peace and good fellowship with our neighbour, and recommends so many things to us in order to attain this, that it is next to an impossibility after this to be indifferent to what the world thinks of us. Guess what I am doing. I am beginning this treatise again. Methinks I could wish to swallow it like Ezekiel's roll. I am delighted with what he says on the subject of pride and self-love, which enter into all disputes under the feigned name of the love of truth. In short, this treatise will apply to more than one in the world, but I cannot help thinking that he had me principally in view when he wrote it. He says, eloquence and a flow of words give a lustre to thoughts. I greatly admired that expression. I thought it beautiful and new. The word lustre is extremely apposite there. Do you not think so? We must read this book together at Grignan. I pass my time in having masses said for you every day, and in a multitude of disagreeable thoughts, which can be of no service to you, but which, however, it is impossible to avoid. I have at present 10 or 12 workmen in the air, raising the timbers of our chapel. They run backward and forward upon the outside of it like so many rats. They hold by nothing, and are every instant in danger of breaking their necks, and make my back ache with endeavouring to help them below. One cannot but admire the wonderful effects of Providence in the desire of gain, and be thankful such people are created who are willing to do for a shilling what others would not do for 100,000 pounds. Oh, thrice happy they who plant cabbages, when they have one foot on the ground, the other is not far off. I have this from a very good author, footnote. Panurge during the storm. Back to main text. We have planters too with us who are forming new avenues. I hold the young trees myself while they set them in the ground, unless it rains, so that there is no being abroad. But the weather almost drives me to despair and makes me wish for a sylph to transport me to Paris. Mme. de Lafayette says that since you tell the story of Auger in so serious a manner, she is persuaded nothing can be more true, and that you are by no means jesting with me. She thought at first that it had been a joke of Coulanges, and it looks very like it. If you write to him upon the subject, pray let it be in that style. End of section 7.
Section 8 of the Letters of Mme. de Sévigné to her daughter and friends. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Letter 23. Paris, Wednesday, January the 13th, 1672. For heaven's sake, my dear child, what do you mean? What pleasure can you take in thus abusing your person and understanding, vilifying your conduct, and saying that one must have great good nature to think of you sometimes? I am certain you cannot believe all you say, yet it hurts me to hear it. You really make me angry with you, and though perhaps I ought not to answer seriously things that are only said in jest, yet I cannot help scolding you before I go any further. You are excellent again when you say you are afraid of wits. Alas, if you knew how insignificant they are when you are by, and how encumbered they are with their own dear persons, you would not value them at all. Do you remember how you used to be deceived in them sometimes? Do not let distance magnify objects too much, but it is one of its common effects. We sup every evening at Madame Scarron's. She has a most engaging wit and an understanding surprisingly just and clear. It is a pleasure to hear her sometimes reason upon the horrid confusion and distractions of a country with which she is very well acquainted. The vexations that Heudicourt undergoes in a place that appears so dazzling and glorious, the continual rage of Lausanne, the gloomy chagrin and cares of the court ladies, from which the most envied are not always exempt, are things which he describes in the most agreeable and entertaining manner. Such conversations as these lead us insensibly from one moral reflection to another, sometimes of a religious, sometimes of a political kind. You are frequently one of our subjects. She admires your wit and manners, and whenever you return hither, you are sure of being highly in favour. But let me give you an instance of the King's goodness and generosity, to show you what a pleasure it is to serve so amiable a master. He sent for Marshal Bellefonds into his closet the other day, and thus accosted him: "Monsieur le Maréchal, I insist upon knowing your reasons for quitting my service. Is it through a principle of devotion? Is it from an inclination to retire? Or is it on account of your debts? If it be the latter, I myself will take charge of them and inform myself of the state of your affairs." The Marshal was sensibly affected with this goodness. "Sire," said he, "it is my debts. I am overwhelmed with them, and cannot bear to see some of my friends, who assisted me with their fortunes, likely to suffer on my account, without having it in my power to satisfy them." "Well then," said the King, "they shall have security for what is owing to them. I now give you 100,000 francs on your house at Versailles, and a grant of 400,000 more as a security in case of your death. The 100,000 francs will enable you to pay off the arrears. And so now you remain in my service." That heart must be insensible indeed that could refuse the most implicit obedience to such a master, who enters with so much goodness and condescension into the interest of his servants. Accordingly, the Marshal made no further resistance. He is now reinstated in his place and loaded with favours. This is all strictly true. Not a night passes at Saint-Germain without balls, plays, or masquerades. The King shows an assiduity to divert this Madame that he never did for the other. Racine has brought out a new piece called Bajazet, which they say carries everything before it. Indeed, it does not go in imperando as the others did. Monsieur de Tailles says that it as much exceeds the best piece of Corneille's as Corneille's does one of Boyer's. This now is what you may call praising by the lump. There is nothing like telling truth. However, our eyes and ears will inform us more fully, for footnote, du bruit de Bajazet, mon âme importunée, a line in Desprieux, back to main text. Mon âme importunée obliges me to go immediately to the play. We shall see what it is. I have been at Livry. Ah, my dear child, how well did I keep my word with you, and how many tender thoughts of you filled my breast. It was delightful weather, though very cold, but the sun shone finely, and every tree was hung with pearls and crystals that formed a pleasing diversity of colours. I walked a great deal. The next day I dined at Pomponne. It would not be an easy matter to recount all that passed during a stay of 5 hours. However, I was not at all tired with my visit. Monsieur de Pomponne will be here in 3 or 4 days. I should be very much vexed if I was obliged to apply to him about your Provence affairs. I am persuaded he will not hear me. You see, I give myself airs of knowledge. But really nothing comes up to Monsieur Dussès. I never saw a man of better understanding, nor one more capable of giving sound advice. I wait to see him that I may inform you of what he has done at Saint-Germain. You desire me to write you long letters. I think you have now sufficient reason to be contented. I am sometimes frightened at the length of them myself, and were it not for your agreeable flattery, I should never think of venturing them out of my hands. Mme de Grignan is excellently provided for the winter in Monsieur de Longueville and the Count de Guiche, but nothing is meant but what is fair and honourable, only she takes a pleasure in being adored. La Marne is never seen now, either at Mme de La Fayette's or at Monsieur de la Rochefoucauld's. We cannot find out what she is doing. We are apt to judge a little rashly now and then. She took it into her head this summer that she should be ravished, as if she wished it. But I am of the opinion that she's in no great danger. Good heavens, what a mad creature she is! And how long have I looked on her in the same light as you do now? But now, let me tell you, my dear, it is not my fault that I do not see Mme de la Vallefroy, footnote, a lady of quality in Provence, who was just then come to Paris, back to main text. I am sure there is no occasion to bid me go and see her. It is enough that she has seen you for me to run after her. But then she is running after somebody else, for I might forever desire her to wait at home for me. I cannot get her to do me that favour. Your jest applies admirably to Monsieur le Grand, and a very good one it is. Poor Chatillon is every day teasing us with the most wretched ones imaginable. Letter 24, Paris, Wednesday, June the 20th, 1672. I send you Monsieur de Rochefoucauld's Maxims, revised and corrected with additions. It is a present to you from himself. Some of them I can make shift to guess the meaning of, but there are others that, to my shame be it spoken, I cannot understand at all. God knows how it will be with you. There is a dispute between the Archbishop of Paris and the Archbishop of Reims about a point of ceremony. Paris will have Reims ask leave of him as his superior to officiate, which Reims will not consent to. It is said that these two right reverends will never agree till they are 30 or 40 leagues asunder. If that is the case, they are both of them likely to continue as they are. The ceremony it relates to is the canonization of one Borgia, a Jesuit. The whole opera band is to exert itself on the occasion. The streets will be illuminated even to the Rue Saint-Antoine. The people are all mad about it. Old Mérinville, however, has died without having seen it. Do not deceive yourself, my child, by entertaining too good an opinion of my letters. The other day, an impertinent fellow, seeing the monstrous length of a letter I was writing to you, asked me very seriously if I thought anybody could possibly read it all. I trembled at the thought of it, but without any intention of amendment, for the correspondence I have with you is my existence, the sole pleasure of my life, and every other consideration is but mean when put in competition with it. I am uneasy about your brother, poor fellow. The weather is very cold. He lies in camp and is still on the march to Cologne, the Lord knows how long. I was in hopes of seeing him this winter and to see where he is now. After all, I find little Mademoiselle Adema must be the comfort of my old age. I wish you could see how fond she is of me, how she cries after me and hangs about me. She is not a beauty, but she is very pleasing, has a delightful voice, and a skin as clear and white. In short, I dote on her. You, it seems, dote on your boy. I'm very glad of it. We cannot have too many things to amuse us, real or imaginary, it does not signify. Tomorrow there is to be a ball at Madame's. I saw a heap of jewels tossing about at Mademoiselle's, which put me in mind of past troubles, and yet would to heaven we were at the same work again, for how can I be unhappy while you are with me? Alas, my whole life is one continued scene of sorrow and disappointment. Dear Monsieur Nicole, have pity on me, and teach me to bear with patience the dispensations of Providence. Farewell, my dearest child. I dare not say I adore you, but I cannot conceive any degree of love superior to mine. The kind and pleasing assurances you give me of yours at once lighten and increase my sorrows. Letter 25, Paris, Wednesday, March the 16th, 1672. You talk to me of my departure. Alas, my dear, I languish in the pleasing hope of it. Nothing now stops me but my poor aunt, Footnote: Henrietta de Coulanges, Marchioness de la Trousse, back to main text, who was dying with violent pain and dropsy. It breaks my heart to see her sufferings and to hear the tender and affecting manner in which she talks to me. Her courage, patience and resignation are altogether admirable. Monsieur d'Arqueville and I observe her distemper from day to day. He sees my inmost heart and knows what grief it is to me not to be at liberty at present. I am entirely guided by him, and we shall see between this and Easter whether her disorder increases as much as it has done since I came hither. If it does, she will die in our arms, but if she receives any relief and is likely to languish for any length of time, I shall then set out as soon as Monsieur de Coulanges comes back. Our poor Abbé is as vexed at this as myself, but we shall be able to judge how it will turn out by next month. I can think of nothing else. You cannot wish to see me as much as I do to embrace you, so put some bounds to your ambition, and do not hope ever to equal me in that respect. My son tells me they lead a wretched life in Germany, and are working all in the dark. He was greatly concerned at the death of the poor Chevalier. You ask me if I am as fond of life as ever, and I must own to you that I experience mortifications, and severe ones too, but I am still unhappy at the thoughts of death. I consider it so great a misfortune to see the termination of all my pursuits that I should desire nothing better, if it were practicable, than to begin life again. I find myself engaged in a scene of confusion and trouble. I was embarked in life without my own consent, and know I must leave it again. That distracts me. For how shall I leave it? In what manner? By what door? At what time? In what disposition? Am I to suffer 1,000 pains and torments that will make me die in a state of despair? Shall I lose my senses? Am I to die by some sudden accident? How shall I stand with God? What shall I have to offer to him? Will fear and necessity make my peace with him? Shall I have no other sentiment but that of fear? What have I to hope? Am I worthy of heaven, or have I deserved the torments of hell? Dreadful alternative. Alarming uncertainty. Can there be greater madness than to place our eternal salvation in uncertainty? Yet what is more natural, or can be more easily accounted for, than the foolish manner in which I have spent my life? I am frequently buried in thoughts of this nature, and then death appears so dreadful to me that I hate life more for leading me to it than I do for all the thorns that are strewed in its way. You will ask me then if I would wish to live forever. Far from it. But if I had been consulted, I would very gladly have died in my nurse's arms. It would have spared me many vexations, and would have ensured heaven to me at a very easy rate. But let us talk of something else. I am quite provoked that you have received Bajazet from any hand but mine. That fellow Barbin, footnote, a famous bookseller of that name, back to main text, has served me this trick out of spite, because I do not write Princesses of Clèves and Montpensier. Footnote, 2 romances written by Mme de Lafayette, by which Barbin got a great deal of money, back to main text. You form a very just and true judgment of Bajazet, and you will find that I am of your opinion. I wish I could send you Champollion to enliven it a little. The character of Bajazet wants life, and the manners of the Turks are ill preserved. Their marriages have less ceremony. The plot is badly managed, and we are at a loss to account for so much slaughter. The piece has doubtless its beauties, but there's nothing superlative, nothing perfect. None of those fine strokes that, like Corneille's, make one tremble. Let us be cautious how we compare Racine with him. The difference between them is great. The pieces of the latter are in many places cold and feeble, nor will he ever be able to surpass his Alexander and Andromache. Many persons consider Bajazet as inferior to both these, and it is my opinion also, if I may be allowed to give it. Racine's plays are written for Champollion, not for posterity. Footnote: the event has proved by Mithridates, Phèdre and Atalia that Mme. de Sévigné's judgment partook of the prejudice of the times in which she wrote. Back to main text. Racine's plays are written for Champollion, not for posterity. Whenever he grows old and ceases to be in love, it will be seen whether I am mistaken or not. Long live then our old friend Corneille. Let us forgive the bad lines we occasionally meet with for the sake of those divine sallies that so often transport us, those masterly strokes that bid defiance to imitation. Despréaux has said as much before me, and it is in general the opinion of everyone of good taste. Let us therefore maintain it. I send you a witticism of Mme. de Cornouel's, which has highly diverted the crowd. Young Monsieur Trombonneau has quitted the long robe and taken to the jacket and trousers. In short, he is resolved to go to sea. I do not know in what way the land has offended him. However, somebody told Mme. de Cornouel that he was going to sea. Lord bless the man, said she. Has he been bitten by a mad dog? As this was said offhand, it raised a great laugh. End of section 8. Section 9 of the Letters of Mme. de Sévigné to her daughter and friends. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Letter 26. Paris, Wednesday, May the 4th, 1672. It is impossible, my dear child, to tell you how much I pity, how much I praise, and how much I admire you. Thus, I divide my discourse into 3 heads. First, I pity you in being so subject to the vapours and low spirits, as they will certainly do you much harm. Secondly, I praise you for subduing them when there is occasion, especially on Monsieur de Grignan's account, whom they must make very uneasy. It is a pleasing proof of the regard and consideration you have for him. Thirdly and lastly, I admire you for suppressing your natural inclination so as to appear what you are not. This is really heroic and the fruit of your philosophy. You have ample matter in yourself to call it into exercise. We were saying the other day that there is no real evil in life except great pain. All the rest is merely imaginary and depends on the light in which we view things. All other evils are curable, either by time, moderation in our wishes, or strength of mind, and may be lightened by reflection, religion, or philosophy. But pain tyrannizes over both soul and body.
Confidence in God may indeed enable us to bear it with patience and turn it to our advantage, but it will not diminish it. This seems to savour of the Faubourg Saint-Germain. Footnote, that is from Mme. de Lafayette, at whose house Monsieur de Rochefoucauld and some of the most select company in Paris used to meet. Back to main text. But it comes from my poor aunt's apartment, where I was the leader of the conversation. The subject arose naturally from her extreme sufferings, which, she maintains, are infinitely superior to every evil that life is subject to. Monsieur La Rochefoucauld is of the same opinion. He is still tormented with the gout. He has lost his true mother, footnote, Gabrielle Duplessis-Liancourt, back to main text, and he lamented her death so tenderly and affectionately that I almost adored him. She was a woman of extraordinary merit, and was the only person in the world, he said, who was unchangeable in her love to him. Fail not to write to him, both you and Monsieur de Grignan. Monsieur de Rochefoucauld's affection for his family is unparalleled. He maintains that it is one of the chains that attach us to one another. We have discovered and related and reconciled many things relative to his foolish mother, Mme. de Marance, but he explained to us clearly what you once said, that it was not what we thought, but quite another thing. Yes, truly it was quite another thing. Or perhaps better still, it was this and that too. One was without prejudice to the other. She wedded the lute to the voice, and spiritual things to coarseness and indelicacy. My child, we found a good vein, and one which explains the mystery of a quarrel you once had in the council chamber of Mme. de Lafayette. I will tell you the rest in Provence. My aunt is in a state which does not seem likely to terminate. Your journey is exceedingly well timed. Perhaps ours may tally with it. We have a great desire to pass some part of our Whitsuntide on the road, either at Moulins or at Lyon. The Abbé wishes it no less than myself. There is not a man of quality, of the sort I mean, in Paris. I went on Sunday to hear Mass at the Minime. We shall find our poor Minime quite deserted, said I to Mademoiselle de la Trousse. We shall not find a creature there, except the Marquis d'Alluy. Footnote, Paul d'Escableau, Marquis d'Alluy et de Sourdis, governor of the city and country of Orléans and of the Pays Chartrain, back to main text. Well, we went into the church, where the first and the only creature we saw was the Marquis d'Alluy. I could not help laughing till I fairly cried at the oddity of the thing. In short, he is left behind and is going to his government on the sea-coast. The coast must be guarded, you know. The lover of her whom you style the incomparable, footnote, the King and Mme. de Montespan, back to main text, did not meet her at the first stage, but on the road, in a house of Sanguins, a little beyond that which you know. He remained there 2 hours. It is thought he then saw the children for the first time. The fair one stays there, attended by a guard and a female friend. She is to be there for 4 or 5 months. Madame de la Vallière is at Saint-Germain. Madame de Thiange is here with her father. I saw her daughter the other day. She is beautiful beyond all imagination. Some people pretend that the King went straight to Nanterre, but it is certain that the fair one is at the house called Génétrois. I tell you nothing but the truth. There's nothing I have a greater aversion and contempt for than
idle stories. You have taken your departure then, my dear. Well, I will live in the hope of hearing from you at every stage. I shall not be behindhand on my side. I've managed so well as to find a friend at the post office who's very careful of our letters. I have for these several days past been occupied in adorning my cottage. Saint-Aubin has effected wonders. I shall sleep there tomorrow. I swear to you that the reason I like it so well is because it is intended for you. You will be very well accommodated in my apartment, and I shall be not less so. I will tell you how charmingly everything is contrived. I am extremely uneasy about your poor brother. This terrible war makes us tremble for those we love. Whenever I think of it, it fills me with horror. But then again, I comfort myself with the thought that it may not be so bad as I apprehend, for I have remarked that things seldom happen as we expect them to. Pray let me know what happened between the Princess Harcourt and you. Footnote, Frances de Broncard, daughter of Charles de Broncard, gentleman of honour to Queen Anne of Austria. Back to main text. Broncard is dreadfully chagrined that you do not love his daughter. Monsieur Duces has promised to re-establish peace between all parties. I should be glad to know what has occasioned the coolness between you. You tell me of your son that his beauty grows less and his merit increases. I am sorry for the loss of his beauty and am rejoiced to find that he loves wine. This is a little spice of Brittany and Burgundy together, which will produce a charming effect with the prudence of the Grignons. As for your daughter, she is quite the reverse. Her beauty increases and her merit lessens. I assure you she is very pretty, but as obstinate as a demon. She has her little wills and little designs of her own. She diverts us extremely. She has a beautiful complexion, blue eyes, black hair, a nose neither handsome nor ugly. Her chin, her cheeks, and the tone of her face are faultless. I will say nothing of her mouth. It will do very well. She has a very sweet voice. Mme. de Grignan thinks it suits her mouth admirably. I fancy, my dear child, that I shall at last be a convert to your opinion. I meet with vexations in life that are insupportable, and find, notwithstanding my fine reasoning at the beginning of this letter, that there are many evils which, though less severe than bodily pain, are nevertheless equally to be dreaded. Letter 27. Paris, Friday, May the 30th, 1672. I had no letter from you yesterday, my poor child. Your journey to Monaco had put you quite out of sorts. I was afraid some little disaster of this kind would befall me. I now send you news from Monsieur de Pomponne. The fashion of being wounded is already begun. My heart is very heavy with the fears of this campaign. My son writes by every opportunity. He is at present in good health. My aunt is still in a deplorable state, and yet we have the courage to think of appointing a day for our departure, assuming a hope which in reality we cannot entertain. I cannot help thinking that many of the events of life are ill arranged. They are, as it were, rugged stones lying across our way, too unwieldy to be removed, and which we must get over as well as we can, though not without pain and difficulty. Is not the comparison just? I shall not bring my little girl with me. She goes on very well at Livry and is to stay there during the summer. You never saw Livry in such perfection as it is at present. The trees are beautifully green, and the honeysuckles are everywhere in profusion. I am not yet tired of their perfume, but you despise our shrubberies, since you have been accustomed to your groves of orange trees. I have a very tragical history to communicate to you from Livry. Do you remember that pretended devotee who walked so steadily without turning his head that you would have thought he was carrying a glass of water upon it? His devotion has turned his brain. One night he gave himself 5 or 6 stabs with a knife and fell on his knees in his cell naked and weltering in his blood. On entering, they find him in this posture. "Good God, brother, what have you done? Who has treated you thus?" He replied very calmly, "Father, I am doing penance." He fainted away. He was put to bed. His wounds, which were found very dangerous, were dressed. With uncommon care and attention he recovered at the end of 3 months and was sent back to his friends. If you do not think such a head sufficiently disordered, tell me so, and you shall have the story of Madame Paul, widow to the gardener at Livry, back to main text, who has fallen desperately in love with a great booby of 5 or 26, whom she had taken to be her gardener. The lady has managed her affairs admirably. She has married him. The fellow is a mere brute, has not common sense. He will beat her soon. He has already threatened to do it. No matter, she was resolved to have him. I've never seen such violent love. There's all the extravagance of sentiments imaginable, were they but rightly applied. But they are like a rough sketch of an ill painting. All the colours are there, they want only to be properly disposed. It is extremely amusing to me to meditate on the caprices of love. I feel frightened for myself when I see such things. What insolence to attack Madame Paul! That is to say, austere old straight-laced virtue herself. Letter 28, Paris, Monday, June the 20th, 1672. I cannot reflect upon the situation you have been in without great emotion, and though I know you are out of danger, yet I cannot turn my eyes on what has passed without a horror that distracts me. Alas, how much was I in the dark about a health that was so dear to me! If anyone had told me that my daughter was in greater danger than if she had been in the army, how little should I have believed it! Must I suffer this useless grief in addition to so many other sorrows that afflict my heart? The extreme danger my son is in, the war, which rages every day with greater violence, the couriers who bring no other news but the death of some friend or acquaintance, and may bring accounts more fatal, the fear of hearing ill news, and yet the curiosity of knowing it, the desolation of those who are in excess of grief, and with whom I pass a great part of my time, the strange state of health my aunt is in, and my extreme desire of seeing you, all this afflicts and consumes me and forces me to lead a life so contrary to my inclination that I have need of more than a common share of health to support it. You have never seen Paris as it is at present. All the world is in tears, or fears to be so. Poor Mme. de Grignan is almost beside herself. Mme. de Grignan pierces every heart with her complaints. I have not seen her indeed, but this is what I am told. Mademoiselle de Vertus returned 2 days since from Port-Royal, where she resides. they sent for her and Monsieur Arnauld to impart to Mme. de Longueville the terrible news. The very sight of Mademoiselle de Vertus was sufficient. Her sudden return was too sure a sign that some fatal accident had happened. As soon, therefore, as she appeared, "Ah, mademoiselle, how is it with my brother?" (Footnote: the Prince of Condé, back to main text.) She did not dare even in thought to inquire further. "Madam, he is recovered of his wound. There has been a battle. And my son?" No answer was made. "Ah, mademoiselle, my son, my dear child, answer me. Is he dead?" "I have no words to answer you, madam." "Oh, my dear son, was he killed on the spot? Had he not a single moment? Oh God, what a sacrifice is this!" And she threw herself upon the bed, and by expressions of the most lively sorrow, by fainting fits, by convulsions, by the silence of despair, by stifled cries, by sudden bursts of passion, by floods of bitter tears, by eyes uplifted to heaven, and by heart-rending complaints, she exhibited all the various emotions of grief. She sees a few friends, and in pure submission to Providence consents to receive such nourishment as is just sufficient to keep life and soul together. She takes no rest. Her health, before in a declining state, is visibly altered for the worse. For my part, I wish her death earnestly, as I cannot think she can survive such a loss. There is a certain gentleman, footnote Monsieur La Rochefoucauld, back to main text, who is scarcely less affected. I cannot help thinking that if they had met in the first moments of their grief and had been alone together, all other sentiments would have given place to sighs and tears, redoubled without intermission. There would have been a dumb scene of sorrow, a dialogue of inarticulate sighs and groans. This is a mere thought of my own, but, my dear, how great affliction is this! The very mistresses of poor de Longueville do not constrain themselves. His domestics are disconsolate, and his gentleman, who came yesterday with the ill news, scarcely appears a reasonable creature. This death effaces the thoughts of all others. A courier who arrived yesterday evening brings an account of the death of the Count de Bussy, footnote Alexander de Choiseul, Count de Bussy, son of César de Choiseul, Marshal of France, back to main text, who was killed by a cannon shot as he was giving directions for making a bridge. Arnhem is besieged by Monsieur Turenne. They did not attack the fort of Schenck, as it was defended by 8,000 men. Alas, these successful beginnings will be followed with a tragical end for a great number of families. May Heaven preserve my poor son. He was not upon this expedition, but the campaign is not yet finished. In the midst of our afflictions, the description you have given me of Madame Colonna and her sister, footnote Hortensia Mancini, Duchess of Mazarin, back to main text, is really divine. It rouses one under the most melancholy circumstances. It is an admirable picture. The Countess of Soissons and Mme. de Grignan, footnote sisters to Mme. de Colonna and Mazarin, back to main text, are quite in a rage with these fools and say they ought to be confined. It is thought that the King will not disoblige the Constable, Colonna, footnote the father of these ladies and one of the most powerful families in Rome, back to main text. In the meantime, we are in expectation of seeing them arrive here like Mademoiselle de l'Étoile, footnote
in Scarron's comic romance, back to main text. This comparison is good. The accounts I send you are from the best authority. You will find by all you receive that Monsieur de Longueville has been the cause of his own death, as well as of the death of many others, and that the Prince has showed himself through the whole of this expedition more like a father than the general of an army. I said yesterday, and others agreed with me, that if the war continues, the Duke, footnote Henri Jules Bourbon, son of the Prince, back to main text, will certainly occasion the death of the Prince. His love for him surpasses every other consideration. La Marquise affects to appear overwhelmed with grief. She says that she sees very plainly there is something in the news from the army which is concealed from her, and that the Prince and the Duke are dead as well as Monsieur de Longueville. She conjures people by all that is sacred to speak out and not to spare her, and tells them that in her deplorable situation it is vain to hide anything from her. If it were possible to laugh under these circumstances, we should laugh at her. Alas, if you knew how little any of us think of concealing anything from her, and how much everyone is taken up with his own griefs and his own fears, she would not have the vanity to believe we paid so much attention to her as to deceive her. The news I send you comes, as I before said, from good authority. I had it from Gourville, who was with Mme. de Longueville when she heard of her son's death. All the couriers come straight to him. Monsieur de Longueville had made his will before he set out. He leaves a great part of his property to a son he has, who, as I believe, will take the title of Chevalier d'Orléans, without expense to his relations. Footnote, he appeared under the name of the Chevalier de Longueville, and was accidentally killed at Philipsburg in 1688 by a soldier who was shooting at a snipe. Back to main text. Have you heard how the body of Monsieur de Longueville was disposed of? It was laid in the same boat in which he passed the river 2 hours before. The Prince, who was wounded, ordered him to be placed near him, covered with a cloak, and with several others who were wounded, repassed the Rhine to a town on this side of the river, where they came to have their wounds dressed. It was the most melancholy sight in the world. They say the Chevalier de Montchevreux, who was attached to Monsieur de Longueville, will not have a wound dressed which he received as he stood next to him. I have received a letter from my son. He is very much grieved at the death of Monsieur de Longueville. He was not in this expedition, but he is to be in another. What safety can be hoped for in such a profession? I advise you to write to Monsieur de Rochefoucauld on the death of the Chevalier and the wound of Monsieur de Massillac. This fatal event has given me an opportunity of seeing his heart without disguise. For constancy, worth, tenderness and good sense, he infinitely surpasses anyone I have ever met with. His wit and humour are nothing in comparison. I will not amuse myself at present with telling you how much I love you. I embrace Monsieur Grignan and the coadjutor. The same evening at 10 o'clock. I made up my packet 2 hours ago, and on my return to town I found a letter for me with the news that a peace was concluded with Holland. It may easily be imagined that the Dutch are in the greatest consternation and glad to submit to any terms. The King's success is beyond all that has ever been known. We shall once more breathe again. But what a cruel addition must this be to the grief of Mme. de Longueville.
and all those who have lost children and near relations. I have seen Marshal du Plessis. He is greatly afflicted, but demeans himself like a brave soldier. His lady, footnote, Colombe de Charon, back to main text, weeps bitterly. The Countess, footnote Maria Louisa Leloup de Balnave, back to main text, is only disconcerted at not being a duchess. I think, my dear child, that if it had not been for the rashness of Monsieur de Longueville, we should have gained Holland without losing a man. End of section 9. Section 10 of the Letters of Mme de Sévigné to her daughter and friends. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Letter 29. Paris, Friday, December the 8th, 1673. I must begin, my dear child, by telling you of the death of the Count de Guiche. This is the chief subject of conversation at present. The poor youth died of sickness and fatigue in Monsieur de Turenne''s army. The news came on Tuesday morning. Father Bourdaloue went to acquaint the Marshal de Grignan with it, who feared it the moment he saw him, knowing the declining state of his son. He made everyone go out of his chamber, which was a little apartment near the convent of the Capuchins, and as soon as he found himself alone with Bourdaloue, he threw himself upon his neck, saying that he guessed but too well what he had to tell him, that it was his death stroke, and that he received it as such from the hand of God, that he had lost the only object of his tenderness and natural affection, that he had never experienced any real joy or violent grief but through his son, who was not a common character. He threw himself on a bed, unable to support his grief, but without weeping, for this is a situation that denies the relief of tears. Bourdaloue wept, but had not yet spoken a word. At last he began to comfort him with religious discourse, in which he employed his well-known zeal and eloquence. They were 6 hours together, after which Bourdaloue, to induce him to make a complete sacrifice, led him to the church of these good Capuchins, where vigils were said for his son. He entered the church fainting and trembling, supported more by the crowd that pressed round him on every side than by his feet. His face was so much disfigured with grief that he could scarcely be known. The Duke saw him in this lamentable condition and related it to us at Mme. de Lafayette's with tears. The poor Marshal returned at last to his little apartment, where he remains like a man under sentence of death. The King has written to him. No one is admitted to see him. Madame de Monaco is inconsolable and refuses to see company. Footnote, Catherine Charlotte de Gramont, sister to the Count de Guiche, back to main text. Madame de Louvigny is likewise incapable of receiving comfort. Footnote, Maria Charlotte de Castelnau, sister-in-law to the Count, back to main text. But it is only because she is not at all grieved. Do you not wonder at her good fortune? She is in a moment become Duchess of Gramont. The Chancellor's lady, footnote, relict of the late Chancellor Séguier and grandmother to the Countess de Guiche, back to main text, is transported with joy. The Countess de Guiche behaves admirably well. She weeps when they tell her all the kind things her husband has said and the excuses he made to her when he was dying. He was a very amiable man, she says. I should have loved him passionately
if he had loved me in the slightest degree. I suffered his contempt with grief, and his death affects me with pity. I always hoped he would change his sentiments with regard to me. This is certainly true. There is not the least fiction in it. Mme de Grignan, footnote Charlotte de Sévigné, mother to the Countess de Guiche, back to main text, feels real concern on this occasion. I believe it will be sufficient if you only desire me to make your compliments to her, so you need only write to the Countess de Guiche, to Madame de Monaco and Madame de Louvigny. The good d'Arqueville has been desired to go to Fraise, 30 leagues from hence, to tell the news to Mme de Grignan, and to carry her a letter written by the poor youth a little before he died. He made a full confession of the faults of his past life, asked pardon publicly, and sent to tell Vard a great many things which may benefit him. In a word, he ended the comedy well, and has left a rich and a happy widow. Footnote, she was married afterward to the Duc de Lude in 1688. The Count de Guiche had been the lover of Henrietta of England. He also entered into the intrigues of Monsieur de Vard. He had made a brilliant campaign in Poland, and to him was owed the passage of the Rhine. He was as handsome and witty as he was brave. Back to main text. The Chancellor's lady, his grandmother, is so fully sensible, she says, of the little happiness this poor lady must have had in her marriage, that she thinks of nothing but repairing this misfortune. We are at a loss for a proper match for her. You will perhaps name for her Monsieur de Massillac, as we did, but they do not like each other. The other dukes are too young. Monsieur de Foix is destined for Mademoiselle de Roquelaure. Think a little for us, for the affair is pressing. I have sent you, my dear child, a tedious account, but you sometimes tell me you like minuteness. Letter 30, Paris, Monday, December the 11th, 1673. I am just returned from Saint-Germain, where I have been 2 whole days with Mme de Coulanges at Monsieur de la Rochefoucauld's. In the evening we went to pay our court to the Queen, who said 1,000 obliging things to me of you, but if I were to enumerate all the howdy-do's and compliments that I had, both from men and women, old and young, who crowd about me to inquire after you, I should have to name the whole court. And how does Mme. de Grignan do? And when would she return? And so on. In short, only figure me to yourself in the midst of a crowd of idle people who, having nothing else to do, would every one ask me some question, so that I was frequently obliged to answer 20 at once. I dined with Mme. de Louvois. It was who should be the first to invite me. I would have returned yesterday, but we were stopped by force to sup with Monsieur Massillac in his enchanted apartments, with Madame de Thianges, Madame Scarron, the Duke, Monsieur de la Rochefoucauld, Monsieur de Vivonne, and a band of heavenly music. This morning, with much ado, we got away. A quarrel of a singular nature is the news of the day at Saint-Germain. The Chevalier de Vendôme and Monsieur de Vivonne are the humble servants of Madame de Loudre. The Chevalier expressed a wish of compelling Monsieur de Vivonne to resign his pretensions. But on what grounds, he was asked. Why, he would fight Monsieur de Vivonne. They laughed at him. It was, however, no joke, he said. He would fight him. And he mounted his horse to take the field. But the best of the story was Vivonne's reply to the person who brought him the challenge. He was confined to his room by a wound in his arm and receiving the condolence of the whole court, ignorant of the threat of his rival. "I, gentlemen," said he, "I fight? He may fight if he pleases, but I defy him to make me fight. Let him get his shoulder broken. Let the surgeon make 20 incisions in his arm, and then—" It was thought he was going to say, "We will fight." "And then," said he, "perhaps we may be friends." But the man must be jesting. To think of firing at me! A pretty project, truly. He might as well fire at the door of a house. Footnote: Monsieur de Vivonne was remarkably corpulent. Back to main text. "I repent, however, having saved his life in crossing the Rhine, and I will do no more such generous actions till I have the nativity cast of those I intend to assist." Would anyone have thought, when I was remounting this fellow on his horse, that a few weeks afterward he would want to shoot me through the head for my kindness? This speech, from the tone and manner in which it was delivered, had so droll an effect that nothing else is talked of at Saint-Germain. "I found your siege of Orange very much magnified at court. The King had spoken of it very agreeably, and it was thought highly honourable to Mme. de Grignan that, without the King's order, and merely to follow him, 700 gentlemen should have assembled upon the occasion. But the King having said 700, everyone else said 700. It was added with a laugh that 200 litters also followed him. But it is thought seriously that few governors could have obtained such a retinue. I've had 2 hours' conversation at 2 different times with Monsieur de Pomponne. He exceeds my most sanguine hopes. Mademoiselle de Lavacar is in our confidence. She is a very amiable girl. She knows all our affairs, the business of the syndic, of the procurator, our gratuity, opposition, deliberation, etc., as well as she does the map of the empire and the interest of princes. That is, she has them at her fingers' end. We call her the little minister. We have interludes in our conversation which Monsieur de Pomponne calls flashes of rhetoric to secure the good humour of the audience. There are some points in your letters I cannot reply to. We often answer ridiculously when we write from such a distance. You know how grieved we once were at the loss of some town, when they'd been rejoicing for 10 days at Paris because the Prince of Orange had raised the siege. But this is one of the evils of distance. Adieu, my beloved child. I embrace you very affectionately. Letter 31. Paris, Friday, December the 22nd, 1673. A piece of political news is just come into my head, and contrary to my custom, I shall give it to you. You know the King of Poland is dead. Footnote: Michael Korybut-Wisniewski, who died November 1673. Back to main text. The Grand Marshal, footnote, John Sobieski, elected King of Poland May 20th, 1674. He married the granddaughter of Marshal d'Arquin, who after his death returned to France. The victory Sobieski gained in 1685 under the walls of Vienna, and which saved the Emperor and the Empire, is still more celebrated than that which is here spoken of. Back to main text. The Grand Marshal, the husband of Mademoiselle d'Arquin, is at the head of an army against the Turks. He has lately gained so complete a victory over them that 15,000 were left dead on the field of battle. 2 bashaws are taken prisoners, and he himself occupies their general's tent. After so distinguished a victory,
It is not in the least doubted that he will be declared king, especially as he is at the head of such an army, and that fortune generally declares in favour of numerous battalions. This piece of news has given me pleasure. I never now see the Chevalier de Bourse. He is enraged at not being made chef d'escadre, footnote, a rank somewhat inferior to that of rear admiral, back to main text. He is at Saint-Germain, and I'm in hopes he will manage his affairs so well as to obtain his desire at last. I sincerely wish it. The Archbishop of Arles has written to assure me of the joy the affair of Orange has given him, and that he hopes that of the syndicate will end no less happily. He finds himself obliged to own by the event that your vigour was of more service than his prudence, and that from your example he has become a perfect bravo. This has rejoiced me exceedingly. And now, my dear child, when I picture you to myself pale and thin, when I think of the agitations you endure, and that the slightest degree of fever endangers your life, I suffer night and day from apprehensions for you. What happiness would it be to have you with me, in a less destructive climate, in your native air, which would again restore you to health and vigour. I am surprised that, loving you as the Provençals do, they do not urge this remedy to you. Consider you as having been so useful till now, and as having relieved Monsieur de Grignan so much in all his affairs, that I dare not regret I did not bring you with me. But when everything is finished, why not give me this satisfaction? Adieu, my dearest child. I am very impatient to hear from you. You would throw yourself into the fire, you say, to convince me of your love. My child, I have no doubt of your affection, and without this extraordinary proof of it, you may give me a much more pleasing and a much more convincing one. Letter 31, Paris, Friday, December the 29th, 1673. Monsieur de Luxembourg is a little pressed near Maastricht by the army of Monsieur de Monterey, footnote, Governor of the Spanish Low Countries, back to main text, and the Prince of Orange. He dares not venture to remove his camp, and he must perish where he is, unless they send him speedy and effectual succour. The Prince is to set out 4 days hence with the Duke and Monsieur de Turenne. The latter is to serve under the 2 princes, and there is perfectly good understanding between the 3. They have 20,000 foot and 10,000 horse. The volunteers and those companies which are not to march do not go, but all the rest do. La Trousse and my son, who arrived here yesterday, are to be of the number. They have scarcely had time to pull off their boots before they are in the mud again. The rendezvous is appointed at Charleroi on the 16th of January. Dacqueville has written you word of this, but you will read it more distinctly in my letter. Footnote, Monsieur Dacqueville wrote a hand very difficult to read, back to main text. It is certainly very important news, and has occasioned a great deal of bustle everywhere. We know not what to do for money. It is certain Monsieur de Turenne is not on terms with Monsieur de Louvois, but it is not generally known, and while he continues to keep in with Monsieur Colbert, there will be nothing said about it. This afternoon I had some great folks with me, who desired their compliments to Monsieur de Grignan and de Grignan's wife. They were the Grand Master and the Charmer. Footnote, the Count de Lude and the Duc de Villeroy, back to main text. I had besides Brancard, the Archbishop of Reims, Charot, La Trousse, etc., who all in like manner desired to be remembered to you. They talk of nothing but war. The charmer knows all our affairs and enters admirably into our little perplexities. He is governor of a province, which is sufficient to give him an idea of our feelings on those subjects. Adieu, my dearest child. I participate in all the joys of your conquests. Paris, Monday, New Year's Day, 1674. I wish you a happy year, my child, and in this wish I comprehend so many things that I should never have done if I were to enumerate them. I have not yet asked leave for you to return to Paris, as you feared, but I wish you had heard what Lagarde said of the necessity of your coming hither, that you may not lose your 5,000 francs, and of what he thinks proper for Mme. de Grignan to say to the King. If it were a suit which you were obliged to solicit against anyone who desired to injure you, you would doubtless come to solicit it. But as it is to come to a place where you have 1,000 other affairs, you are both guilty of the greatest indolence. Ah, what an enchanting thing is indolence! You feel its power too much. Read Lagarde upon this subject, chapter the 1st. Consider in the meantime that you would have the pleasure of seeing the King and receiving his approbation. The edicts are revoked which gave us so much uneasiness in our province. The day that M. de Chaume declared it to the States, there was a cry of "Long live the King," which made everyone present weep for joy. They embraced each other, broke out into the highest expressions of rapture, ordered Te Deum to be sung, made bonfires, and the thanks of the public were given to M. de Chaume. But do you know what we are to give the King as a mark of our gratitude? 600,000 livres, and as much more by way of a voluntary gratuity. What think you of this little sum? You may judge by this of the favour that has been done us in taking off the burden of these edicts. My poor son has arrived here, as you know. He is to return on Thursday with many others. Monsieur de Monterey is a very clever fellow. He disturbs the whole world. He fatigues the army and puts it out of condition to take to the field and begin the campaign till the end of the spring. The troops were all at ease in winter quarters, and when, after a tedious march, they are arrived at Charleroi, he has only a single step to take to make good his retreat, till when Monsieur de Luxembourg cannot be extricated. By appearances, the King will not set out so soon as he did last year. If, when in the field, we had to make an attack on some great town, or the enemy would come out and oppose our two heroes, as we should probably beat him, peace might almost be depended upon. This is what is said by persons of the profession. It is certain that Monsieur de Turenne is out of favour with Monsieur de Louvois, but as he is in favour with the King and Monsieur Colbert, it has not made much noise. 5 ladies of the palace are appointed: Mme. de Soubise, Mme. de Chevreuse, the Princess d'Acre, Mme. d'Abray, Mme. de Rochefort. The maids of honour are to serve no more, and Mme. de Richelieu, as a lady of honour, is also discharged. There are to be only the gentlemen in waiting and the maître d'hôtel as formerly. But the Queen may not be without women. Mme. de Richelieu and the 4 other ladies are to wait constantly behind her chair. Broncard is in raptures that his daughter is so well provided for. Footnote: the Princess d'Arcor, back to main text. The Grand Marshal of Poland has sent a letter to the King in which he tells His Majesty that if he has any person in view to raise to the crown of Poland, he will assist him with all the forces under his command, and if not, requests his protection and assistance for himself. The King has promised it to him. However, it is imagined he will not get himself elected because he is not of the established religion of the nation. End of section 10. Section 11 of the Letters of Mme. de Sévigné to her daughter and friends. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Letter 34, Paris, Friday, January the 5th, 1674. It is a year ago this very day since we supped with the Archbishop. At this moment, perhaps, you are supping with the Intendant. I am afraid, my dear child, your mirth is feigned. All you say on this subject to me and to Corbinelli is admirable. My heart thanks you for the good opinion you have of me in believing I hold in abhorrence all villainous proceedings. You are not deceived. Mme. de Grignan tells you true. Mme. de Grignan has left off paint and covers her neck. You would hardly know her in this disguise. She is frequently with Mme. de Longueville and is the very pink of modish devotion. But she is still good company and has not at all the air of a recluse. I dined with her the other day. A servant brought her a glass of liquor. She turned to me and said, "The fellow does not know that I am become a devotee." This made us all laugh. She spoke very naturally of her intentions and of her change. She is very cautious of saying anything that may injure the reputation of her neighbour, and stops short when anything of that nature escapes her. For my part, I think her more agreeable than ever. Wagers are laid that the Princess d'Arcourt will not turn nun these 12 months, now she has become a lady of the palace and paints again. This rouge is the law and the prophets. It is the great point our new devotion turns upon. As for the Duchess d'Aumont, her taste lies in burying the dead. Footnote, if we may believe Bussy, she rendered a service of a different kind to the living. Back to main text. They say the Duchess de Charrost kills people for her with ill-compounded medicines and then buries them in a religious retreat. Footnote, the Duchess of Charrost was the daughter of Superintendent Fouquet. She apparently had a recipe from her grandmother, by whom we have a printed collection in 2 volumes under the title Family Recipes by Madame Fouquet. Back to main text. The Marchioness d'Uxelles is very good, but La Marron is more than good. Madame de Schomberg tells me very seriously that she is of the first order for seclusion and penitence, not admitting any society and refusing even the amusements of devotion. In a word, she is a penitent in the true sense of the word and in all the simplicity of the primitive church. The ladies of the palace are kept in great subjection. The King has explained himself upon this subject and will have the Queen always attended by them. Mme. de Richelieu, though she does not serve any longer at table, is always present when the Queen dines with 4 ladies who wait by turns. The Countess d'Aillon is the 6th. Footnote, a feigned name. Back to main text. She does not like the confinement of this attendance and of being constantly at vespers, sermons and other religious ceremonies. But there is no perfect happiness in this world.
The Marchioness de Castelnau is fair, blooming, and perfectly recovered from her grief. Leclerc, they say, has only changed her apartment at court, not very much to her satisfaction. Mme. de Louvigny does not seem sufficiently delighted at her good fortune. She is thought unpardonable for not adoring her husband in the same manner as when she was first married. This is the first time the public was ever offended at a thing of this nature. Mme. de Brissac is beautiful and follows the Princess of Conti like her shadow. La Coetquenne is still the same as ever. She has a petticoat of black velvet embroidered with gold and silver and a brocade cloak. This dress cost her an immense sum, and when she thought she made the most splendid figure imaginable, everyone said she was dressed like an actress. She has been so much rallied in consequence that she has thrown it aside. La Manerosa is a little vexed at not being a lady of the palace. Footnote: Mary Frances de Bournonville, afterward Marchioness de Noailles. Back to main text. Madame de Duras, who would not accept this honour, laughs at her. La Troche is, as usual, very much interested in your affairs. But I cannot express how strongly Madame de Lafayette and Monsieur de la Rochefoucauld have your interests at heart. Madame de Lafayette and I went to see Monsieur de Turenne a few days ago. He has a slight fit of the gout. He received us with great civility and talked much of you. The Chevalier de Grignan has given him an account of your victories. He would have offered you his sword if there had been any occasion for it. He intends to set out in 3 days. My son went yesterday very much out of humour. I was not less so at this ill-judged and in every respect disagreeable journey. The Dauphin saw Mme. Schomberg the other day. They told him his grandfather had been in love with her. He asked in a whisper, "How many children has she had by him?" They informed him of the manners of that time. Footnote: Madame de Schomberg, who is here spoken of, mother of the Marshal then living, captivated Louis XIII when she was only a maid of honour by the name of Mademoiselle d'Hautefort. The King's gallantry exacted so little that she even jested upon the subject and said he talked to her of nothing but dogs, horses and hunting. She was handsome and discreet. She attached herself to Queen Anne of Austria and shared her disgrace during the life of Louis XIII. She afterward quarrelled with her during the Regency for having spoken too freely against Cardinal Mazarin. Back to main text. The Duc du Maine, footnote, the King's eldest son by Madame de Montespan, back to main text, has been seen at court, but he has not yet visited the Queen. He was in a coach and saw only his father and mother. The Chevalier de Chatillon has no longer anything to seek for. His fortune is made. Monsieur chose rather to give him the office of captain of his guards than Mademoiselle de Grancy that of Lady of the Wardrobe. This young man, therefore, has the post of Vaillac and is well provided for. They say Vaillac is to have D'Albons and that d'Albon is discarded. I told you how our States ended and that they repurchased the edicts at 2,600,000 livres and gave the same sum as a gratuitous gift, making together 5,200,000 livres, and that the air was rent with cries of "Long live the King," that we had bonfires and sung Te Deum because His Majesty was kind enough to accept it. Poor Sanzai is ill with the measles. It is a disorder that soon passes, but is alarming from its violence. I see no reason to ask the King's pardon for the humane gentleman who was guilty of assassination. The crime is of too black a nature. The criminals who were pardoned at Rouen were not of this stamp. It is the only crime the King refuses to pardon. So Beaufort has mentioned it to the Mme. de Grignan. I've heard the ladies at the palace spoken of in a way that made me laugh. I said, with Montaigne, let us avenge ourselves by slandering them. It is, however, true that they are under extreme subjection. The report still prevails that the Prince sets out on Monday, the same day Monsieur de Saint-Luc is to espouse Mademoiselle de Pompadour. About this I am quite indifferent. Adieu, my dear. This letter is growing too long. I conclude it for no other reason but because everything must have an end. I embrace Grignan and beg him to forgive me for opening Mme. de Guise's letter. I was very desirous to see her style. My curiosity is satisfied forever. Guirague said yesterday that Pélisson abused the permission men have to be ugly. Footnote, an expression that has become common, but which was new at that time, or it would not have been worth noticing. Back to main text. Letter 35. Paris, Friday, January the 12th, 1674. Well, your peace is then concluded at last. The Archbishop of Reims and Brancard received their letters before I did mine. Monsieur de Pomponne sent to inform me of this important event from Saint-Germain. I was ignorant, however, of the particulars, but now I know all. I advise you, my child, to regulate your conduct by circumstances, and since it is the King's will that you should be friendly with the Bishop, footnote of Marseille, back to main text, endeavour to obey him. But to return to Saint-Germain, I was there 3 days ago. I went first to Monsieur de Pomponne's, who had not yet applied for your leave of absence, but is to send for it today, and from thence we went to the Queen's. I was with Mme. de Grignan. There was nobody to talk but me, and you may be sure I was not deficient. The Queen said without hesitation that you had been absent for more than 3 years, and that it was time for your return. From court we went to Mme. de Colbert's, who is extremely civil and well bred. Mademoiselle de Blois danced. She is very pleasing and graceful. Footnote, she had been educated by Mme. de Colbert, back to main text. Dessert says she is the only one who reminds him of you. He asked me what I thought of her dancing, for my applause was required, and I gave it with the greatest readiness. The Duchess de la Vallière was there. She calls her little daughter Mamselle, and the young princess in return calls her pretty mamma. Monsieur de Vermandois was there too. No other children have yet made their appearance. We afterward went to pay our respects to Monsieur and to Madame. The former has not forgotten you, and I never fail to present your dutiful acknowledgments to him. I met Vivonne there, who accosted me with, "Little mamma, I beg you would embrace the governor of Champagne." Footnote, this government was vacated by the death of Eugène Maurice of Saxony, Count de Soissons, which happened June the 7th, 1673, back to main text. "And pray, who is he?" said I. "Myself," replied he. "You?" said I. "Pray, who told you so?"
The King has just informed me of it." I instantly congratulated him. The Countess de Soissons was in hopes of getting this post for her son. There is no talk of taking the seals from the Chancellor. Footnote: Stephen d'Aligre was Keeper of the Seals in 1672. Upon the death of Chancellor Sévigné, he was made Chancellor of France in 1674. Back to main text. The good man was so surprised at this additional honour that he began to fear a snake in the grass, and could not comprehend the reason for being thus loaded with dignities. "Sire," said he to the King, "does your Majesty intend to take the seals from me?" "No, no, Chancellor," replied the King, "go sleep in peace." And indeed they say he is almost always asleep. There are many wise conjectures on the subject, and people cannot understand the reason of this augmentation of favours. The Prince set out the day before yesterday, and Monsieur de Turenne is to follow today. Write to Brancard to congratulate him on his daughter's being in the Queen's household, for he is very proud of it. La Troche returns you many thanks for your kind remembrance of her. Her son has still nose enough to lose half of it at the next siege without the loss being very apparent. It is said that the dew, footnote, the dew, the torrent, the fire, and the snow, etc., are ciphers between the mother and the daughter. These ciphers do not always mean the same persons. In this place it seems that Madame de Montespan is the torrent, Madame de Valliere the dew, the King is the fire, and the snow represents the Queen. Back to main text. It is said that the dew begins to be less friendly with the torrent, and that after the siege of Maestricht they entered into a league of mutual confidence and saw the fire and the snow every day of their lives. You know all this could not last long without occasioning great tumult, nor without being discovered. The hail, footnote, apparently the Bishop of Marseille, back to main text, seems to me, with respect to the reconciliation between you and him, like a man who goes to confession and keeps one great sin upon his conscience. By what other name can you call the trick he has played on you? Still, the wise heads say, you must speak, you must ask, you have time, and that is sufficient. But do not wonder at the faggoting of my letters. I leave one subject, you think I have done with it, and suddenly I resume it again, versicolti. Do you know that the Marquis de Cessac is here, and that he will have a situation in the army, and will probably soon be presented to the King? This is manifestly predestination. Corbinelli and I talk of Providence every day, and we say, as you know, from day to day and hour to hour, that your journey is determined. You are very glad that you have not to answer for this affair, for a resolution is a wonderful thing for you, quite a wild beast. I have seen you a long time deciding on a colour. It is a proof of a too enlightened mind, which, seeing at one glance all the difficulties, remains suspended, as it were, like Mohammed's tomb. Such was Monsieur Bignon, the greatest wit of the age. I, who am the least of the present age, hate uncertainty and love decision. Monsieur de Pomponne informs me you received your leave of absence today. I am consequently ready to do everything you wish, and to follow or not to follow the advice of your friends. It is said here that Monsieur de Turenne has not yet begun his march, and that there is no further occasion for it.
because Monsieur de Monterey has at last retreated, and Monsieur de Luxembourg is freed with the assistance of 5,000 or 6,000 men whom Monsieur de Schomberg assembled, and with whom he so extremely harassed Monsieur de Monterey that he was obliged to retire with his troops. The Prince is to be recalled, and all our poor friends with him. This is the news of the day. The ball was dull and ended at 11:30. The King led out the Queen, the Dauphin, Madame, Monsieur, Mademoiselle, the Prince de Condé, the great Mademoiselle, the Count de Roche-sur-Yon, Mademoiselle de Bois, handsome as an angel, dressed in black velvet with a profusion of diamonds and an apron and stomacher of point lace. The Princess d'Harcourt was as pale as the commandeur in the play Du Festin de Pierre. Monsieur de Pomponne has desired me to dine with him tomorrow to meet Despreaux, who is to read his Art of Poetry. End of section 11. Section 12 of the Letters of Mme de Sévigné to her daughter and friends. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Letter 36, Paris, Monday, January the 15th, 1674. Saturday last I dined with Monsieur de Pomponne, as I told you, and was there till 5 o'clock, enchanted, transported, enraptured with the beauties of Despreaux's Art of Poetry. D'Arqueville was there. We often talked of the pleasure you would have received from it. Monsieur de Pomponne recollected that one day when you were a very little girl at your uncle de Sévigné's, you got behind a large window with your brother and said you were a prisoner, a poor unfortunate princess driven from your father's house. Your brother, who was as handsome as yourself, and you were as handsome as an angel, played his part extremely well. You were 9 years of age. He made me remember the day perfectly. He never forgets one moment that he has seen you, and promises himself great pleasure in seeing you again, which is very gratifying to me. I own to you, my dear, that my heart is bursting with joy, but I shall conceal it till I know your resolution. Monsieur de Villars is returned home from Spain, and has given us 1,000 amusing anecdotes respecting the Spaniards. I have at length seen La Marron in her cell, for it is nothing else. I found her quite in déshabille, not a single hair to be seen, with a coarse coif of old Venice point, a black handkerchief on her neck, a faded grey gown, and an old petticoat. She seemed very glad to see me. We embraced each other tenderly. She does not seem at all changed. We began the conversation by talking of you. She appears to love you as well as she ever did, and seemed so humble that it is impossible to help loving her. We then talked of the religious life she had lately embraced. She assured me it was true that God had vouchsafed her a great portion of grace, of which she had the most grateful sense, that this grace consists in great faith, profound love of God, horror of the world and its vanities, and a thorough distrust of herself, adding that if she were to go abroad for only an hour, this divine spirit would evaporate. In short, she seems to preserve it carefully in her solitude, like a bottle of fine perfume. She believes the world would make her lose this precious liquor, and she even fears the parade of devotion might spill it. Mme. de Schomberg says she is not to be compared to Mme. de Marquise. Her savage disposition is softened into a passion for retirement. The disposition does not change. She is even exempt from the folly common to most women to love their confessor. She does not approve this tie, and never speaks to him but at confession. She goes on foot to her parish church, reads all our books of religion, works, prays, has a fixed time for everything, takes all her meals in her own room, sees Mme. de Grignan at a certain hour, hates news as much as she used to like it, is as charitable to others as she used to slander them, and loves the Creator as much as she loved the creature. We laughed a good deal at her former manners and turned them into ridicule. She has not the least air of the Colette sisters. She speaks very sincerely and very agreeably of her situation. I was 2 hours with her without being at all dull. She reproached herself even for this pleasure, but without the least affectation. In short, she is much more amiable than she ever was. I do not think, my dear child, you can complain that I have not been particular enough. I have just received your letter of the 7th. I own to you, my dearest, that the joy it has given me is so lively that my heart can scarcely contain it. You know how strongly it feels, and I should hate myself if I was so warmly interested in my own affairs as in yours. At last, my child, you are coming. This is the most delightful to me of all. But I'm going to tell you something you do not expect, which is that I solemnly swear to you that if Monsieur de la Garde had not deemed your journey expedient, and that if it really were not so for your own affairs, I would not have taken into consideration, at least for this year, the ardent desire I have to see you, or what you owe to my infinite affection. I know how to keep within the bounds of reason, whatever it cost me, and I have sometimes as much strength in my weakness as those who are wiser. After this sincere confession, I cannot conceal from you that I am penetrated with joy, and that reason concurring with my wishes, I am, at the moment I write to you, perfectly satisfied, so that I think of nothing now but of receiving you. Do you know, the best thing, after yourself and Monsieur de Grignan, would be to bring the coadjutor. You will not perhaps always have La Garde, and if he fails you, you well know Monsieur de Grignan is not so zealous in his own affairs as in those of the King his master. He has a religious care of those which can only be compared to his negligence with regard to his own. When he will take the trouble to speak, no one does it better, and we cannot therefore but wish it. You are not like Mme. de Grignan to act alone. You must wait 8 or 10 years. But Monsieur de Grignan, you and the coadjutor would do admirably together. Cardinal de Retz has just arrived and will be delighted to see you. What joy, my dear child, will your return occasion! But above all things, come prudently. It is to Monsieur de Grignan I give this charge, and I expect him to be accountable to me. I have written to the coadjutor to entreat him to accompany you. He will facilitate our audience with the 2 ministers and will support his brother's interest. The coadjutor is bold and fortunate, and you will mutually heighten each other's consequence. I could talk till this time tomorrow upon the subject. I have written to the Archbishop, gain my point with the coadjutor, and to give him my letter. The Prince has come back after being 30 leagues on his journey. Monsieur de Turenne did not go. Monsieur de Monterey has withdrawn his forces, and Monsieur de Luxembourg is now at liberty. Within these 24 hours, the chapel at Saint-Germain has been robbed of a silver lamp worth 70,000 francs and 6 candlesticks of the same metal, each of them taller than I am. This is a daring incident. Footnote: the Duke of Saint-Simon relates a still more extraordinary robbery that took place at Versailles. In one night, all the gold ornaments and fringes were stolen from the state apartment, from the gallery to the chapel. Whatever inquiries were made, no trace could be found of the robber, but 5 or 6 days after, the King being at supper, an enormous packet fell suddenly upon the table at some distance from him. It contained the stolen fringes, with a note fastened to it with these words: "Bontemps, take thy fringes again. The pleasure pays not half the pain." Saint-Simon was a witness of this. Back to main text. The ropes they made use of to get in were found by the Richelieu gallery. No one can conceive how the robbery could have been committed, for there are guards continually going that way and patrolling about all night. Do you know that peace is talked of? Monsieur de Chaume is since come from Brittany and is to set out again immediately for Cologne. Letter 37, Paris, Monday, February the 5th, 1674. It is many years ago today that there came into the world a creature destined to love you beyond every other thing in existence. Footnote: she refers to her birthday, the 5th of February 1626. Back to main text. I beg you not to suffer your imagination to wander either to the right hand or to the left. Cet homme-là, sire, c'était moi-même. Footnote: a line of Marot in an epistle to Francis I. This man, sire, was myself. Back to main text. It was yesterday 3 years that I felt the most poignant grief of my whole life. You set out at that time for Provence, and you remain there still. My letter would be very long if I attempted to express all the sorrow I then felt, and what I have since felt in consequence of this separation. But to leave this melancholy digression, I have received no letters from you today. I know not whether I am to expect any, but I fear not, as it is so late. I have, however, expected them with impatience. I wanted to hear of your departure from Aix, and to be able to compute with some exactness the time of your return. Everyone teases me, and I know not what to answer. I think but of you and your journey. If I receive any letters from you after this is sent away, you may make yourself perfectly easy, for I will certainly take care to do whatever you desire me. I write today a little earlier than usual. Monsieur Corbinelli and Mademoiselle de Méry are here and have dined with me. I am going to a little opera of Molière's that is to be sung at Pelissari's. It is an excellent composition. The Prince, the Duke and the Duchess will be there. I shall perhaps sup at Gouvier's with Mme de Lafayette, the Duke, Mme de Thianges and Monsieur de Vivonne, of whom we are to take our leave, as he sets out from hence tomorrow. If this party is broken up, I shall perhaps go to Mme de Chaulnes, where I am earnestly invited, as well by the mistress of the house as by Cardinals de Retz and Bouillon, who made me promise them. The first of these is very impatient to see you. He loves you dearly. It was apprehended that Mme. de Bois had the smallpox, but it does not prove so. There is not a word said of the news from England. This makes me conclude there is nothing good from thence. There has only been a ball or two at Paris during the whole carnival. There were masques at noon, but not many. It is a very dull season. The assemblies at Saint-Germain are mortifications for the King and only show the falling off of the carnival. Father Bourdaloue preached a sermon on the purification of Our Lady, which transported everybody. There was such energy in his discourse as made the courtiers tremble. Never did preacher enforce with so much authority and in so noble a manner the great truths of the gospel. His design was to show that every power ought to be subject to the law, from the example of our Lord, who was presented at the temple. This was insisted on with all the strength and clearness imaginable, and certain points were urged with a force worthy of St. Paul himself. The Archbishop of Reims, as he returned yesterday from Saint-Germain, met with a curious adventure. He drove at his usual rate, like a whirlwind. If he thinks himself a great man, his servants think him still greater. They passed through Nanterre, where they met a man on horseback, and in an insolent tone bid him clear the way. The poor man used his utmost endeavours to avoid the danger that threatened him, but his horse proved unmanageable. To make short of it, the coach and six turned them both topsy-turvy, but at the same time the coach too was completely overturned. In an instant the horse and the man, instead of amusing themselves with having their limbs broken, rose almost miraculously. The man remounted and galloped away, and is galloping still, for aught I know, while the servants, the Archbishop's coachman and the Archbishop himself at the head of them, cried out, "Stop that villain, stop him, thrash him soundly." The rage of the Archbishop was so great that afterward, in relating the adventure, he said, if he could have caught the rascal, he would have broke all his bones and cut off both his ears. Adieu, my dear, delightful child. I cannot express my eagerness to see you. I shall direct this letter to Lyon. It is the third. The two first were to be left with the Chamarier. You must be got thither by this time, or never. Letter 38. Paris, Friday, May the 31st, 1675. I have received only your first letter yet, my dear child, but that is invaluable. I have seen nothing since your absence, and every fresh person reminds me of it. They talk to me of you, they pity me, they but stop. Is it not such thoughts as these we should pass lightly over? Let us then do so. I was yesterday at Mme. de Grignan's in my way from Saint-Maur, where I had been with Cardinal de Retz. At the Hôtel du City I met Mlle. de Launois, footnote, Adrienne Philippa Therese de Launois, who had been maid of honour to the Queen, was married to James Mary de la Baume Montrevel in 1675, and not in 1672, as it is said by mistake in the history of the great officers of the Crown. Back to main text. I met Mlle. de Launois, who was just married to the grandson of the old Count de Montrevel. The wedding was kept there. You never saw a bride so pert. She bustles about the house and calls husband as if she had been married for 20 years. This same husband of hers, you must know, is very much troubled with the ague. He expected his fit the day after he was married, but missed it. Upon which Fierbet said, "We have found a remedy for the ague." But who can tell us the dose? Mesdames de Castelnau, Louvigny, Sully and Fiesque were there. I leave you to guess what these charming women said to me. My friends are too solicitous about me. They harass me. But I do not lose a single moment that I can spend with our dear Cardinal. These letters will inform you of the arrival of the coadjutor. I saw and embraced him this morning. He is to have a conference this evening with His Eminence and Monsieur d'Acqueville on the steps he is to take. He has hitherto remained incog. The Duchess has lost Mademoiselle d'Enghien. One of her sons is going to die besides. Her mother is ill. Madame de Langeron is already underground. The Prince and the Duke in the army. Ample subjects for tears, and, as I am told, he is not sparing of them. I leave d'Acqueville to tell you the news of the war, and the Grignons to write to you about the Chevalier. If he should return hither, I will take as much care of him as of my own son. I imagine you are now upon the tranquil Saône. Our minds ought to resemble this calm view, but our hearts perpetually seduce them. Mine is wholly with my daughter. I have already told you that my greatest difficulty is to divert my thoughts from you, for they all tend to the same point. End of section 12.
Section 13 of the Letters of Mme. de Sévigné to her daughter and friends. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Letter 39. Paris, Wednesday, June the 5th, 1675. I have not received any of your letters since that from Sens, and you will therefore easily conceive how anxious I am to be informed of your health and safety. I am fully persuaded you have written to me and complained of nothing but the management, or rather mismanagement, of the post. According to the calculations of your friends here, you should be by this time at Grignan, unless you were detained at Lyon during the holidays. In short, my dear child, I have accompanied you step by step all the way, and am in hopes the Rhone behaved with proper respect to you. I have been at Livry with Corbinelli, but returned here with all the haste I could, that I might not lose a moment in seeing our dear Cardinal. The great affection he has for you, and the long friendship which has subsisted between him and me, have attached me to him very sincerely. I see him every evening from 8 till 10, and I think he is very glad to have me with him till his bedtime. Our conversation is constantly about you. This is a subject we are fond of expatiating upon, and indeed it seems the master sentiment of both hearts. He is for coming hither, but I cannot bear this house when you are not in it. The nuncio informed him yesterday that he had just learned by a courier from Rome that he was appointed to a cardinalship. The Pope, footnote Clement X, back to main text, has lately made a promotion of his creatures, as it is called. The crowns are put off for the 5 or 6 years, and consequently Monsieur de Marseille, footnote Toussaint de Froment-Janson, Bishop of Marseille, and afterward Bishop of Beauvoir, was not made cardinal till 1690, at the promotion of Alexander VIII, back to main text. The nuncio told Bonvoulois, who went to congratulate him on his promotion, that he hoped His Holiness would not now accept Cardinal de Retz's resignation of his hat, and that he should use all his endeavours to dissuade His Holiness from doing so, as he had the honour of being his colleague So now we have another cardinal, Cardinal de Spada. Cardinal de Retz sets out on Tuesday. I dread the day, for I shall suffer extremely in losing so valuable a friend. His courage seems to increase in proportion as that of his friends diminishes. The Duchess de la Vallière pronounced her vows yesterday. Footnote, for more than 3 years she had only received at court insults from her rival and unkindness from the king. She remained there, she said, merely from a spirit of penitence, and added, when the life of a Carmelite appears to me too severe, I have only to call to mind what those persons made me suffer, pointing to the king and to Mme de Montespan, back to main text. Mme de Villars promised to take me to see it, but by some misunderstanding we thought we should not get places. Nothing more, however, was necessary than to present ourselves at the door, though the Queen had given out that the admission should not be general, and after all we did not go. Mme de Villars was very much vexed at it. The beautiful Duchess performed this action like every other of her life, and in the most charming manner possible. She is surprisingly handsome, but you will be astonished to hear that M. de Condorcet's, Bossuet's, sermon was not so good as was expected. The coadjutor was there. He will tell you how well the affair goes on with respect to M. de Paris and M. de Saint-Pol. But he finds the shade of M. de Toulon and the spirit of M. de Marseille everywhere. Madame de Coulanges goes from hence on Monday with Corbinelli. This deprives me of my companions. You know how good Corbinelli is to me, and how kindly he enters into all my sentiments. I am convinced of his friendship and feel his absence. But, my child, after having lost you, of what else can I complain? It is true that you are interested in my complaints because he is one of those with whom I most enjoyed the consolation of speaking of you. For you must not imagine that those to whom I cannot speak freely are as agreeable to me as those who enter into my feelings. You seem to me to be apprehensive that I make myself ridiculous, and that I am too apt to divulge my sentiments on this pleasing subject. No, no, my dear, fear nothing. I am able to govern the torrent. Trust to me, and let me love you, till it shall please God to take you out of my heart in order to place himself there. For you can yield to none but him. In short, my heart is so entirely occupied with and so full of you, and that finding myself incapable of any other thought, I have been restrained from performing the devotions of the season. Adieu, my dear child, for the present. I shall finish my letter this evening. I have just received a letter from Macron, and cannot yet read it without the fountain playing its old tricks. My heart is so extremely sensible that the least thing that affects it quite overcomes me. You may imagine that with this fine disposition I frequently meet with opportunities to try it, but pray have no fears for my health. I can never forget the philosophy you inspired me with the evening before we parted. I improve by it as much as I can, but I have such an habitual weakness that in spite of your good lessons I often yield to my emotion. Our cardinal will have left me before you receive this. It will be a melancholy day to me, for I am extremely attached to his person, his merit, his conversation, which I enjoy as much as I can, and the friendship he expresses for me.
His soul is of so superior an order that it is not to be expected that his life should be attended with only common events. He that makes it a law to himself to do always what is most great and heroic must place his retreat in some proper part of his life, like a shade beautifully disposed in a piece of painting, and leave his friends to lament it. How facetious you are, my child, with a newspaper in your hand. What, can you derive amusement from it already? I did expect that you would at least have waited till you had crossed the Vile Durance. The conversation between the King and the Prince appears to me very humorous. I think you would have been entertained with it even here. I have just received a letter from the Chevalier, who is well. He is with the army and has only had 5 attacks of the ague. This is one subject of uneasiness less, but his letter, which is full of friendship, is in the true German style, for he will not believe a syllable of the retreat of Cardinal de Retz. He desires me to tell him the truth, which I shall not fail to do. I shall distribute all your compliments, and I'm sure they will be well received. Everybody thinks it an honour to be remembered by you. Monsieur de Coulanges is quite proud of it. The coadjutor will relate to you the success of his journey, but he will not boast that he was on the point of being stifled at Mme. de Louvois' by 20 women, who each supposed they had a right to embrace him. This occasioned a confusion, an oppression, a suffocation, of which the bare idea almost suffocates me, accompanied by the most high-flown, reiterated and affected compliments that it is possible to conceive. Madame de Coulanges describes the scene very drolly. I wish you may have the company at Grignan you mention. My son is well. He sends you 1,000 remembrances. Monsieur de Grignan will be very willing for me to embrace him now that he is no longer occupied with the bustle of the boat. Letter 40. Paris, Friday, June the 14th, 1675. Instead of visiting you in your apartment, my dear child, I sit down to converse with you by letter. When I am so unfortunate as not to have you with me, the most natural consolation I can find is to write to you, to receive your letters, to speak of you, or to take some step in your affairs. I passed the afternoon yesterday with Cardinal de Retz. You cannot possibly guess what we talk of when we are together. I always begin by telling you that you cannot love him too well, and that I think you happy in having so firmly fixed the kindness and affection he before felt for you. Let me know how you bear the air at Grignan, and whether it has already begun to prey upon you, how you enjoy your health and how you look. Your picture is very pleasing, but far less so than your person, without reckoning that it wants the power of speech. Be not uneasy about my health. The rule I observe at present is to be irregular. I am not sensible of any indisposition. I dine alone, stay at home till 5 or 6 o'clock, and go in the evening, when I have no business of importance to keep me within, to the house of one of my friends. I walk or ride according to the distance, but I make everything yield to the pleasure of being with our Cardinal. I lose not a moment he can spare me, and he is very obliging in this respect. I shall feel more sensibly his departure and his absence But this doesn't prevent my indulging myself in the pleasure of his conversation. I never think of sparing myself. After having endured the pangs of parting with you, I have nothing to fear from any less tender attachment. Were it not for him and for your affairs, I should go a little to Livry, but I make every consideration yield to these, which are above all my little pleasures. The Queen went to see Mme. de Montespan at Clagny on the day I told you she took her up in her carriage as she passed. She went into her room, where she stayed half an hour. She then went into Monsieur de Vexin's, who was a little indisposed, and afterward took Mme. de Montespan de Trianon, as I informed you. Some ladies had been at Clagny. They found the fair lady so occupied with the building and enchantments that are preparing for her that I fancy her like Dido building Carthage. But the resemblance will not hold good in any other respect. Monsieur de la Rochefoucauld and Madame de Lafayette have entreated me to present their compliments to you. We fear you will have too much of the Grand Duchess, Marguerite Louise d'Orléans, daughter of Gaston de France, Duc of Orléans, and of Marguerite de Lorraine, his second wife, back to main text. A prison is preparing for her at Montmartre, with which she would be frightened if she did not hope to change it, but she will be caught. They are delighted in Tuscany to have got rid of her. Madame de Sully is gone. Paris has become a desert. I already wish myself out of it. I dined yesterday with the coadjutor at the Cardinal's. I have left him in charge to inform you of that part of ecclesiastical history. Monsieur Joly, footnote Claude Joly, Bishop of Agen, back to main text, preached at the opening of the Assembly of the Clergy, but as he took an ancient text and preached only ancient doctrine, his sermon seemed a piece of antiquity altogether. It was a fine subject, too, for reflection. The Queen dined today at the Carmelites de Boulois with Mme. de Montespan, Mme. de Fontevraud. You will see how this friendship will end. They say that Monsieur de Turenne, as it were, conducts the enemy's troops to their quarters. My heart is much oppressed with the thoughts of losing the Cardinal. The repeated intercourse of friendship and conversation which has so lately passed between us redoubles my grief. He goes tomorrow. I have not yet received your letters. Believe me, my dear, that it is not possible to love you more than I love you. Nothing animates me but what has some relation to you. Mme. de Rochefoucauld has written to me very affectionately. She told me with what feelings you received and read my letters at Lyons. I see, my dear, you are grown weak as well as I. D'Arqueville has sent you such a large packet that it would be ridiculous to pretend to tell you any news now. Letter 41, Paris, Friday, June the 28th, 1675. Madame de Vin expressed herself very affectionately about you yesterday, my dear. That is, in her way, but it is not a bad one. There seemed no interlineations in what she said. We have no news. The King's good star has brought the Duke of Lorraine and the Prince of Orange across the Meuse again. Monsieur de Turenne has now elbow room, so that we are no longer confined in any part. I am rejoiced that my letters are so pleasing to you. I can hardly think they are so agreeable as you say they are.
I know they have no stiffness in them. Our good Cardinal is gone to solitude. His departure gave me sorrow and reminded me of yours. I have long remarked our cruel separations to the four corners of the world. It is very cold. We are obliged to have a fire, and so are you, which is more astonishing still. You judge well respecting Quantova. Footnote: Quantova is Mme de Montespan, back to main text. If she cannot return to her old ways, she will push her authority and grandeur beyond the clouds. But she must prepare to be loved the whole year without scruple. In the meantime, her house is crowded by the whole court. Visits are paid alternately, and her consequence is unbounded. Be not uneasy respecting my journey to Brittany. You are too good and too attentive to my health. I will have nothing to do with La Mousse. The dullness of others weighs me down more than my own. I have no time to go to Livry. I have made a vow to expedite your affairs. I shall give your compliments to Mme. de Villars and Mme. de Lafayette. The latter has still a little fever upon her. Adieu, my dearest child. Believe me to be most sincerely yours. End of section 13. Section 14 of the letters of Mme. de Sévigné to her daughter and friends. This is a LibriVox recording, or LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Letter 42, Paris, Friday, July the 5th, 1675. I sit down, my dear, to talk to you a little of our good Cardinal. I send you a letter he has written to you. Pray advise him to write his history. It is what all his friends press him much to do. He tells me he is very well pleased with his desert, that he can look upon it without the least horror, and humbly hopes that God will support him in his weakness. He expresses the most sincere regard for you, and desires me not to think of leaving Paris till I have finished all your affairs. He remembers the time when you had the ague, and that he desired me for his sake to be careful of your health. I answer him in the same tone. He assures me that the most frightful solitude would not make him forget the friendship he owes us. He was received at St. Michael's, footnote, the place of the Cardinal's retreat, a remote village in the province of Brittany, back to main text, with transports of joy. The people were all on their knees and received him as a protector sent by God. The troops who were quartered there having taken off, the officers having waited on him, bore his orders to send away or to leave as many as pleased. Cardinal Bonsi has assured me that the Pope, without staying to receive our Cardinal's letter, had sent him a brief to tell him that he supposes, and even desires, he will keep his hat, that the preserving his rank and dignity will in no wise impede the work of his salvation, and it is moreover added that His Holiness expressly commanded him not to make a choice of any other place of retirement than Saint-Denis. But I much doubt this latter part of the report, so I only tell you my author for the former part. I am convinced he thinks no more about the Cassonade. If I had desired him not to send it, it would only have served to put him in mind of it, so I thought it best to take no notice of it. There is no news of importance stirring. Everything goes on with spirit on Monsieur de Turenne's side.
The other day there was Mme. Noble of the Vitry family paying at Basset with Monsieur. Mention was made of Monsieur de Vitry, who was very ill, upon which she said to Monsieur, "Ah, sir, I saw him this morning, poor man. His face looked just like a stratagem." What could she mean? Mme. de Richelieu has received such kind and affectionate letters from the King that she is more than repaid for what she has done. Footnote: the singular attachment of the Queen and Mme. de Montespan. Back to main text. Adieu, my dearest and best beloved. Letter 43. Paris, Friday, July the 19th, 1675. Guess from whence I write to you, my dear. From Monsieur de Pompon's, as you will perceive by the few lines which Mme. de Vin sends you with this. I have been with her, the Abbe Arnaud and Dacqueville, to see the procession of St. Genevieve pass. We returned in very good time. We were back by 2 o'clock. There are many that will not return till night. Do you know that this procession is considered a very fine sight? It is attended by all the religious orders in their respective habits, the curates of the several parishes, and all the canons of Notre Dame, preceded by the Archbishop of Paris in his pontificals and on foot, giving his benediction to the right and left as he goes, till he comes to the cathedral. I should have said to the left only, for the Abbe de Saint Genevieve marches on the right, barefoot, and preceded by 150 monks, barefoot also. The cross and mitre are borne before him like the Archbishop, and he gives his benedictions in the same manner, but with great apparent devotion, humility and fasting, and an air of penitence, which show that he is to say Mass at Notre Dame. The Parliament in their reds and the principal companies follow the shrine of the saint, which glitters with precious stones and is carried by 20 men clad in white and barefoot. The provost of the merchants and 4 councillors are left as hostages at the church of Saint Genevieve for the return of this precious treasure. You will ask me perhaps why the shrine was exposed. It was to put a stop to the continual rains we have had, and to obtain warm and dry weather, which happened at the very time that they were making preparations for the procession, to which, as it was intended to obtain for us all kinds of blessings, I presume we owe His Majesty's return, who is expected here on Sunday next. In my letter of Wednesday I will write you all that is worth writing. Monsieur de la Trousse is conducting a detachment of 6,000 men to Marshal de Crequy, who is to join Monsieur de Turenne. La Fère and others remain with the Dauphin's gendarmes in the army commanded by the Prince. The other day, Madame and Mme. de Monaco took Dacqueville at the Hôtel de Grammont to walk about the streets and the Tuileries incog. As Her Highness is not much given to a disposition for gallantry, her dignity sits very easy on her. The Tuscan Princess is expected every hour. This is another of the blessings obtained by the shrine of St. Genevieve. I saw one of your letters yesterday to the Abbe de Pontcarré. It is the best letter that ever was written. There is no part of it which has not some point and wit. He has sent a copy of it to His Eminence, for the original is kept as sacred as a shrine. Adieu, my dearest and best beloved. You are so remarkable for your inviolable love of truth that I do not abate myself a single expression of your kindness toward me, and you may judge then how happy it makes me. Letter 44. Paris, Wednesday, July the 24th, 1675. The weather is so extremely hot, my dear, that instead of tossing and tumbling in my bed, the whim took me to get up, though it is but 5 o'clock in the morning, and chat a little with you. The King arrived at Versailles on Sunday morning. The Queen, Mme. de Montespan, and all the other ladies went to take possession of their former apartments. In a short time after his arrival, His Majesty began to make the usual visits. The only difference is that they play in the state apartments. I shall have more intelligence before I conclude my letter. The reason of my being so ill-informed of what passed at Versailles is that I came but last night from Monsieur de Pompon's. Mme. de Pompon had invited Dacqueville and me in so pressing a manner that there was no refusing. Indeed, Monsieur de Pompon appeared delighted to see us. You were spoken of with all the friendship and esteem imaginable during the short time we were there, and there was no want of conversation. One of our whims was to wish we could see through a great many things which we think we understand, but which in fact we do not. We should then see into what passes in families, where we should find hatred, mistrust, anger and contempt in the room of all those fine things that are set to outward show and pass upon the world for realities. I was wishing for a closet hung with mirrors of this kind instead of pictures. We carried this odd notion very far and diverted ourselves extremely with it. We were for opening Dacqueville's head to furnish ourselves from thence with some of these curious anecdotes, and pleased ourselves with thinking how the world is in general imposed upon by what they see and take for truth. You think that things are so and so in such a house, that such a couple adore each other, but stay a while and turn up the cards, and you will see that they hate each other most completely. You would imagine that such an event proceeded from such a cause. The little demon that drew aside the curtain would undeceive you. And so through life. This afforded us infinite amusement. You see, my dear, I must have plenty of time to entertain you with such trifles. This is the consequence of rising so early in the morning. This is doing as Monsieur de Massey does. If it had been winter, I should have visited by torchlight. You have your cool northeast wind at last. Ah, my child, how uncomfortable it is. We are broiling with heat in this country, and in Provence you are starving with cold. I am convinced that our shrine has effected this change, for before the procession we discovered, like you, that the sun and the seasons had changed their course. I thought I had discovered too, like you, that this was the true reason that it occasioned the days we so much regret to fly so rapidly. For my part, my dear child, I experience as much sorrow to see these days past and gone forever as I formerly experienced joy in spending winter and summer and every season with you. This painful thought must give way to the hope of seeing you again. I wait for cooler weather before I take physic, and for cooler counsels in Brittany before I venture thither. Footnote: the exorbitant taxes that have been imposed upon these unhappy people had obliged numbers of them to have recourse to arms in order to free themselves from the load of exactions that it was impossible for them to bear. Back to main text. Madame de Lavardin, de La Troche, Monsieur d'Arouis and I shall consult together about a proper time for our journey, having no design to run ourselves into the midst of the commotions that at present rend our poor province. They seem to increase daily, and those concerned in them have got as far as Fougères, burning and ransacking all the way as they go along. This is rather too near the rocks, they have begun a second time to plunder the bureau at Rennes. Footnote, a kind of exchequer established in all the principal towns in France for the collection of the King's revenues. Back to main text. Mme. de Grignan is terrified almost to death at the continual menaces she hears. I was told yesterday that some of the mutineers had actually stopped her in her coach, and even the most moderate of them had sent notice to Monsieur de Grignan, who is at Fort Louis, that if the troops he had sent for took a single step toward entering the province, his wife would run the hazard of being torn to pieces by the insurgents. It is necessary, however, that some troops should march against them, for things are come to such a height that lenitives are no longer of service. But it would not be prudent for us to set out before the storm is a little subsided and we see the issue of this extreme confusion. It is hoped that the approaching harvest will help to disperse the rioters, for after all they must get in their grain, and there are nearly 6,000 or 7,000 of them, not one of whom can speak a word of French. Monsieur de Bussy told me the other day that a curate, having received a clock that had been sent him from France, as they call this part of the country, in the sight of some of his parishioners, they immediately cried out in their language that it was a new tax. They were sure of it. They saw it plainly. The good curate, with great presence of mind, and without seeming at all confused, said to them, "My children, you are mistaken. You know not what you are talking of. It is an indulgence." This brought them all immediately upon their knees. You may by this specimen form a judgment of the understandings of these people. Let the consequence be what it may, I wait till the hurricane is past. But I'm sorry to be obliged to defer my journey. It was fixed at the most convenient time for me, and cannot be put off without interfering with my plans. You know my resignation to Providence. We must all return to this at last and take things as they come. I talk wisely, as you see, but I do not always think wisely. You well know there is one point on which I cannot practice what I preach. Letter 45, Paris, Friday, August the 16th, 1675. I could wish all you write to me of Monsieur de Turenne inserted in a funeral oration. It has all the force of eloquence that can be inspired by grief. Think not, my child, that the remembrance of him can be lost in this country. The torrent that sweeps everything away cannot remove a memory so well established. It is consecrated to immortality. I was the other day at Monsieur de la Rochefoucauld's with Mme. de Lavardin, Monsieur de Massillac and Mme. de Lafayette. The Premier joined us. The conversation, which lasted 2 hours, turned wholly on the divine qualities of this true hero. The eyes of everyone were bathed in tears, and you cannot imagine how deeply the grief of his loss is engraved on all their hearts. You have exceeded us in nothing but in the satisfaction of sighing aloud and of writing his panegyric. We remarked one thing, which was, it is not at his death only that the largeness of his heart, the extent of his knowledge, the elevation of his mind are admired. All this the world acknowledged during his life. How much this admiration is increased by his death you may easily suppose. In a word, my dear, do not think that the death of this great man is regarded here like that of others. You may talk of it as much as you please, but do not suppose your grief can exceed ours. That none of the devotees have yet taken it into their heads to doubt whether his soul was in a good state proceeds from the perfect esteem every person felt for him. It is not possible that sin or guilt could find a place in his heart. His conversion, so sincere, appeared to us like a baptism. Footnote, he was originally a Protestant. Back to main text. Everyone speaks of the innocence of his manners, the purity of his intentions, his unaffected humility, the solid glory that filled his heart without haughtiness or ostentation, his love of virtue for its own sake, without regarding the approbation of men, and, to crown all, his generous and Christian charity. Did I not tell you of the regiment he clothed? It cost him 14,000 francs and left him almost penniless. The English told Monsieur de Loge that they would continue to serve this campaign to avenge his death, but that they would afterward retire, not being able to serve under any other general after Monsieur de Turenne. When some of the new troops grew a little impatient in the morasses, where they were up to their knees in water, the old soldiers animated them thus: "What, do you complain? It is plain you do not yet know Monsieur de Turenne. He is more grieved than we are when we are in any difficulty. He thinks of nothing at this moment but of removing us hence. He wakes while we sleep. He is a father to us. It is easy to see that you are but young soldiers." It was thus they encouraged them. All I tell you is true. I do not load you with idle stories to amuse you because you are at a distance. This would be cheating you, and you may rely upon what I write to you as firmly as on what I should tell you if you were here. I return to the state of his soul. It is really remarkable that no zealot has yet thought fit to doubt whether it has pleased God to receive it with open arms as one of the best and noblest he ever created. Reflect a little upon this general assurance of his salvation, and you will find it is a sort of miracle scarcely known but in his case. The King has said of a certain person whose absence last winter delighted you, that he had neither head nor heart. These were his very words. Monsieur de Rohan, with a handful of men, has dispersed and put to flight the mutineers who were formed in troops in his Duchy of Rohan. Our troops are at Nantes, commanded by Forbin. Forbin is still a subaltern. Forbin's orders are to obey Monsieur de Chaulnes. But as Monsieur de Chaulnes is at Fort Louis, Forbin, in effect, has the command. You understand what these imaginary honours are which remain without action in those who have the name of commanders. Monsieur de Lavardin wished much to have this command. He has been at the head of an old regiment and pretends it was an honour due to him, but his claim was not admitted. It is said that our mutineers have sued for pardon. I suppose they will obtain it after a sufficient number have been hanged. Monsieur de Chamillard, who was odious to the province, is removed, and Monsieur de Massillac, who is a worthy man, is made intendant. These disorders no longer prevent me from taking my journey, but there is something here I am unwilling to leave. I have not yet been able to go Livry. However my inclination may tempt me, time must be taken as it comes. We wish to be in the centre of news in these critical times. Let me add one word more concerning Monsieur de Turenne. He had made an acquaintance with a shepherd who knew the roads and the country well. He used to take him along with him and order his troops to be posted according to his direction. He had a great affection for this shepherd and esteemed him as a man of a good plain sense. He said that Colonel Beck owed his rise to a similar quality, and that he believed this shepherd would make his fortune as he had done. He was pleased with having contrived to make his troops pass without danger. He said to Monsieur de Roy, "In good earnest, this seems to me no ill performance, and I believe Monsieur de Montecuculi will not find it so." It is indeed esteemed a masterpiece of military skill. Mme. de Villars has seen another account since the day of battle, in which it is said that the Chevalier de Grignan performed wonders, both in respect of valour and prudence. God preserve him! For the courage of Monsieur de Turenne seems gone over to the enemy, and they think nothing impossible since the defeat of Marshal de Créquy. Monsieur de la Feuillade went post to Versailles the other day, where he surprised the King and said to him, "Sire, some," meaning Rochefort, "send for their wives, and some come to see them. I am only come to see your Majesty and to thank you 1,000 times. I shall see nobody besides your Majesty, for it is to you I owe everything." He talked a long while with the King, and then, taking his leave, said, "Sire, I am going. I beg you to make my compliments to the Queen and the Dauphin, and to my wife and children." And he mounted his horse, and in reality saw no other person. This little sally pleased the King much. He told the court, laughing, how he had been made the bearer of Monsieur de Feuillade's compliments. It is a great thing to be happy. Everything then succeeds. Nothing is taken amiss. End of section 14.
Section 15 of the letters of Mme. de Sévigné to her daughter and friends. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Letter 46. Paris, Friday evening, August the 16th, 1675. At length, my dear Monsieur La Trousse is found. I admire his good fortune in this affair. After having performed wonders at the head of his battalion, he was surrounded by 2 squadrons of the enemy's horse so completely that no one knew how it would end, when on a sudden he finds himself prisoner to whom? The Marquis de Crans, with whom he was intimate for 6 months at Cologne, and with whom he had cultivated a close friendship. You may judge how he will be treated. He has a pretty little wound which will furnish him with an excellent plea for passing the vintage at La Trousse, for there is no reason to doubt that he will be released on his parole, and what is still better, will meet with the most favourable reception at court. Nothing can exceed the congratulations and compliments that have been made him by all his friends on this occasion. I really pity him for having so many thanks to return. If he were to have carved his own fortune, could he have done it more completely to his wish? As for the honest Sanzé, we have no news of him, which does not look well. Marshal de Créquy is at Trèves, at least it is so reported, and that his people saw him cross the river with 3 others in a miserable little boat. His wife is distracted with grief, not having heard a syllable from himself. For my part, I really think he has been drowned, or else killed by the peasants on his way to Trèves. In short, matters appear to go badly on all sides, La Trousse excepted. Letter 47. Paris, Wednesday, August the 28th, 1675. If I had the means of sending letters to you every day, I could easily contrive to write them. I sometimes do so even now, though my letters do not go. But the pleasure of writing is reserved for you alone. To everyone else I write because I must. I have particulars to relate respecting Monsieur de Turenne. Mme d'Elbeuf, footnote, sister to Cardinal de Bouillon, back to main text, who is for a few days at the Cardinal de Bouillon's, invited me to dine with them yesterday and to share in their grief. Madame de Lafayette was likewise there. The purpose of our meeting was fully answered, for there was not a dry eye among us. Mme. d'Elbeuf had a picture of the hero, admirably executed. All his people arrived at 11 o'clock. The poor creatures were already in deep mourning and bathed in tears. 3 gentlemen came in who were ready to die at the sight of the picture. Their cries pierced every heart. They could not utter a word. His footmen, his pages, his trumpeters were all in tears, and made everybody else weep to see them. The first, who was able to speak, answered our mournful questions, and we prevailed on him to relate the manner of his death. It seems he was desirous of confessing, and when he retired for that purpose, he gave orders for the evening and was to have communicated the next day, which was Sunday, when he expected to give battle. He mounted on horseback at 2 o'clock the Saturday, after having taken a little refreshment, and as he had many people with him, he left them all at about 30 paces from the hill, and said to young d'Elbeuf, "Nephew, stay you there. You move round me so much that I shall be known." Monsieur Hamilton, who happened to be near the place where he was going, said to him, "Sir, come this way, if you please. The enemy's fire is directed to the place in which you are." "You are right, sir," replied Monsieur de Turenne. "I would not willingly be killed today. This will do extremely well." He had scarcely turned his horse when he saw Saint-Hilaire, who, coming up to him with his hat in his hand, desired him to cast an eye on a battery he had just raised, pointing to the place. Monsieur de Turenne turned back, and at that very instant, without having time to stop his horse, he had his arm and part of his body torn to pieces by the same ball that carried off Saint-Hilaire's arm and hand in which he held his hat. The gentleman who was watching him attentively did not see him fall, for his horse ran away with him as far as the spot where he had left young d'Elbeuf. He was leaning with his face over the pommel of the saddle. The moment his horse stopped, this great man fell off into the arms of his people who were gathered round him, twice opened wide his eyes, moved his lips a little, and sank to eternal rest. Think of his death and part of his heart being carried away. His people immediately burst into loud cries of lamentations, but Monsieur Hamilton quieted them as well as he could, and had young d'Elbeuf removed, who had thrown himself upon his uncle's body, frantic with grief, and would not be dragged from it without violence. A cloak was immediately thrown over the body, and it was placed by the side of a hedge, where they kept watch over it in silence till a carriage could be sent for to carry it to his tent. There it was met by Monsieur Loge, Monsieur de War, and several others, who were ready to expire with grief, but they were obliged to restrain themselves and think of the important business that had devolved on them. A military service was performed in the camp, where tears and sorrow were the mourning. The officers, however, had each a crepe scarf. The drums were covered with the same. They beat only a single stroke. The soldiers marched with their pikes trailing and pieces reversed. But the cries and lamentations of a whole army cannot be described without emotion. His 2 nephews assisted at this mournful ceremony. I leave you to judge in what condition Monsieur de Roy, though much wounded, will be carried thither. I suppose the poor Chevalier de Grignan was overwhelmed with grief. When the body was removed from the camp to be brought to Paris, the same scene of grief was renewed, and in every place through which he passed, nothing was heard but lamentations. At Langres, however, they exceeded even this. The bier was met by more than 200 of the principal inhabitants in mourning, followed by the common people and all the clergy in sacerdotal habits. In the town a solemn service was performed, and they all voluntarily entered into a contribution toward defraying the expenses, which amounted to 5,000 francs. For they conducted the body as far as the next town. What say you to these natural marks of affection, founded on the most extraordinary merit? He is to be brought to Saint-Denis this evening. The people are all gone to meet the body at a place about 2 leagues distant, from whence they were conducted to a chapel where it is to be deposited for the present. There will be a service performed at Saint-Denis till that at Notre Dame is celebrated, which will be a solemn one. Such was our entertainment at the Cardinal's. We dined, as you may suppose, melancholy enough, and afterward did nothing but sigh till 4 o'clock. Cardinal de Bouillon mentioned you, and took upon him to answer for you that had you been in Paris, you would have made one in our sad party. I assured him that you took no small share in his grief. He intends to answer both your letter and Monsieur de Grignan's. He desired me to say 1,000 kind things to you, and so did the worthy Delboeuf, who, as well as her son, has lost everything. It was a good idea to undertake thus to tell you what you know already as well as myself, but these originals struck me, and I was glad to show you in what way we forget Monsieur de Turenne in this part of the world. Monsieur de Lagarde told me the other day that in the enthusiasm of the wonders which were related of the Chevalier de Grignan, he had advised his brothers, footnote the Coadjutor of Arles and the Abbé de Grignan, back to main text, to bestir themselves on the occasion to support his interest, at least for the present year, and that he found them both very well disposed to do extraordinary things. The good Lagarde is at Fontainebleau, from whence he is to return in 3 days to set out at last, for he longs to be gone, though courtiers in general seem to be very leaden-heeled. The situation of poor Mme. de Sancerre is really deplorable. We know nothing yet respecting her husband. He is neither dead nor alive, wounded nor prisoner. His people do not take the least notice of him in their letters. Monsieur de la Trousse, after having mentioned the report of his being killed, this was the day of the action, has never since mentioned a syllable about him, either to Mme. de Sancerre or to Coulanges. Footnote, Mme. de Sévigné was cousin to Monsieur de Coulanges, and Monsieur de la Trousse was first cousin to both. Back to main text. Has never mentioned a syllable about him, so that we are quite at a loss what to say to this distracted woman. And yet it is cruel to let her remain in this state of uncertainty. For my part, I am persuaded her husband is killed. The dust and blood must probably disfigure him so much as not to be known again, and he has been stripped with the rest of the slain. Or he was perhaps killed at a distance from any of the rest, or by the country people on the road and thrown into a hedge. I think it more probable that he has met with some such melancholy fate than that he has been taken prisoner without a word having been heard respecting him. And now, my dear, I must tell you that the Abbé thinks my journey so necessary that I no longer oppose it. I shall not have him always with me, and therefore I ought to take advantage of his good intentions toward me. It will only be a trip of 2 months. The good Abbé is not the least disposed to pass the winter there. He expresses himself very sincerely on the subject, and you know I am always the dupe of everything that has the appearance of sincerity. So much the worse for those who deceive me. I conceive that it will be very dull there in the winter. Long evenings may be compared to long marches for tediousness. I was not dull the winter you were with me. You who are young might have felt so, but do you remember our readings? It is true that if everything had been taken away that surrounded the table, and even the book too, it is impossible to tell what would have become of me. Providence will arrange everything. I treasure up all your sayings. We get out of our dullness as we do out of bad roads. We see no one stop short in the middle of a month because he has not the courage to go through it. It is like dying. We see no one who does not know how to keep out of this dilemma. There are parts in your letters which I neither can nor will forget. Are my friends Corbinelli and Monsieur de Vardes with you? I hope they are. In that case, I dare say there's been no deficiency of conversation among you. You have talked incessantly of the state of affairs, of the death of Monsieur de Turenne, and are at a loss to guess what will be the consequences of it. In fact, you are just like ourselves, though you are in Provence. Monsieur de Barillon supped here last night. The conversation turned upon Monsieur Turenne and the universal grief occasioned by his loss. He entered largely into his virtues, his love of truth, his love of virtue for its own sake, and his reward in the practice of it. He finished this eulogium with adding that no one could love and esteem Monsieur de Turenne without being the better for it. His company and conversation inspired such hatred of deceit and double-dealing as raised his friends above the generality of mankind. In this number the Chevalier was particularly distinguished as one for whom this great man showed more than common esteem and affection, and who on his side was one of his greatest admirers. We shall never see his equal in any age. I do not think we are quite blind in the present day. At least those I meet are not so. And this, perhaps, is boasting that I keep good company. But I must tell you one word more of Monsieur de Turenne, which I heard yesterday. You know Pertuis well, and his adoration and attachment to Monsieur de Turenne. As soon as he heard of his death, he wrote His Majesty the following note: "Sire, I have lost Monsieur de Turenne. I feel my heart unable to support this blow, and being incapable of serving your Majesty as I ought to do, I humbly request your permission to resign my government of Courtrai." Cardinal de Bouillon prevented the letter from being given to the King, but fearing he might come in person, he informed His Majesty of the effect Pertuis' grief had on him. The King appeared to enter with great goodness and indulgence into his sentiments, and told Cardinal de Bouillon that he esteemed Pertuis the more for this mark of attachment to his friend and benefactor. Footnote: he had been Captain of the Guard to Monsieur de Turenne, back to main text, and that he thought him too honest a man not to discharge his duty in whatever situation he was in. This is a specimen of grief for this hero. He had a patrimony of 40,000 livres a year, and Monsieur Boucherat says that after all his debts and the several legacies he has bequeathed are paid, there will not remain more than 10,000. These are the vast treasures he had amassed during a service of 50 years. Adieu, my dearest child. I embrace you 1,000 times, and with inexpressible tenderness.
Letter 48, Tuesday, September the 17th, 1675. Here is an odd date for you. Je suis dans un bateau dans le courant de l'eau, au loin de mon château. Footnote, I am here in a boat, on the water afloat, from my castle, far remote. Back to main text. I think I might add, ah, quelle folie. Footnote, ah, what folly is this, back to main text. For the water is so very low, and we are so often aground, that I heartily wish for my carriage again, but that is out of reach for some time. The water becomes dull when one is alone. A Count de Chapelle and a Mme de Sévigné are wanting to enliven the scene. In short, it is mere folly to take a boat at Orléans or even at Paris, but it is the fashion, as it is at Chartres, to buy chaplets. I told you I saw the Abbé d'Effiat at his noble mansion. I wrote to you from Tours. From thence we went to Saumur, where I saw Verneuil, and wept again over Monsieur de Turenne. He seems greatly affected with his loss. You will pity him when I tell you he is in a place where no one ever saw this hero. Verneuil is grown very old, very physicky, very drivelling, and very devout. But he is still witty. He sends you 1,000 and 1,000 compliments. It is 30 leagues from Saumur to Nantes. We determined to go there in 2 days and to get into Nantes this day. With this view we were upon the water some part of the night, but fortunately we ran aground about 200 yards from the place where we were to go ashore to sleep, and could not get out of the boat. So we put back and landed at another place, and following the barking of a dog, we got, about midnight, to a little hut, but the most wretched place you can possibly conceive. And there we found 2 or 3 old women spinning, and some fresh straw, upon which we all lay down without taking off our clothes. I should have laughed heartily at this scene had it not been for thinking of our poor Abbé, whom I was vexed to have exposed to such a fatiguing journey. At daybreak we re-embarked, but were again so completely stranded that it was above an hour before we could get afloat again. However, we were resolved to get to Nantes, though against both wind and tide. We were forced to row all the way. When we got there, I received your letters, and as I find the post must pass through Engrand, I shall leave this little note by the way. I am very well, and only want somebody to chat with. I shall write to you from Nantes, as you may suppose. I am very impatient to hear from you, and about Monsieur de Luxembourg and his army, for my head has been in a sack these 9 days. The history of the Crusades is very amusing, particularly to those who have read Tasso, and to see their old friends again in prose and in history. But with respect to the author's style, I am his very humble servant. The life of Origen is divine. Footnote, this is the work of Dufosse pour Real. It had just been published, with the life of Tertullian by the same author. Back to main text. End of section 15. Section 16 of the letters of Mme de Sévigné to her daughter and friends. This is a LibriVox recording, or LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Letter 49, The Rocks, Sunday, October the 20th, 1675. I cannot sufficiently admire the diligence and fidelity of the post. I received on the 18th your letter of the 9th, that is, in 9 days only after date, which is all that can be desired. But, my dear, we must soon put an end to our admirations, for, as you say, you are going still further off, that we may both be
exactly in the spot which Providence has assigned us. For my part, God knows, I acquit myself very ill in my residence. But you, heavens! Monsieur d'Angers, H. Arnauld, cannot do more. When I think, however, of our separation, and how much I deserve to enjoy the pleasure of being with you, and of all your affection for me, and then reflect that we are placed at two different ends of the globe, you must excuse me if I cannot view this part of our history with gaiety of heart. Common sense opposes it, and my infinite love still more. I have nothing to do but take refuge in submission to the will of Providence. I am very glad you have seen Monsieur de la Garde. He does me great honour in approving my turn of mind. He is a very good judge. I am sorry you are going to lose him so soon, for he is really a worthy man. Your conversations must have been endless. So he is to take the Archbishop away to la Garde. It was very well said of him that he was like a river which fertilized and made every country flourish through which it passed. I find he did wonders at Grignan. Monsieur Rochon is at Rennes with 4,000 men. He has removed the Parliament to Vannes, which has occasioned a terrible desolation. The ruin of Rennes brings with it that of the whole province. Mme. de Marbeuf is at Vitré. She has brought me 1,000 compliments from Mme. de Chaulnes and from Monsieur de Vin, who intends paying me a visit. I am not under the least apprehension about these troops on my own account, but I cannot help feeling for the despair and desolation our poor province suffers at present. It is supposed we shall not have any Assembly of the States here, or if we have, it will only be to buy off the taxes which we gave 2,500,000 livres to have taken off only 2 years ago, and which have all been laid upon our shoulders again. And perhaps they may set a price too upon bringing the Parliament back to Rennes. Monsieur de Montmoran, footnote, he was a Sévigné and Dean of the Parliament of Brittany, back to main text, is fled out of town to a seat belonging to one of his friends at about 3 leagues distance from hence, that he may avoid hearing the cries and lamentations of the people at seeing their dear Parliament removed. You see, I am quite a Breton, but you know it is owing to the air I breathe, and to something else, for every creature without distinction is in affliction throughout the province. Be under no concern about my health, my dearest child. I am extremely well. Mme. de Grignan has given me an essence that has cured her of vapours that were worse than mine. 2 drops are to be taken for 15 days following in any beverage that is drunk at table, and it cures effectually. She has told me circumstances of its efficacy which have all the air of those in the comedy of the Médecin Forcé, but I believe them all, and I would take some of the essence now, if it were not that I think it a pity to make use of so admirable a remedy when I have no real occasion for it. I will send you some time or other the remainder of the prosperities of the boat. You will make La Plessis too vain, for I shall tell her how much you love her. Except what I told you the other day, I do not think a better creature exists. She is here every day. I have some of your excellent Hungary water in my pocket. I am quite in love with it. It cures all my sorrows. I wish I could send some of it to Rennes. My woods continue very beautiful still, and the verdure is 100 times finer than at Livry. I do not know whether this proceeds from the nature of the trees themselves or from the refreshing rains we have here, but there is certainly no comparison. Everything here looks as green now as in the month of May. The leaves that fall are brown, it is true, but those that remain on the trees are not at all faded. You never observed this beauty in them. As to that blessed tree that saved your life, I am often tempted to build a little chapel there. It seems to carry its head above all the rest, and exceeds them in bulk as well as stature, and with very good reason, for it saved you. I may at least repeat to it the stanza of Medor in Ariosto, in which he wishes happiness and peace to the cave that has given him so much pleasure. Our sentences are not at all disfigured. I visit them frequently. I think they are rather increased, and two trees that are close to each other often present us with two contrary sentiments. La lontananza ogni gran piaggia salda, and piaggia d'amor non si sana mai. Footnote: time is a cure for wounds, however deep, and the wounds of love are never to be healed. Back to main text. There are 5 or 6 thus contradictory. The good princess was charmed with them, as I am with the letter you have written our good Abbé on Jacob's journey to the land of promise in your closet. Mme. de Grignan has informed me of what is still to be kept secret for a few days longer, that d'Olonne is going to marry his brother to Mlle. de Noirmoutier. He gives him all his lands in Poitou, besides a great quantity of jewels and furniture. They are at La Ferté-Milon, where this curious affair is to be made up. I never thought d'Olonne would have given himself any concern about his name or family. Letter 50. The Rocks, Wednesday, November the 6th, 1675. What a delightful letter you have written to me, my dear child. What thanks do I not owe you for employing your hand, your eyes, your head, your time in composing so agreeable a volume. I have read it over and over, and shall read it again with pleasure and attention. I can read nothing that is more interesting. You satisfy my curiosity in everything I wish. I admire your care in giving me such punctual answers. This makes the conversation perfect, regular, and extremely entertaining. But I must beg you not to destroy yourself. This fear makes me renounce the pleasure of having frequently such entertainments. You cannot doubt my generosity in sparing you the fatigue of immoderate writing. I comprehend with pleasure the high esteem that is paid to Monsieur de Grignan in Provence, after what I have seen of it. This is a pleasure you are scarcely sensible of. You are too much accustomed to be loved and honoured in a province where you command. If you saw the horror, the detestation, the hatred that the people have here for their governor, you would feel more than you do the pleasure of being adored everywhere. What affronts, what injuries, what menaces, what reproaches! The very stones fly round him. I do not believe Monsieur de Grignan would accept this post upon such conditions. You mentioned to me the paper you have signed so heroically in favour of Monsieur de Grignan. Footnote: it appears that Mme. de Grignan had entered into a bond for her husband. Back to main text. You say you had no doubt which way the honourable sentiments of Cardinal de Retz inclined. Footnote: Cardinal de Retz advised her not to sign. Back to main text. I do not say anything of mine. It was enough that you could discern what his counsels tended to. In certain delicate affairs we do not presume directly to advise, but we represent the case. The common friends of both do what is proper, that there may be no jarring opposition in the interest of those they love. But with a soul so perfectly generous and good as yours, we consult only ourselves and act precisely as you have done. Have you not seen how much you have been admired? Are you not pleased that you owe to none but yourself so noble a resolution? You would have done nothing blamable if you had refused to sign. You would only have acted like the rest of the world. But by consenting to it, you have exceeded all the world. In a word, my child, enjoy the beauty of your own action, and do not think meanly of us for not having prompted you to it. On a similar occasion we should perhaps have acted as you have done, and you would have advised as we did. It is all well. I am very much pleased that Monsieur de Grignan is so good as to recompense this mark of your friendship and affection by a greater attention to his affairs. The prudence you commend him for is the truest mark of his gratitude you could have wished. Letter 51, The Rock, Sunday, December 1st, 1675. Well, my dear, it seems now settled that I am to receive 2 of your packets together and miss 1 post. You should see the faces I make and how I receive it in comparison with those that come regularly. I am of your opinion, my child, and would give a great deal to be as easy about answering letters as the coadjutor is, and keep them in my pocket for a month or 2 without troubling my head about them. Well, it is a gift from heaven, certainly, this happy indifference. Mme. de Grignan used to say of visits, and I apply it to everything, what I do fatigues me, and what I omit to do vexes me. I think this is very well said, and I feel it sensibly. I am always exact, however, in my answers. It is with pleasure I give you the top of the basket. That is, you have the very flower of my mind, my head, my eyes, my pen, my desk. The rest fare as they can. I have as much amusement in chatting to you as labour and fatigue in writing to others. I am perfectly stunned with the great news that abounds in Europe. I suppose the coadjutor has shown Mme. de Fontevraud the letter he received from you. You are ignorant of its value. You write like an angel. I read your letters with admiration. You no sooner set out than you reach the goal. Do you remember the minuet which you danced so well and closed in such excellent time, when the other creatures were not at the end of theirs till the next day? The late Madame and yourself were famous for this. We used to call it gaining ground. Your letters are just the same. As for your poor little frate, I know not where he has hid himself. It is 3 weeks now since I had a line from him. He made no mention of the pretty airing upon the Meuse, though everybody believes it here. His fortune is really very hard, poor lad. I do not see how he can manage the affair of his promotion unless Lausanne will take the guidonnage in part of payment, with some other little additions which we will endeavour to raise. But to buy the ensign's place, have the guidonnage left upon our hands, will never do. Your reasoning upon the matter is very just. We all acquiesce in it, and shall be very well contented to mount after the other 2. Footnote: the Marquis de la Trousse and the Marquis de la Fère, the one captain lieutenant and the other sub-lieutenant, in the Dauphin gendarme, back to main text, and shall be very well contented to mount after the other 2, provided the guidon serves as the first step. I shall finish the year here very peaceably. There are times when all places are indifferent, and a solitude like this not unpleasant. Mme. de la Fayette returns you all your civilities. She has very bad health, and poor Monsieur de Limoges still worse. He has resigned all his benefices to the King. I fancy her son, the Abbé de la Fayette, will have one of his abbeys. Poor Gascony has been as roughly handled as we have been. We have 6,000 troops sent down to pass the winter among us. If it were not for the misconduct of the provinces, I do not know how they would be able to dispose of their troops.
I cannot think peace is so near. Do you remember all our reasoning upon the subject of war, and how many there must be killed? This is always a certain prophecy, and so is that your letters can never tire me, long as they may be. You will find no chimera in this hope. They are my choicest reading. Ripert brings you a third volume of the moral essays, which are worth your perusal. I never met with greater energy than there is in the style of these writers. They make use of no words but what are in common use, and yet they appear perfectly new by the elegant manner in which they dispose them. In the morning I read the history of France. In the afternoon, some serious subjects in my woods, such as the essays, the life of St. Thomas of Canterbury, which I think delightful, or the iconoclasts, and in the evening things of a lighter nature. This is my constant rule. I hope you continue to read Josephus. Take courage, my dear, and go on boldly to the end. If you read the history of the Crusades, you will meet with two illustrious men who were your ancestors. But not a word about the great family of V that holds its head so high at present. But I am persuaded there are some passages which will make you throw aside the book and curse the Jesuit. Footnote, Father Meimbourg, author of the History of the Crusades. The physician in the Lettres Paysannes gives as a recipe for the asthma to read all the works of this father, stopping only at each period. Back to main text. And yet, upon the whole, it is an admirable history. End of section 16. Section 17 of the Letters of Mme. de Sévigné to her daughter and friends. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Letter 52. The Rocks, Wednesday, December the 11th, 1675. A little patience, my dear child, brings us to the accomplishment of our wishes. I have received 2 packets of letters from you that I should have received before, but they are come at last, and you will do me no more than justice to believe that I am highly delighted to have them. I thank you that, notwithstanding all your philosophy, you enter into all my melancholy reflections on the immense distance that separates us. You sympathize with me. You seem afflicted as well as myself for this disposition of Providence, but you encounter it with more courage than I do, who always feel from it some new increase of sorrow. I am continually meditating on the past, for which the present and the future can never make me amends. It is an ample field in which to exercise a heart so tender and ill-defended as mine. I cannot but admire those good ladies who make a duty of their inclination. There is La Troche, for instance, who has so well turned and wound her good fortune that she is at length settled at her ease in the good city of Paris, making it the seat of her empire and the field of all her operations. She has fixed her son at court in spite of wind and tide, and makes it a business to be always near him. As for Marbeuf, she had begun even in her husband's time, and now lays no restraint upon herself. She has taken a lease of a house in Paris for 100 years, and most humbly takes her leave of poor Brittany, while you, my dear child, who are born and bred in this country, you whom I have always so fondly loved and so ardently wished to have for ever with me,
are driven to the furthest end of the world by the storms of adverse fortune. But if I mean to put an end to my letter, I must pass lightly over these reflections and resume my courage in the flattering hope of a change. D'Arqueville and I indulge some pleasing dreams of that kind, but this is not a time to communicate them to you. Let us return to the miseries of this poor province. Every place is full of warriors. There are to be some at Vitré. Notwithstanding, the Princess is there. Monsieur, when he writes to her, styles her his good aunt, his dear aunt. But I do not find that she is better treated than others. There are to be troops at Garches, the estate of the Marquis de Villeroy, and from thence they are to spread themselves among the country people to rob and strip them. This is a heavy disaster upon poor Brittany, that never experienced anything of the kind before. Our governor has received a power to grant a general amnesty, which he disperses with one hand, and with the other lets loose 8,000 soldiers, over whom he has as much command as you have. They have all their orders. Monsieur de Pomerieux is expected here every day. He has the inspection of this little army, and may very soon boast a fine government. He is the best and wisest of the robe. He is my friend. But I doubt whether he will be as tractable as your intendant, whom you manage so excellently. I am afraid he will be changed. I can give you no information today respecting Languedoc. In the meantime, content yourself with some from Guyenne. I find they are well protected and have procured a considerable mitigation of their burden. Alas, we are not so happy. Our protections, if we had any, would do us more harm than good by the animosity against us of 2 individuals. I believe we may still find, or at least promise to find, the 3 millions demanded of us without ruining our friend. Footnote Monsieur de Arouis, back to main text. For he is so beloved by the States that they would do anything rather than he should suffer. And this, I think, is enough upon the subject. I am rejoiced that you are not returned to Grignan. It would have been only an additional fatigue and expense to you. Prudence and economy, for which the good Abbé desires me to thank you, have rendered that step unnecessary. Let me know if the dear little ones are to come to you. We have the most delightful weather here, and we're making some new walks, which will be very beautiful. My son is very good and helps to amuse us. He enters into the spirit of the place, and has brought no more of the warrior or the courtier with him into this retreat than is sufficient to enliven conversation. When it does not rain, we are not so much to be pitied as at a distance it may be supposed. The time we have fixed to spend here will pass like the rest. My letter has not been given to Louvois. The whole affair is negotiating between Lausanne and myself. If he will take the guidonnage, we have offered to make a small addition to it. If he resolves to sell his post outright, which will be very unreasonable, he must look for a purchaser on his side, as we shall on ours. That is all. I have written to the Chevalier to condole with him on our not having met at Paris. We should have made curious lamentations together on our last year's party, and should have renewed our tears for the loss of Monsieur de Turenne. I know not what idea you have of our princess. I assure you she is no Artemisia, footnote, the affectionate and chaste wife of Mausolus, king of Caria, whose ashes she drank after his death, Back to main text. Her heart is like wax, it easily takes impression. She makes a boast of it and says pleasantly enough that she has a ridiculous heart. This is spoken in general terms, but the world is rather more particular in its applications, and I'm in hope that I shall be able to keep this folly within bounds by the frequent speeches I make, as if I intended nothing by them, on the detestable light in which those women are held who give too great a rein to their passions, and how much they subject themselves thereby to contempt. I talk miraculously sometimes. I am heard and approved as much as can be expected. Indeed, I consider it quite a duty to talk thus. I should think it an honour to be instrumental in working a reformation. I am tired to death with the barrenness of news. We stand in great need of some event, as you say, let it be at whose expense it will, as long as we have no more Turens to lose. Vogue la galère. You tell me extraordinary things. I read them, admire them, believe them, and then you send me word they are not true. I well know the style and bracket of the provinces. You judge superficially of our governor when you say you should have acted as he did had you been in his place. I know you would not. Neither did the King's service require it. Oh, what has become of the excellent understanding you had last winter? This is no time to think of deputations. Let us see peace restored, and then we shall have time to think of everything. As to the religion of the Jews, I said, when reading the history, that if God had given me grace to have been born a Jew, footnote, in allusion to an expression of Monsieur de Rochefoucauld, who said, if God had given me grace to have been born a Turk, I should have died a Turk. Back to main text. If God had given me grace to have been born a Jew, I should have liked it better than any other except the true religion. I admire its magnificence, but you must admire it still more on account of its year of rest and of dressing gowns, which would have given you an opportunity of being a shining example of piety in your elbow chair. Never would Sabbath have been better kept. Ripper has received the Moral Essays. They contain several treatises, and among the rest one that is particularly pleasing. You will guess which I mean. I am delighted with your good health and beauty, for I love you truly. I often wish for you in these woods, the air of which, as well as that of Livry, is a great preservative to the complexion. Our good Abbé praises you highly for your care in discharging your debts, for that, in his estimation, is the law and the prophets. And as Monsieur de Grignan is so prudent, I will embrace him, notwithstanding his beard. But you know that your little brother's beard has the presumption to rival it. It is to much purpose. Send me word of your success at play. It seems to me as if I saw your little fingers taking out of the pool. But these times are past. Good and evil travel on the same road, but they leave different impressions. You have given a great dinner. Where was I? For I know all. I see all the magnificence from hence. You express yourself admirably on the marriage of the little prince, de Masson, and the Maréchal. The disproportion is doubtless great, but suppose he should have escaped it. Believe me, you have no need of my letters. You can write delightfully without a theme. But I must reduce myself at last to Solon's rule. Nothing is to be praised on this side the grave. which is a heavy restriction for me, who dearly love to praise what is praiseworthy. Besides, who can stay so long? For my part, I shall always go on in my old way. Adieu, my ever lovely and beloved child. Letter 53, The Rocks, Sunday, January the 12th, 1676. You may fill your letters with whatever you please, and still be assured that I read them with great pleasure and equal approbation. No one can write better than you do, and it is not my friendship only that leads me to form this opinion. You delight me by saying you like the moral essays. Did I not tell you they would suit your taste? As soon as I began to read them, I could think of nothing but of sending them to you. You know I am communicative, and do not like to enjoy a pleasure alone. If this book had been written on purpose for you, it could not have been more calculated to please you. What language! What energy in the arrangement of the words! I think I never read French but in this book. The resemblance of charity to self-love, and of the heroic modesty of Monsieur de Turenne and the Prince to Christian humility, but I forbear. The work deserves to be praised from beginning to end. But I should write a strange letter if I were to do so. I'm very glad, however, you like it, and I have a better opinion of my own judgment in consequence. You do not admire the life of Josephus, but it is sufficient if you approve his actions and his history. Did you not think him very happy in the cave, where they drew lots who should stab himself the last? We laughed till we cried at the story of the girl who sung the indecent song for which she confessed aloud in the church. Nothing can be more novel and amusing. I think she was in the right. The confessor certainly wished to hear the song, for he was not satisfied with the girl's accusation of herself. I fancy I see him bursting with laughter the first at this adventure. We often send you ridiculous stories, but we cannot surpass this. I always talk of Brittany, and it is to encourage you to talk of Provence. It is a country in which I am more interested than in any other. My journey thither takes away all possibility of being tired with what you tell me, because I am acquainted with everybody and understand everything perfectly. I have not forgotten the beauty of your winters. Our season is very fine here. I walk every day and have almost made a new park round the waste land at the end of the mall. I'm planting 4 rows of trees there. It will be a great improvement, for all this part is now uniform and cultivated. But I shall take my departure in spite of all these charms in February. The Abbé's affairs are still more urgent than yours, which has prevented me from offering our house to Mademoiselle de Mairy. She has complained of this to several persons, I understand, but I know not what reason she has to do so. The worthy is in raptures with your letters. I often show him passages that I know will please him. He thanks you for what you say of the moral essays. He was delighted with them himself. The little girl is still with us. She has an active little mind which has never been exercised, and we take pleasure in improving it. She is in perfect ignorance. It is an amusement to us to give her some general knowledge. A few words of this great universe, of empires, countries, kings, religions and wars, of astronomy and geography. It is pleasant to see the unfolding of all these things in a little head which has never beheld a town or a river, and who thought the whole world extended no further than our park She amuses us highly. I informed her today of the capture of Wismar. She knows we are sorry for it because the King of Sweden is our ally. Such are our amusements. The Princess is delighted that her daughter has taken Wismar. She is a true Dane. She has asked Monsieur and Madame to exempt her entirely from the soldiery so that we shall all be safe. Madame de Lafayette is very grateful for your letter. She thinks you very polite and obliging. But does it not appear strange to you that her brother-in-law is not dead, and that such mistakes should arise at the short distance of Toulon and Aix? Upon the questions you put to the Frater, I decide boldly that he who is angry and shows his anger is preferable to the deceiver who conceals his malignity under fair and specious appearances. There is a stanza in Ariosto descriptive of guile. Footnote: we shall probably gratify the reader by inserting this stanza. Avea piacevol viso, abito onesto, un umil volger d'occhi, un andar grave, un parlar si benigno e si modesto, che parea Gabriel, che decesse ave. Era brutta e deforme in tutto il resto, ma nasconde queste fattezze prave con lungo abito e largo, e sotto quello attossicato avea sempre il coltello. Orlando Furioso, Canto 14. Her garb was decent and lovely was her face, her eyes were bashful, sober was her pace. With speech whose charms might every heart assail, like his who gave the blessed salute of Hail. But all deformed and brutal was the rest, which close she covered with her ample vest, beneath whose folds, prepared for bloody strife, her hand forever grasped a poisoned knife. Hoole's translation, Book 14, back to main text. I would transcribe it, but I have not time to look for it. The good d'Arqueville still talks to me of the journey of Saint-Guérin, and to prove how short his stay will be, he says, she can only receive one of my letters at Paris. This is how he treats an acquaintance of a week. He is just the same with respect to others, but this is excellent. I forgot to say that I had thought, like you, of the different ways of painting the human heart, some white and others blacker than black. You know what colour mine is of for you. End of section 17. Section 18 of the Letters of Mme. de Sévigné to her daughter and friends. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Letter 54. Mme. de Sévigné dictates, her son writes. The Rocks, Monday, February the 3rd, 1676. Guess, my dear child, what it is that comes the quickest and goes off the slowest, that brings you nearest to health and removes you the furthest from it, that throws you into the most agreeable situation imaginable, and at the same time hinders you from enjoying it, that flatters you with the most pleasing hopes, and keeps you longest from the accomplishment of them. Can you not guess? Do you give it up? Why, it is the rheumatism. I have had it these 23 days. Since the 14th day I've been free from fever and pain, and in this delightful situation, thinking myself strong enough to walk, which is the summit of my wishes,
I find myself swelled all over, feet, legs, hands, arms, and this swelling, which they call my cure, and in reality is so, is the sole occasion of my present vexation. Were I good for anything, I might gain myself some credit by it. However, I believe the enemy is conquered, and that in 2 days I shall be able to walk. Langmachin gives me great hope of this. I every day receive letters from our friends at Paris congratulating me on my recovery. I have taken Monsieur de Lorme's opening powders, which have been a great service to me. I'm going to take them again. They are a never-failing remedy in these cases. After this attack, I am promised an eternal succession of health. God grant it. My first step will be to return to Paris. I desire you, therefore, my dear, to calm all your fears. You see what a faithful account we have given you of the affair. Let that make you easy. Letter 55. Paris, Wednesday, April the 15th, 1676. I am very melancholy, my dear. My poor boy is just gone. He has so many of the little social virtues that are the charm of society, that were he only an acquaintance, I should regret his loss. He desired me over and over again to tell you that he forgot to take notice to you of the story of your Proteus, who was at one time a Capuchin, at another a galley slave. He was highly amused at it. It is supposed we are going to undertake the siege of Cambrai. This is so extraordinary a step that everyone thinks we've had intelligence with somebody in the place. If we lose Philipsburg, it will be very difficult to repair the breach. Vedremo, we shall see. But still we reason and make almanacs, all of which end with the King's Star will prevail. At length Marshal Bellefonds has cut the thread that tied him here. Footnote of Premier Maître d'Hôtel or Lord Chamberlain to the King. Back to main text. Sanguin has purchased his place for 55,000 livres and a brevet de retenue of 350,000 livres. This is a fine settlement and an assurance of a cordon bleu. Footnote, Monsieur de Sanguin was not created a Knight of the King's Order at the promotion in 1668, but the Marquis de Livry, his son, who was Premier Maître d'Hôtel, was comprehended in that of 1724. Back to main text. Monsieur de Pomponne has paid me a very cordial visit. All your friends have exerted themselves wonderfully. I do not go out yet. The cold winds retard the cure of my hands, and yet I write better than I did, as you may see. I turn myself at night on my left side. I eat with my left hand. These are left-hand performances. My face is very little altered. You would soon discover that you have seen it somewhere before. It is because I have not been bled, and have endeavoured to get cured of my illness without such remedies. I thank you for mentioning the pigeons to me. Where has the little one acquired this timidity? I'm afraid you will throw the blame upon me. You cast a suspicious eye toward me. This humour will, I dare say, pass off, and you will not be obliged to make a monk of him. I am resolved to go to Vichy. They have set me against Bourbon on account of the air. The Maréchal d'Estrées wishes me to go to Vichy. She says it is a delightful country. I have told you what I think of that affair. Either resolve to return hither with me, or do not come at all. For a fortnight will only disturb me with constant thoughts of a separation. It will be on the whole a foolish and a useless expense. You know how dear the sight of you is to me, so take your own measures. I wish you had finished the bargain about your estate. Monsieur de Pomponne tells me it is raised to a marquisate. I desired him to make it a dukedom. He assured me it would give him great pleasure to do so, and that he would use all expedition in drawing up the patents. This is a considerable step. I am delighted to hear the pigeons are so well. How does the little tiny, or rather the great fat one, do? I love him dearly for resolving to live against wind and tide. But I cannot forget my little girl. Footnote: Marie Blanche d'Arema, born the 15th of November 1670, back to main text. I suppose you will determine on putting her to Saint-Marie according to the resolutions you adopt this summer. All depends upon that. You seem satisfied with the devotions of Passion and Easter weeks. You shut yourself up at Grignan. For my part, my thoughts were not affected with anything. I had no object to strike the senses. I ate meat till Good Friday, and had only the comfort of being very distant from any opportunity of committing sin. I told Lamousse you remembered him, and he advises you to make the most of your man of wit. Adieu, my dear child. Letter 56, Paris, Wednesday, April the 29th, 1676. I must begin by telling you that Condé was taken by storm on Saturday night. The news at first made my heart beat. I feared the victory had cost us dear, but it does not prove so. We have lost some men, but none of any note. This may be reckoned a complete happiness. Larrey, the son of Monsieur Lenné, who was killed in Candia, or his brother, is dangerously wounded. You see how soon our old heroes are forgotten. Mme de Grignan is not so comfortable as I am. She is in prison, and endeavours to pass her time there as pleasantly as she can. She desired yesterday to play at piquet because she was dull. Her confession has been found. It informs us that at the age of 7 years she ceased to be a virgin, that she has ever since gone on at the same rate, that she had poisoned, quote, her father, her brothers, one of her children, and herself, but the last was only to make trial of a counterpoison. Medea was a saint compared with her. She has owned this confession to be her own writing. It was an unaccountable folly, but she says she was in a high fever when she wrote it, and that it was an act of madness or frenzy, which does not deserve a serious thought. The Queen has been twice at the Carmelites with Mme de Montespan. The latter set on foot a lottery. She collected everything that could be useful to the nuns. This was a great novelty and amusement in the convent. She conversed a long time with Sister Louise de la Miséricorde, footnote, Madame de la Vallière, back to main text, and asked her whether it was really true that she was as happy there as it had been generally reported. She replied, "I am not happy, but I am contented." Conto talked to her a great deal of the brother of Monsieur, and asked her if she had no message to send him, and what she should say to him for her. She replied in the sweetest tone and manner possible, though perhaps a little piqued at the question, "Whatever you please, madam, whatever you please." Fancy this to be expressed with all the grace, spirit and modesty which you so well understand. quanto afterward wished for something to eat, and sent to purchase some ingredient that was necessary for a sauce she prepared herself, and which he ate with a wonderful appetite. I tell you the simple fact without the least embellishment. When I think of the letter you wrote me last year about Monsieur de Vivonne, I consider all I send you as a burlesque. To what lengths will not folly lead a man who thinks himself deserving of such exaggerated praise? Letter 52, Paris, Friday, July the 17th, 1676. At length it is all over. La Brinvilliers is in the air. After her execution, her poor little body was thrown into a large fire, and her ashes dispersed by the wind, so that whenever we breathe we shall inhale some particles of her, and by the communication of the minute spirits we may be all infected with the desire of poisoning, to our no small surprise. She was condemned yesterday, and this morning her sentence was read to her, which was to form the amende honorable in the church of Notre Dame, and after that to have her head cut off, her body burned, and her ashes thrown into the air. They were for giving her the question, but she told them there was no occasion for that, and that she would confess everything. Accordingly, she was till 5 o'clock in the evening relating the history of her life, which has been more shocking than was even imagined. She gave poison to her father 10 times successively, but without effect, and also to her brother and several others, at the same time preserving the appearance of the greatest love and confidence. She has said nothing against Panotier. Notwithstanding this confession, they gave her the question, ordinary and extraordinary, the next morning. But this extorted nothing more from her. She desired to speak with the Procurator General. No one yet knows the subject of their conversation. At 6 o'clock she was carried in a cart, with no other covering than her shift, and with a cord round her neck, to the church of Notre Dame, to perform the amende honorable, after which she was put again into the same cart, where I saw her extended on a truss of straw, with a confessor on one side and the hangman on the other. Indeed, my child, the sight made me shudder. Those who saw the execution say she mounted the scaffold with great courage. I was on the bridge of Notre Dame with a good Descartes. Never was Paris in such commotion, nor its attention so fixed upon one event. Yet ask many people what they saw, and they will tell you that they saw no more than I did, who was not present. In short, the whole day has been dedicated to this tragedy. Letter 58. Livry, Wednesday, November the 4th, 1676. Nothing can be more true than the proverb which says that liberty is destroyed by uncertainty. Were you under any sort of restraint, you would have determined what to do long ago, and not have been like Mohammed's coffin, suspended between heaven and earth. One of the lodestones would certainly by this time have got the better of the other. You would no longer be dragooned, which is a very unpleasant state. The voice you heard in passing the Durance exclaim, "Ah, mother, mother," would pierce to Grignan, or at least that which counselled you to leave it would not haunt you at Briare. For which reason I maintain that nothing can be more opposite in its nature to liberty than indifference and indecision. Can it be possible that the sage Lagarde, who has, it seems, resumed all his wonted wisdom, has likewise lost his free will? Is he incapable of advising you? Can he be at a loss to decide in this important point? You've seen that I decide like one of the councils. But how is it that Lagarde, who is coming to Paris himself, cannot contrive that his journey may not take place at the same time with yours? If you do come, it will be no bad thought to take the way of Sully. The little Duchess would certainly convey you as far as Nemours. At least you would find some friend or other from day to day, so that you would have a relay of friends till you found yourself in your own apartment. You would have met with a better reception last time, but your letter came so late that you took everybody by surprise, and had nearly missed me, which would have been a fine circumstance indeed. But we will contrive to keep clear of this inconvenience in future. I cannot help praising the Chevalier, footnote de Grignan, back to main text, who arrived in Paris on Friday evening and dined here on Saturday. Was it not very good of him? I was delighted to see him, and I assure you we spoke with great freedom of your scruples. I am now going to take a trip to Paris. I must see Monsieur Louvois on your brother's account, who is still here without leave, which vexes me not a little. I want to talk to Monsieur Colbert likewise about your pension. These 2 visits are all I have to make. I have some thoughts of going to Versailles, but will acquaint you whether I do so or not. In the meantime, we have the finest weather imaginable. The country has yet put on none of its horrors, and St. Hubert has favoured the hunter extremely. We are still reading St. Augustine with pleasure. There is something so great and noble in his ideas that all the mischief that weak minds can possibly receive from his doctrine falls infinitely short of the good which others may derive from the perusal. You will imagine I give myself airs of a learned lady, but when you see in what a familiar style this is written, you will cease to wonder at my capacity. You tell me that if you did not love me a great deal more than you say, you should love me very little. I am strangely tempted to scold you for this, even though I should risk the saying an unkind or uncivil thing. But no, I am fully persuaded you love me, and God knows much better than it is possible for you to do what a strong affection I entertain for you. I am glad to hear Pauline is like me. She will serve to put you in mind of me. Oh, mother, there's no need of that. End of section 18.
Section 19 of the Letters of Mme. de Sévigné to her daughter and friends. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Letter 59, Livre, Friday, November the 6th, 1676. Surely there never was so brilliant a letter as your last. I had some thoughts of sending it back, that you might have the pleasure of perusing it. I could not help wondering while I read it how it was possible to wish so ardently to receive no more. This, however, is the affront I put upon your letters. You seem to treat mine much more civilly. This Raymond is certainly hem with the headdress you know so well. Footnote: Mademoiselle Raymond had taken an apartment in the convent of the Visitation in the Faubourg Saint-Germain, a convent founded by Mme. de Sévigné's grandmother. Mme. de Sévigné recants a little, see the letter of the 21st of October, back to main text. This Raymond is certainly hem with the headdress you know so well. She has dressed in this style, as you properly observe, that she might seem qualified to hear the music of the blessed above. And our sisters have done the same, from the wish of obtaining a fund of 7,000 livres,
with a pension of 1,000, by which she is enabled to go abroad when she likes, and she likes it very often. We have never had such merchandise before, but the beauty of our house causes us to overlook everything. For my own part, I'm quite delighted with it, for in my opinion both her apartments and her voice are divine. Hem, hem. The dates you mention in speaking of Mme. de Soubise are, thank God, among those which have escaped my memory. Some marked incivility must certainly have been shown during the festivities at Versailles. Mme. de Coulanges informs me that the tooth has disappeared since the day before yesterday. In that case, you will conclude they can have no tooth against her. Footnote, that is, hold no grudge against. Louison and off affair with Mme. de Soubise continued until she lost her incisors. The King could not look at her any more afterwards. Back to main text. You were very amusing upon my friend's illness. Footnote, Mme. de Coulanges, back to main text. And at the same time it is all true. The quartan ague of our friend at the suburbs, footnote, Madame de Lafayette, back to main text, is happily at an end. I have sent your letter to the Chevalier, footnote, de Grignan, back to main text, without apprehension or reproof. I love him sincerely. As for my pigeon, I wish I could give him a kiss. I have some idea in my head, I know not how truly, that leads me to think I shall one day or other see all these little folks. I cannot understand the 8 months child. Pray, is she likely to live a century? I fancy the gentlemen that fought it out so bravely in the streets are in a fair way to live as long. It would really be a very pretty and just punishment for a battle in the midst of summer. Adieu, my dear lovely child. I shall finish this in the good city of Paris. Friday at Paris. So here I am. I have been dining at the worthy Bunyol's, where I found Mme. de Coulanges in this charming apartment embellished with the golden rays of the sun, where I have often seen you, almost as beautiful and as brilliant as he. The poor convalescent gave me a hearty welcome and is now going to write 2 lines to you. It is, for aught I know, something from the other world, which I'm sure you will be very glad to hear. She has been giving me an account of a new dress called Transparencies. Pray, have you heard of it? It is an entire suit of the finest golden azure brocade that can be seen, over which is a transparent black robe, either of beautiful English lace or velvet chenille, like the winter laces you have seen. This occasions the name of transparency, which is, you see, a black suit and a suit of golden azure, or any other colour according to the fancy of the wearer, as is all the fashion at present. This was the dress worn at the ball on St. Hubert's Day, which lasted a whole half hour, for nobody would dance. The King pushed Mme. Delicourt into the middle of the room by main force. She obeyed, but at length the combat ended for want of combatants. The fine embroidered bodices destined for Villa Cotteret served to walk out of an evening, and were worn on St. Hubert's Day. The Prince informed the ladies at Chantilly that their transparencies would be 1,000 times more beautiful if they would wear them next to their skin, which I very much doubt. The Grancy and Monacos did not share in the amusements because the mother of the latter is ill, and the mother of the angels, footnote, the Maréchal de Grancy, back to main text, has been at death's door. It is said the Marchioness de la Ferté has been in labour there ever since Sunday, and that Boucher is at his wit's end. Monsieur Langlais, footnote Master of Fashions and of Fêtes at Versailles, back to main text, has made Mme de Montespan a present of a robe of gold cloth on a gold ground, with a double gold border embroidered and worked with gold, so that it makes the finest gold stuff ever imagined by the wit of man. It was contrived by fairies in secret, for no living wight could have conceived anything so beautiful. The manner of presenting it was equally mysterious. Mme. de Montespan's mantua maker carried home the suit she had bespoke, having made it fit ill on purpose. You need not be told what exclamations and scoldings there were upon the occasion. "Madam," said the mantua maker, trembling with fear, "as there is so little time to alter it, will you have the goodness to try whether this other dress may not fit you better?" It was produced. "Ah," cried the lady, "how beautiful! What an elegant stuff is this! Pray, where did you get it? It must have fallen from the clouds, for a mortal could never have executed anything like it." The dress was tried on. It fitted to a hair. In came the King. "It was made for you, madam," said the mantua maker. Immediately it was concluded that it must be a present from someone. But from whom was the question. "It is Langlais," said the King. "It must be Langlais," said Mme. de Montespan. "Nobody but Langlais could have thought of so magnificent a present." "It is Langlais, it is Langlais." Everybody exclaims, "It is Langlais, it is Langlais." The echoes repeat the sound, and I, my child, to be in the fashion, say, "It is Langlais." Letter 60, Paris, Wednesday, June the 30th, 1677. At length you inform me that you are arrived at Grignan. The pains you have taken to keep our correspondence uninterrupted is a continual mark of your affection. I can assure you that you are not mistaken in the opinion that I stand in need of this support. Indeed, no one can be more in want of it. It is true, however, that I too often think so, and that your presence would have been of much greater service to me. But your situation was so extraordinary that the same considerations that determined you to go made me consent to your departure, without doing anything more than stifle my sentiments. It was considered a crime in me to discover any uneasiness with regard to your health. I saw you perishing before my eyes, and was not permitted to shed a tear. It was killing you, it was assassinating you. I was compelled to suppress my grief. I never knew a more cruel or more unprecedented species of torture. If, instead of that restraint, which only increased my affliction, you had owned that you were ill, and if your love for me had been productive of complaisance, and made you evince a real desire to follow the advice of the physicians, to take nourishment, to observe a regimen, and to own that repose and the air of Livry would have done you good, this would indeed have comforted me. But your opposition to our sentiments aggravated my grief and anxiety. In the end, my child, we were so circumstanced that we could not possibly avoid acting as we did. God explained to us His will by that conduct, but we should endeavour to see whether He will not permit us mutually to reform, and whether, instead of that despair to which you condemned me from a motive of affection, it would not be more natural and more beneficial to give our hearts the liberty they require, and without which it is impossible for us to lead a life of tranquillity. Thus I have declared my mind to you freely once for all. I shall mention the subject no more, but let us each reflect upon the past, that whenever it pleases God to bring us together again, we may carefully avoid falling into the same errors. The relief which you have found in the fatigues of so long a journey sufficiently proves the necessity you are under of laying aside restraint. Extraordinary remedies are necessary for persons of an extraordinary character. Physicians would never have dreamed of such a one as that I have just mentioned. God grant it may continue to produce the same good effect, and that the air of Grignan may not prove injurious to you. I could not avoid writing to you in this manner in order to relieve my heart and intimate to you that we must endeavour when next we meet not to give anyone an opportunity of paying us the wretched compliment of saying very civilly that to keep quite well we should never see one again. I am astonished at the patience that can bear so cruel a thought. You brought the tears into my eyes in speaking of your little boy. Alas, poor child, who can bear to see him in such a situation? I do not retract what I always thought of him, but am of opinion that even from affection we ought to wish him already in a happier world. Paulina appears to me worthy of being made your plaything. Her resemblance even will not displease you. At least I hope it will not. That little quadrangular nose is a feature you cannot possibly dislike to find a Grignan. Footnote: this alludes to Mme de Sévigné's nose, which inclined to the square. Back to main text. It seems to me somewhat odd that the noses of the Grignan family should admit no shape but this, and should be altogether averse to a nose like yours, which might have been sooner formed, but they dreaded extremes, though they did not care about a trifling modification. The little marquis is a very pretty fellow. You should not be at all uneasy at his not being altered for the better. Talk to me a great deal about the persons you associate with and the amusements they afford you. Letter 61. Livry, Saturday, July the 3rd, 1677. Alas, how grieved I am at the death of your poor child. It is impossible not to be affected at it. Footnote: the child that was born in February 1676, back to main text. Not that I was ever of opinion he could live. The description you gave convinced me that his case was desperate. But it is a great loss to you who had lost 2 boys before. God preserve to you the only one that remains. He discovers an admirable disposition. I am much better pleased with sound sense and just reasoning at his age than with the vivacity of those who turn out fools at 20. Be satisfied with him, therefore. Lead him like a horse that has a tender mouth. And remember what I told you respecting his bashfulness. This advice comes from persons much wiser than myself, and I'm sure it is good. With regard to Paulina, I have one word to say to you. From your description of her, she may, perhaps, in time become as handsome as yourself. When a child, you were exactly like her. God grant she may not resemble me in having a heart so susceptible of tenderness. I see plainly that you love her, that she is amiable, and that she amuses you. I wish I could embrace her and recognize that face again, which I have seen somewhere. Letter 62, Livry, Friday, July the 16th, 1677. I wish, my dear child, that you had a tutor for your son. It is a pity his mind should be left uncultivated. I doubt whether he is yet of an age to eat all sorts of food promiscuously. We should examine whether children are strong and robust before we give them strong meats. Otherwise we run the hazard of injuring their stomachs, which is of great consequence. My son stays behind to take leave of his friends. He will then come to me here. He He must afterward join the army, and after that he may go and drink the waters. An officer named Monsieur D has lately been cashiered for absenting himself. I know the answer you will make, but this instance sufficiently shows the severity of military discipline. Adieu, my dear child. Be comforted for the loss of your son. Nobody is to blame concerning him. His death was occasioned by teething and not by a defluxion upon the lungs. When children have not strength sufficient to force out the teeth at the proper time, they are never able to bear the necessary motion to make them all come at once. I talk learnedly. You know the answer of green bed at Sucy to Monsieur de Coulanges made by Guillaume. It is droll enough. Mme de Grignan repeated it to the King, who sings it. It was said at first that he had ruined himself by it, but it is not true, and he will perhaps make his fortune. If this discourse comes not from a green mind, it comes from a green head, which is the same, and the colour of the thing cannot be disputed. Readers note a reference to an exchange of songs between courtiers. This one, composed by Guillaume, began Enfin, je le revois, vieux lit de damas vert. The lit is a Coulanges family bed. Back to main text. Letter 63. Livry, Wednesday evening, July the 24th, 1677. Love Paulina, my child. Indulge yourself in that amusement. Do not destroy your peace of mind by depriving yourself of her. What are you afraid of? You may still send her to a convent for a few years, when you think it necessary. Enjoy maternal affection for a while. It is exquisite when it springs from the heart, and the choice falls upon an amiable object. Dear Paulina, methinks I see her here. She will resemble you, notwithstanding she bears the mark of the workman. It is true, this nose is a strange affair, but it will improve, and I will answer for it. She will be handsome. Mme. de Grignan is still here. She is now in my closet, engaged in conversation with Tocqueville and my son. His heel is still so bad that he may perhaps go to Bourbon when I go to Vichy. Be under no concern about this journey, and since it is not the will of heaven that I should enjoy the charms of your society, we must yield obedience to his will. It is a bitter evil, but it must be endured. We are the weakest, and to attempt resistance is vain. I should be too happy if your friendship was clothed in all its realities. It is still extremely dear to me, though divested of the charms and pleasures which your presence and company bestow upon it. My son and I will answer all you have said on the subject of epic poetry. The contempt I know he has for Aeneas makes me apprehensive he will be of your opinion. Yet all the great wits have a taste for everything written by the ancients. End of section 19.